At the beginning of the story, we see a boy going to a store. He was looking very sad and dejected. While buying a thing from the store, he thinks in his mind, I am sick of this. Instead of a triangle kimbap that has hard rice and very little content, I want a shiny warm rice with different ingredients in it. Instead of a can of beer that has a mild taste and little bubbles, I want a beer with a strong scent and the right amount of bubbles. Then he bought kimbap, our beer, and ordered us to come to our house. Again, he starts thinking sadly while eating food. Instead of this place, I would like to go somewhere else where I can enjoy with everyone. Then we know that this boy belonged to an ordinary family. His family was very hardworking. After completing his school, he studied in a good university, and then by chance, he got a job in a good company. But suddenly one day, both his mother and father pass away, due to which he goes into depression. He remains in depression like this for 4 years. Then suddenly he gets his job, and now he's working in a small game developing company. While thinking all this, he smells the smoke of cigarette from the direction of the window, and he goes to see who is smoking the cigarette. As soon as he opens the window, he sees a gate of a different dimension, seeing which he becomes quite surprised. Then he gets a notification on his phone about the Seoul gate. He thinks, am I the only one who can see this gate? If this was some future gate, it would be better. But still, if this is a way to change my life, I would like to try it once. But how should I use it? Then he tries to put an item inside that gate, but that item doesn't go in. Then he gets confirmed that none of his item can go inside this gate except him. Then he thinks further that this can also happen if I went inside and could not come back. Well, it does not make any difference. Let's go. Inside. Going inside that dimensional gate, he reaches an old house, and after looking at it, he thinks that this house looks very old. All this is really very expensive. Then he looks outside from the window, and after looking at it, he likes the view of these villages very much. Then after a while, he sees a shiny paper on the side table, in which it was written about the contract of this dimensional gate. Actually, with this gate, he can go from one place to another whenever he wants. But this gate will work only 2 times. Then there was one more thing kept there, whose name is Subspace Pocket. This pocket is connected with this gate. This is such a pocket with the help of which anything can be lifted from the earth, but the weight of the thing in this pocket should be limited. Otherwise, you can lift any type of thing from the earth. Only you will have to keep your right hand on that item and your left hand in the empty space. There are no restrictions on what you bring in, but the only thing you can take back is gold. That boy gets very surprised because initially he was being given 1,000 gold rupees for staying here. Then he reads the contract further, in which it was written, if you sign this contract, then you will learn the language of Erman Empire. You have 7 days to think about it. If you do not sign it within 7 days, then all the memories related to this dimension gate will be erased from your mind. And if due to any reason you die, then the contract of this dimensional gate will get destroyed automatically. If you want to sign it, then you will have to keep your right hand on this paper. That boy thinks 7 days is too much. I would like to think and sign it. Then he signs it, as if he also learns the language of the Erman Empire. The boy is then welcomed into the German Empire and given the name Cho Ishu. Then the boy thinks, but I am thinking what I can do on this world. Will I become a nobleman, or a feudal lord, or a wizard? Anyway, it does not matter. For now, I would like to stay here and stay away from small problems of my life. We see a lady saying to him, did you not like this food? He says, no, it is not like that. I was thinking about something. Anyway, maybe this food will not be enough to satisfy me. He says that I once went to his room to check whether he exchanges all the gold for cash or not. Then I was planning to return to that place again, but I lost my eye and fell asleep. Then I noticed one thing, that I was looking much younger. My skin had become quite shiny. The color of my hair had changed, and along with that, my nose had become a bit higher. Maybe money must have been deducted from my money for this face also. Then he again goes to the same village where he thinks my phone will work here. Well, I don't need to use the phone while I am here. Then he opens the window of his room and sees the view outside and is shocked because this time the view was also beautiful. Then he sees a lady in the room next to his. That lady sees him too. Ishu thinks she is a villager. Well, my eyes made contact with her. Now should I greet her? Then that lady herself asks, who are you? Ishu tells his name. Then the lady says that the house was empty for a long time. Did you perhaps just move in? Who are you? Did you get permission from the village chief? Ishu says, I'm an adventurer. I am planning to stay for a week, and if I decide to stay longer, I will ask for permission from the chief then. Then the lady says to Ishu, since you are here, come and have a meal. Ishu did not think that she would be so polite. Then he goes to have a meal with them. In the next scene, we see he is sitting to eat, but that lady gives him just one bowl of soup, seeing which he feels that this food is very simple, but looking at it, it looks delicious. Anyway, it is better to try eating here than sitting alone at home and eating beer and triangle kimbap. Anyway, I am going to stay here for some time, so I will have to get into the habit of eating here. Then he asks that lady her name. That lady tells her name is Maggie Humphrey. He further asks, "Do you stay here alone?" Aunt Maggie tells me my husband has gone to the bar to work and my son lives in another town. Tell me, where have you come from? Issue says I have come from Seoul City of Korea. Aunt Maggie says you have really come from quite far. Then Issue says, now I would like to try eating this. Anyway, there is no spoon or fork here, which means I will have to dip this bread in it and eat it. Seeing the soup, Issue thinks that this type of soup is also sold in our city, but many other types of ingredients are mixed in it. Then Aunt Maggie says, won't you eat this? Issue says, no, I will eat this also. Aunt Maggie says, eat it before it gets cold. Issue thinks the bread is a bit hard, but when I dip it in the warm soup, it becomes very soft and really it tastes good to eat, but something is missing in it. Oh, black pepper. Then he says to Maggie, excuse me, ma'am, do you have black pepper? Maggie gets a bit surprised. Aunt Maggie says, did you not like this food? Issue says, no, it is not like that. In our city, black pepper is put in every kind of soup. That is why I was asking. Aunt Maggie says, maybe it would be cheaper at your place, but it is very expensive here, so expensive that only the noble people here can eat it. I have never bought it till date. Issue thinks maybe he doesn't like talking about black pepper. Then he says this bread and soup is really very delicious. There is a deep bit of corn in it, due to which it tastes very good. Aunt Maggie says, don't say so much, just eat it now. Issue says, forgive me, but if you don't mind, can I know its recipe? Aunt Maggie was making something. She says, okay, do you want to know the recipe? Fine, come behind me. Then both of them go out of the room. He thinks the air of this place is much nicer and fresher than the air of the act. Aunt Maggie says to him, come here. Issue starts following them. Then he asks Aunt Maggie, by the way, what is the name of this village? Aunt Maggie says this is Lauderin. Issue starts looking nearby. Aunt Maggie says, what are you doing? Come here and see this carefully. We see some things kept there, which included corn powder, Aunt Maggie's homemade butter, onion grown in Lauderin. Then Aunt Maggie tells him the process of making the soup. First, the butter has to be melted, then fry the chopped onions till they turn brown in color. Onion acts as a sweetener, so there is no need to give us any other sweet thing. Issue thinks, I did not know it could also be used in corn soup. Aunt Maggie says next, this corn powder, I bought this corn from a local trader. He said it is a new crop, so we will not be able to get it for some time. Issue thinks it seems corn is not that famous here. Maggie says, I thought I should try making powder of this crop. Then it really worked, so I made it this way only. Then eat a little more of that powder with onion. After that, give water and milk together and boil it in a slow flame. Just add this much salt. Now, it is ready. Issue gets amazed, watching the soup being made. After the soup is made, Issue thinks that the process of making it is very simple, but still if I try it, it will never be so tasty. Aunt Maggie starts going inside the house with that soup. Then Issue takes out something from his pocket and gives it to her as a gift. Aunt Maggie sees that thing and gets very surprised. It was a mirror which seemed quite expensive. Issue says that you invited me to your house to have food, so this is a small gift from me. Aunt Maggie thanked him and then rudely handed over the mirror to Issue. Issue thinks, but why is she so rough? Then Issue asks them for the way to the library, which Aunt Maggie tells him. And Issue leaves the rest of the thoughts and moves ahead towards the library. Then we see Issue going and seeing a girl through the window. When Issue notices her, the girl runs away. Issue thinks maybe she is shy. Then he moves ahead towards the library. In the next scene, we see him reaching the library. Going inside, he sees a boy with a tag sharer who is eating something. That boy welcomes Issue. Issue wishes good morning, and then he thinks in his mind, this man must be at least 30 years old, by the way. What is he eating? The boy says, maybe we have not met the poet before. Issue says, I am an adventurer who has come to this village for some time. My name is Issue. I have come from Seoul City of Korea. Then Issue looks around the library and thinks, this is a library, but it is better than the bookshelf at my home. Are there only 50 books here? Maybe all these are rare books, but I am not able to understand one thing. Why is such a good man taking care of this library? The boy asks Ishu, have you come here to see something? Ishu says yes. Can you give me a map of the Erman Empire? The boy brings a map. Ishu asks, can I borrow it? The boy says no. Only people of this village can take books from this library. You have to read them here. When Ishu starts looking at the map, that boy also starts looking at it with great curiosity, seeing which he thinks. Seeing him, it seems that he is very worried. I will have to flip the pages carefully. If a page gets torn by mistake, it will probably cause me a lot of trouble. Looking at the map, Ishu says to the boy, this is a map. There is nothing on this except the sketch of the coastline and the continent. Then the boy says in Erman, it's illegal to put cities or villages on the map. There that guy points at a place and says, is this Ladoran village? Ishu says to the boy, is it because of war? The boy says yes. That is why a detailed map can only be read by the royals and the military. Ishu thinks, I hope there will be no war here at this time. I wouldn't like to live in this world and suffer the wrath and serve only the military people. Ishu asks that boy if war often happens here. The man says it is not like that. Recently, a wizard's family had prevented the war on our empire. So seeing this situation, it does not seem that anyone would have the courage to attack our empire. Ishu gets happy and thinks in his mind, it is good that I will not have to serve the military people. Then the boy gives his introduction and says, his name is Hans. He is in charge of all the things that require strength in this village. He says to Ishu, if you are around my age, let's be friends. Then Ishu tells her age, that is 23. Hans was shocked and said to Ishu, do you use any drink or lotion etc. to look young? Because he is 17 years old. Ishu gets shocked hearing the age of Hans. Ishu did not think that he would be so young in age. Then both of them became friends. Then Ishu asks him about this food. Hans says that it is bread with raspberries on it. First we have to cook the flatbread and leave it for a few days. Then top it up with different kinds of food on it. On this one, I used crushed raspberries. After that, Hans says to Ishu, do you want to have a bite? Ishu thinks in his mind that after seeing this it doesn't look so tasty. Then Ishu asks Hans, by the way, which is the nearest city here? Hans says pushing the city is the closest, but it takes 3 days to reach there by car. Then Ishu asks, then which is the biggest city? Hans says Armenia City, but I have never been there. Some merchants come to our village from whom I heard about it. This place is the capital city of our empire. It takes more than a month to go to this city by car. When Hans hears the sound of some people coming, he thinks that the merchants have returned. He asks Ishu if he can take care of the library at this time tomorrow, because Hans has to go to meet the merchants. Ishu gets a little confused. Then Hans says that he can also get the things he needs from the library. Then Ishu couldn't refuse. Then both of them come out where we see some merchants. Ishu feels very cool seeing those merchants. He goes to tell something to Hans and sees that Hans has gone from there. We see that Hans asks Aunt Maggie, where did they go? Everyone is in a hurry. We see that he feels long to come back to his home because he had to buy something, so he needs the gold. After coming home, he thinks he should take a shower. Then he thinks further that I cannot go from this world to the other world with anything. Going to another world with anything. Going to another world wearing just underwear is a bit too much. It is strange. But what can I do? But yes, it is better to take my box of gold coins to the other world than coming and going again and again. And that is why I need a subspace pocket. Then he goes to another place and takes his 2 gold coins and goes out to see the merchants. Then he goes to a restaurant where the merchants were going to stay. There are a lot of people there whom Ishu likes a lot. He sees Aunt Maggie there. Aunt asks Ishu, have you come to eat food? Well, you will have to wait for this. Ishu says no problem. Then Aunt says, I will bring food for you in a while. Till then, drink this. Ishu says thank you. And then he starts thinking. If he gives beer, then how will it taste? Like I had father earlier. Will this taste different? Then Aunt serves him beer, seeing which he gets very surprised. Because he has been drinking such beer for quite some time, he does not let even a single drop of beer fall and keeps it whole. He finds the taste of this beer very delicious. He drinks it again. Then Aunt comes there. Aunt Maggie says you will have to give 1 silver and 5 copper coins in exchange for this drink. Ishu gives him a gold coin, in exchange of which he gets 8 silver coins and 5 copper coins in change. He thinks that this means 10 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. which means the cost of 1 cup of beer is ours. 15,000? Then he asks, will we have to pay separately for food also? Aunt Maggie says, don't worry. You have already paid for both. By the way, is the price of beer also less in your city? Because here in our city, we get 1 cup of beer in exchange for 2 copper coins. Well, now I am going to prepare food for you, Ishu says. Till then I will enjoy this beer. Then Ishu looks around. There are a lot of people. He thinks he should go and talk to some people. Then Hans comes calling Isu. Hans says, have you also come here to eat? Isu says, would you like to join me? Hans says, no, I came here to eat with my family. In our village, it is a rule to spend time with your family while eating. But my family gave me permission to go and meet the merchants. That's why I came here. That's when he gets to eat. This time, the food was pork stew with bread. He thinks I also feel like eating with my parents. That's when Hans says, your food has come. Hans looks at the food and says, it is usually eaten in winters and now it is summer, but I am sure it will still taste very good. After the meal, let's go to meet the merchants. Isu says it is fine. Then he looks at the food and starts thinking, generally people keep pork like this for 2 days, but this can spoil it. That is why common people eat it as quickly as they can. Fresh pork juice and vegetable soup preparation tastes very delicious, and at the same time they have used essential herbs and salt in it, which gives it a new taste. I remember this taste. My mother also used to cook food like this. My mother used to make very spicy food, which I used to like a lot earlier, but now I do not like spicy food. While thinking about all this, he remembers his mother a lot. Ishu is done eating. Hans asks Ishu again. Mr. Ishu, what will you do now? Ishu says, I will go to see the merchants. Hans gets excited and says, it's okay, let's go quickly. Then both of them go towards a small festival. Hans says, you will find a lot of things here. Their Aunt Maggie asks the price of a mirror. The shopkeeper says 8 silver. Mamisu sees Aunt Maggie asking the price of the mirror, and he thinks I am sure the one I tried to give her had the better quality. Anyway, 8 silver is 80,000 won. If I were to sell 3 a day, 90 a month, then I would earn 7 million a month. Awesome. Then Aunt Maggie asks her for a cheap mirror. The shopkeeper shows her 3 silver wizard's mirror, seeing which Aunt Maggie also understands this is a mirror made by a wizard. On the other side, Isu sees a man, and upon seeing him, he thinks I have never seen this face here. The old man says to Isu, where did you come from? Isu replied, I am an adventurer from Korea. My name is Izu. The old man says it's my first time hearing such a name. It must be really far from here. Then Izu told him it's a miracle that I came this far alive. By the way, how much does the spice cost nowadays? The old man says 6 gold per pound for black pepper, 6 gold for nutmeg, 1 gold for sugar and salt is 2 copper. Isu thinks very carefully. 1 pound is about 450. Then with 1 count is about 450. Then with 1 key of black pepper, it's 12 gold. So it's about 1.2 million won. That's awesome. Then he asked, does that standard followed everywhere in Armenia? The old man replied, well, we can say that the price is similar here and there. Hearing all this, Izu starts making a terrible business plan in his mind. He thinks, considering the transportation fee and city taxes and store rental fee, I think it's okay to sell it a little cheaper in this place. Seeing how he reacts, they must have increased the prices since they are dealing with innocent rural peasants. Anyway, the spices are quite expensive in this place. If I just find a route to sell these, I might be able to become the richest one in the Armenian Empire. If that happens, I will be done with you, Manager Park. We see that the same girl starts watching Ishu from behind the tree. Isu starts asking that old man, how much did it cost you to get the black pepper from the port? The old man replied, of course, I can't say that. Then Isu again says, did I mention that black pepper is really cheap in the place where I came from? Then Isu says, giving an evil smile, if we talk about this, I might be able to provide those at a reasonable price. Then the old man replied to the Isu that 3 gold. And where is that continent anyway? Isu says that since they come here and that reduces their burden of having to go to the big city, I think they will buy it for 2 gold coins, right? By the way, I will ask other merchants too before deciding on the exact price. Hearing his lines then, the old man says so. Why don't you sell all the black pepper you have? Isu starts looking at the man with suspicious eyes and says, looks like you are lacking in supplies. Is that it? The old man replied, of course I am. Every time this crop grows, the royal family and the elite people buy it. Because of this, ordinary people like us are not able to buy it, even if we want to. That is why this time I could buy only 5 pounds of black pepper. Isu thinks, I can understand understand why it is so expensive. It is brought from such a far distance. If they can bring even 2 kg of black pepper from that far, it is a big thing. Then he says, forgive me, but for today I don't have anything. Then the old man gives him a card and says, take this. It was written on the card, Spy Store, Colin Mugwall, the central market of Amania City, Spy Street. No. 5. Then the old man says, if a trade route opens to your continent, come to my store, and now goodbye. In the next scene, Izu sees a kid sitting. He thinks he should go and talk to that kid. He goes to the kid and asks, hey kid, do you live here? The kid says, I am not a kid. I am 10 years old. Isu says, forgive me. Then the boy asks, where do you come from? Isu says, from Korea. The kid says, liar. I have read 100 books, but still I have not heard about Korea what you are talking about. Isu says, do you know I am 23 years old and I have read more than thousands of books, but still there are many things about which I still have to know, and do you think you know more than me? That boy says, I am the son of a general merchandiser, Mino strives. What about you? Isu tells his name, to which that boy says, this is a very intellectual name, and by the way, seeing that you have read thousands of books, are you rich? Because in this place, thousands of books are equivalent to several 100 million won. Then Isu says, anyway, I have a question. The boy gets surprised and asks, what do you want to ask me? Then Isu gives the same mirror and says, can you check this out? How much do you think this mirror would be worth? The boy replied, as long as it's sold officially, about 3 golds. Then Isu asks, sold officially? Then the boy says, with this quality, I'm sure it's made with magic, but there isn't a seal. That means this is made by an illegal wizard who wasn't approved by the royals. Then Ishu asks, so you mean it can't be sold? I guess I should just quietly sell it. Then the boy says, yes, you can sell it on the black market. Noble families go crazy collecting unique things, so this would be an easy way out. We see that the boy likes that mirror very much. Izu says, can you keep this? The boy gets very shocked and says, really? I can keep this? But for 1 second, will you have any condition in place of this? Because there is no such thing as free in this world. After that, Isu asked the boy then, let me ask a question. You came from Pussing, right? Aren't there any other villages around? The boy replied, there is a big village named Rushen. That's 2 hours away from here, but I like Lauterin more. Isu asks why. The boy says because the people here aren't greedy, and they also sell good quality hay at the cheap price, so the horses like it. And of course I can't forget the delicious food made by our Aunt Humphrey. Isu thinks in his mind it seems everybody loves Aunt Humphrey's food. Then Isu asks, what about Armenia City? The boy says it's really a good place to live. It's just that the houses are really expensive. Isu asks, is it too expensive? Then Isu thinks, his words remind me of So's price. Then the boy told a hut in this village is 20 golds, and that's about the price of a horse. By the way, Mr. Isu, wait for a while. I want to give something. Then the boy gives something to Isu and says, this is our house. The first floor is a store. If you have any thoughts of working, you are always welcome. Isu asks, so suddenly, the boy says, looking at you, I can tell that you belong to a rich family. That is why I'm suggesting you here, and it looks like you will be popular with women there. But of course you aren't my type. Then Isu replied that it was too bad. But you are not my type too. Then the boy says, I will go back to my father now. While leaving, the boy tells, if you get us another mirror, I will sell it for you. Isu asks, you will? The boy says yes. With this quality, if we put it in an auction, it will be worth a lot. If you promise to supply us the most, we will give you the best rate. Then in the next scene is Ishu back to his home and thinks, I want to go back again. He is feeling very hot, so he is on the ache and thinks, when will this hot season end? I just want to live in Lauterin, selling black pepper. Then he opens the fridge and takes out ice cream. He enjoys eating ice cream. Then he says that soft ice cream inside this fluffy bread and the sweetness of the cookies and cream inside, and the pieces of little cookies embedded are giving a nice chewing texture. Then he becomes happy and finally decides that he will leave his job. Then he starts searching for the amount of black pepper on the computer, and he sees 1 kg black pepper 10,000 won, which is very cheap. Then he thinks, if I were to stay, that I will get 2 gold per pound, means 4 gold per pound, means 4 gold per cow. I want to get 4 million won for 10 kg. Thinking about all this, he becomes very happy and then says, "Tomorrow I will go to the office and submit my resignation." In the next scene, we see Isu going to his manager Park. Manager Park tells him, "I have told you a couple times already. Why are you changing the source code? You don't like it," Isu says in distress. "What?" The manager Park shouts and says, "Shouldn't you be trying to find a more efficient way instead of just using an open source? Isu thoda pareshan hokarakata he. But that efficient source is where the error came from before." Then Sisu starts thinking in his mind about all those things which require a lot of hard work as a programmer. Then his manager shouts and says, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" His manager drops some of the papers that Isu had done for work and then scolds him saying, "Are you thinking of using your dead parents as an excuse to zone out like that?" Isu gets surprised and thinks to himself, "Is he really crazy?" Then his manager continuously says, "This is the problem with the brats with weak mental health. They affect other innocent people too." Then Isu makes a decision. Now he will have to resign, and he resigned. In the next scene, he goes to someone's room. That guy asks me to sit politely. Then Isu says to the guy, "I think I have to resign for some personal reasons." The guy asks, "Is this because of the manager Park, right?" Isu tells that boy that till now I have done each and everything that they said to me, and I have also heard each and every taunt and abuse that they said to me. But now they are saying wrong things about my parents, which I'm finding very difficult to tolerate anymore. That boy says that all of us together are thinking of complaining against the park manager. He thinks so in his mind, but the CEO is only listening to our complaints. He is not able to do anything against him because the people who are supporting him are very few. This is what he says. And when we talk about his ability, he does not do that bad work. It is only because of this that we were not able to fire him. I could not even concentrate on my work while remembering what Manager Park had said. The man says, "I can understand. I kept you on the job because I knew your situation. But now the situation is such that things have worsened. Well, I can understand your situation. That is why I will not keep you. Even I myself do not know for how long this company will survive, but I am hopeful that we will get poets again." He says, "You are really a very good person. You should take care of yourself." He thinks in his mind, if this dimension gate was not there, then I would have to give some more years to the park manager. Then he says to that guy, "Thank you for making me understand. Now I want permission to leave from here." That guy says, "Okay." Coming outside the office, he thinks, "I hope this company will run well without me. Even if I go away, even then the people who are left, I believe, will take care of this company. But I'm thinking, what will happen to the park manager? Well, now I have nothing to do with him." In the next scene, we see he will go to another world with both black pepper and sugar to do business. Then he says to himself, "I had 41 in my bank and I had 1,001. Both together made 141, in which I bought black pepper and sugar. Now I feel scared to do new things. But now I feel scared to do new things. But now I feel scared to do new things. But I can do anything and now nobody can stop me." Then he goes to another world and after looking at his room, he says, "This place is really very comfortable, and I have also made a secret place to keep black pepper and sugar, which is under my bed." Then we see that he goes to Aunt Humphrey's house. Aunt Humphrey thinks that he has come to eat food, but he says that he has to show something to her and also give something to Aunt. Aunt says, "What is this?" This is what he says. "These are barley flour and apricot seed flour and honey. I am going to make something called a mask pack. We will mix the ingredients and put them on our faces." Aunt asks, "All this on our face?" Isu says yes. "This will lighten the blemishes and give our skin elasticity." The aunt feeling so weird and say, "But I don't feel like putting food on my face." Then Isu becomes happy and says, "This is how women in our continent take care of their skin. Try it once." Aunt agreed and wore the face mask, which looked very strange. Aunt Maggie did not keep a gap at all while wearing a face mask. Seeing this, Isu starts laughing and says, "Aunt, you should have kept a gap in both your eyes and nose." Then Aunt thanked him for this. Isu says it's nothing much. In the next scene, he goes to his room and says happily that he likes this freedom very much. This is how he gets healed, and this is how he was spending his life in Seal City. Then there is a knock on the door of his house. Hans is happy. Isu opens the door and Hans says, I have not seen you for a long time. That is why I thought you must have left. Isu says, no. Then Hans says, can you spare me some time? Would you like to join me in picking up some hops? Isu asks Hans. What is hops? Hans says it is used in making beer, and I make it myself. Anyway, how long are you going to stay here? Isu says, I am not sure. I am going to talk with the village chief first. Then Hans says he will like it if you say that you will stay for a long time. We always need manpower. He says there are a lot of things to do. Harvesting hay, feeding animals, getting water, making beer, grinding grains, and also, I have to protect the library. Then, Isu asks Hans recently, I saw a blonde-haired girl. Who is she? Hans is surprised and says blonde hair. There is no such girl in our village. There is only one girl in this village, but she is a little weird. Then Isu asks weird, how? Then Hans told him it's been 10 years since she came here. She lives with her mother, but they don't interact much with their neighbors. Then Isu says, really? Then Hans continues saying, but they do everything they are told to do and people have to work if they want to stay in the village after all. Then Isu says, is that why you want me to go with you to pick up the hops? Hans says that this is not the only reason. If we think about it carefully, then we come to know that when we earn money, excluding taxes, the rest of the money is spent like this. That is why when merchants come, then everything including rent collection etc. is managed by them. This is what Isu is saying. Do you consider them your wallet? Hans starts laughing. Then Isu thinks, remembering the words of that kid, the villagers here only make a living that can barely get them through the day, so they will take whatever you give without bargaining. It's hard to imagine this in our current society. I guess this is what it's like to live like flowing water. It's good. Both of them reach the place where they were going. Then Hans shows Isu a fruit and says that you have to bring all the fruits that look like this. Isu takes the fruit in his hand and starts smelling it. He thinks it smells good. It smells like a mixture of grass and fruit. Then Isu says, I heard that the world without a hope would have its beer taste like shit. It's fortunate that there is hope here. Is lost in these thoughts. And Hans tells him, Mr. Isu, what are you doing? Then Isu says, nothing. I was just thinking about something else. I just have to put this in the basket, right? Hans says yes. Then we see that they collect a lot of fruit, filling the baskets. Hans says this is enough. Isu says it finished earlier than I imagined. Then Hans says, let's go now. On the way home, Hans tells Isu the firewood is running out. Well, can you come tomorrow as well? We have to shave the sheep before it gets hotter. Do you know how? Isu doesn't say anything. Then Hans says, I will take this to the inn. By the way, you must be tired. Take some rest for a while. Isu says, okay, thanks. Then Isu starts running towards his home. He goes home and takes a bath, which makes him feel really good. Then he thinks to his mind a beer would be perfect after a nice shower. If I am going to drink beer in another world, I should take some food there. Then he starts thinking about a lot of food and says to himself, I feel like eating all this. Then he starts seeing the food on his phone. He plans to take this food to the other world and eat it. After a lot of thinking, he likes a food which he orders online. After some time, its delivery also arrives. He will take the food to the other world with the help of Subspace Pocket. He thinks that it will be great to eat this food in the other world. Come on now, let's go to enjoy the taste of Korea in the other world. After reaching the other world, he thinks, but how can I eat this food by chance? There is not even a plastic bowl in this world. If you look closely, I have not brought any of my essential things here till now. I'll go back and get some things first. Then he brings some bowls from Korea. At this time, Hans comes. Hans says after coming inside, I was going to the door knock for a long time, but I could not hear anyone's voice from inside. Isu was without clothes, and suddenly he was stunned to see Hans. Hans says, sorry I came inside without permission. Next time I will come inside after taking permission. Isu says, okay. Then both of them go to the garden and start talking. Then Hans says, I've been working hard to cover up your quota while you weren't here. Isu asks work. Then Hans says, the hops we picked a while ago. We have to remove the dust from the fruits so that we can make it into a beer. Since you weren't here, I did all that by myself. Isu was very surprised. Then he said thanks. Isu was very surprised. Then he said thanks to himself. This place is nothing like Seoul, but it is much better. Then he thanks Hans and says, I will also help the next time. By the way, where are you here again? Hans says, do you want to have dinner with me? Isu remembers the food he had decided to eat after ordering it online and bringing it into this world. He is not sure what will happen to the food, but still he says yes to Hans. Seeing Isu's reaction, Hans starts saying to him, if you are saying yes, then why are you reacting like this? Isu says no. It's not that I don't like it, but it's just sudden. There is something I cooked. Hans gets very surprised and says, "Do you also know how to cook?" Isu says, "Yes, but why do you act like this?" Hans says nothing. "You just look like someone who only eats food that was cooked by others." Then Isu says, "I was planning to share with my Aunt Humphrey." Then Hans says, "Then let's eat at Aunt Humphrey." Isu says, "Can we do that?" Hans says, "Of course. I will get permission from my parents first. Don't start eating until I get there." Isu says, "Then I guess I will use a wooden bowl." The next scene we see that Isu has prepared a delicious meal. Everyone is asking, "What is this?" Isu said that it's called roasted chicken. It's a food made by boiling chicken with different veggies. Aunt Humphrey asks, "Lime stew?" "Yeah," replied, "yes, it's similar. Eat it before it gets cold." After everyone has eaten their share, they start giving such strange reactions that Isu begins to get extremely nervous. Isu says to Hans, "You don't like it. Isn't it to your liking?" Hans says, "Flip. This food just flipped my whole world." Isu says, "What?" Aunt Humphrey says to his husband, "Are you all right?" Her husband says, "I lost consciousness because it was so delicious." Then Aunt Humphrey asked to Isu this food, "Did you use spices in it?" Isu thinks, in his mind, Aunt Humphrey is indeed someone who has a lot of experience with cooking. That's why they caught on so quickly that I had spiced up the food. Then he says, "Yes, it's a common spice used in my hometown." Aunt Humphrey said, "Is it not your type?" Hans shouts, and says, "It's completely my type." Aunt Humphrey's husband says, "It's my type too." Then Aunt Humphrey said to everyone, "Start eating now." Everyone enjoys eating it very much. The next day, morning time is shown. Isu says, "All right, let's go sell some black pepper." While he goes in search of a merchant, he sees a girl riding a horse. Isu thinks in his mind she is very beautiful. Seeing that the people are getting her, is she a noble? Seeing the man standing next to the girl, Jesus thinks to himself, how cool does this boy show? That girl looked at Isu very excitedly and said, "My love." Isu thinks nervously to himself, "Love and me." This is the first time I am hearing something like this. That girl got down from the horse. She is coming towards me. We see the girl pass Isu and go over to Aunt Maggie, who is standing behind him. We get to know that this girl's name is Rose. Rose said to Aunt Maggie, "How long have you been working here? You are the reason I keep sneaking out of the house." Aunt Maggie says, "Then I will have to leave this place now." Rose says, "What? I might die if I don't eat the food that Maggie cooks for me every day." Aunt Maggie says rudely to Rose, "I will tell you this again. I like to live my life freely, and if I made up my mind, I would have been the best chef in the royal family in no time." Then Rose says in horror, "If you refuse to make my food, I will cut off that hand and take it with me." Isu thinks in his mind how scary she is. Aunt Humphrey says, "Then you can't eat the food I make anymore." Rose said to her, "It means hurry up and give me the most delicious food. I bought the ingredients, so use them as much as you want." Aunt Humphrey said, "Okay, now go and wash up first." Then the girl runs away to freshen up. Before leaving, the girl says, "If you add black pepper, I am not going to let you go." Aunt Humphrey says, "That's not possible." Isu think in his mind that she hates black pepper. Hans said to Isu that Miss JJ is so beautiful, right? Isu says yeah. Then Hans says of course she is a bit bad-tempered. Hans is just about to comment on Rose when she arrives and says bad-tempered. But who, seeing Rose so closely, makes Hans' heart skip a beat. Rose says, "Don't be scared. It's all good. I was furious when that rumor about my shitty temper was spread. Now it's too late to take that back. I bet that my driver played a huge role in spreading that rumor, because it's a really cunning rumor." Then she says, pointing to Isu, "By the way, who's this person?" Isu says, "Let me introduce myself. I'm an adventurer, Isu from Korea." Hans says he will stay in the village for a while. Rose begins asking a lot of questions at once. Just like he first asks Isu, "What is this Korea? It's my first time hearing it. Must be far away from here. Which family are you from? How much wealth do you have?" Hearing so many questions, Jesus' head starts spinning. Then the same man comes there and takes away Miss Rose. Rose shouts and says, "Hey, let go of me. Let me go." Isu looks at that girl and thinks in his mind, what a crazy young girl. Then Isu asks, "Hans, her name is Jace Rose?" Hans replied, "Yes. You can call her Miss JJ in short." "I see. Miss JJ must be very interested in you." Isu pokes Hans and asks, "Do you like Miss JJ?" Hans replied, "What are you saying? It's not like that. Mrs. Humphrey's food is really good. Even if I use the same recipe and ingredients, it doesn't taste as good as hers." Then the swan becomes very happy after seeing a man and says that, "Mr. Joseph, I am here." The man, his name Joseph, he says, "All right, Hans, get me a beer." Then Hans brings beer. Isu asks the beer price. Hans says we don't charge money today because it's Miss GJ's day after all. Uncle Joseph says to Isu, since we are here, let's have a drink together. Isu says, yeah, of course, by the way, I heard him call you Mr. Joseph. And I am Isu, sir. If you don't mind, may I ask what kind of business you do? Uncle Joseph says I sell spices in Armania City. Isu asks by any chance do you know Mr. Mugwall? Uncle Joseph says, you mean Colin Mugwall? Uncle Joseph says, you mean Colin Mugwall? Of course I know him. We are very close. Isu says, how did you know him? He came here last week. Uncle Joseph asks, did he perhaps sell some black pepper here? Isu replied, yes, but he said he only got a little of it. Uncle Joseph says, come on. Isu confused and says, any problem? Then Uncle Joseph says, I am the owner of the biggest spice shop in Armenia. I couldn't even get a grain of black pepper because the Medits family swept it all. Now wonder the Medits bathe in pepper water. There's a rumor that they even use pepper perfume. Isu thinks it sounds like the other way around. Then Uncle Joseph asks, that man Mugwall, how did he even get a little of black pepper? Isu thinks in his mind, come to think of it, isn't it what Hans ate before? It wasn't that good back then. Would it be any better with the beer? Thinking about all this, he starts eating something, which is very hard, and he does not like it at all. Then Isu says to Uncle Joseph, I don't think Miss JJ actually likes the black pepper though. Uncle Joseph says, don't even say it. There's a big trouble in Pusing because of that. Isu asks Joseph, Uncle, what? You were planning to set a fire on the carriage that's carrying black pepper. Uncle says it was pretty hard to distract the knights. Isu says, wow. Just then Rose comes there. Rose tells both of them, don't you both think that you should not talk about me behind my back? He suddenly gets scared, and Uncle Joseph says to Rose, of course not. Come and have a seat. Have a drink too. Rose tells Uncle Joseph, how about we stole that carriage? We will earn a lot if we succeed. Then she picks up Isu's beer and drinks it. Rose asks Isu, do you want this beer back? Isu says, I don't want it. Rose asks Isu to answer the question she had asked earlier. Then Isu says, my father was a scholar, and my mother was just a regular housewife. I was traveling after graduation from an academy. The Rose says, that must be why you looked rich. So since you have enrolled in an academy, you aren't just a commoner, right, sir? Rose suddenly changes her expression towards Isu. Then Isu says, in our continent, even the commoners can enroll in an academy. Rise asks, really? Isu says, yes. Then Rose asks, what about women? Isu replied that women can enroll too. After that, Rose says, then, we will run away to that continent right now. Then his bodyguard says, don't even dream about it, miss. Then Maggie prepares food for them and brings it to them, which makes Rose very happy. Rose is about to go to eat food when her bodyguard interrupts her and says, I can't let you eat something that looks suspicious. I have never seen this type of food before, Rose says. Then should I starve? You really want that, don't you? Then she used to eat it silently. She enjoys eating this food so much that she feels like she is in heaven. Maggie says, I will explain about the food. Rose suddenly says, wait. I will explain. The soup has a taste of soft cream that's a mix of veggies, butter, and milk all together. The texture of the barley popping inside my mouth feels so refreshing, and the scent of truffle mushroom is added, making it luxurious. And it's a food called potato, and it's also my first time trying it. It's somehow crumbly yet soft and tasty. Isu gets very surprised seeing Rose's taste sense. Here, Rose says, of course, it was magic. I spent some money on some wizard bastards. I did well, right? Uncle Joseph says, yes, you did really well. Isu thinks in his mind it looks like she isn't really fond of wizards. I wonder how the soup tastes. It tastes like clam chowder soup. It's delicious. But it wouldn't have been easy to harmonize the taste of the potatoes and the clams. She made this with ingredients she had never seen before. She's great. Don't overreact and sit down. I said that because it was so delicious. Then she looks at something and asks, what is that? Aunt Humphrey says, cabbage is pickled in boiling water with lemon juice, raspberry juice, and bay leaves. I also put sugar to give you when you arrive. Rose gets very excited and says, I love you, Maggie. Everyone will suspect me if I kidnap Maggie, right? Her bodyguard says, if you want, I can kidnap her for you. Rose says, hey, don't say that out loud. In the next scene, Isu says, then since we are full now, let's go sell some black pepper. Then he comes out and sees the night view, which he likes very much. He thinks it's definitely different from Seoul Sky. He goes to Uncle Joseph's house to sell black peppers. Uncle Joseph is very surprised to see so many black peppers. Uncle Joseph says, how did you get that? Isu says, I bought it from my hometown. Then Uncle Joseph says, I will buy them all. Isu sauce. I have about 20 pounds. Uncle Joseph says, I will give you 3 golds per pound. Isu thinks in his mind, then a total of 60 golds. It means 6 million won in cash. He is very shocked. Then Uncle Joseph gives him cash. Isu says, but isn't it uncomfortable to bring such a huge amount of money? Uncle Joseph says, that is why we hire merchants. We were just lucky this time that we met Miss GJ and her people along the way. There would be no bandits who are stupid enough to attack people accompanying the Meditz family. Next morning, when Isu wakes up, he feels much better. He says so, this is what rich people wake up to. But it kind of feels awkward to have a lot of money, because people normally use 3 gold a month for living here. So, how much should I spend? Thinking about this, he starts looking at his wallet. Then Isu does decide, shall I go have a look at the market first? Then he comes to the market and goes to the candle shop and asks the price of the candle. The men say oil candles are 5 copper per pound and wax candles are 2 silvers. Isu says, give me 4 pounds of oil candle. Then a girl comes there, seeing whom Isu remembers that this is the same girl who used to live next to Isu's house. That girl had come to buy fish. The shopkeeper says that's an expensive fish that requires magic to catch it, so we only get the stock if someone orders it. The girl says then, I would like to order some. Shopkeeper says you need to pay 5 silver in advance. It will take about 2 months for me to come back, is that okay? Isu was shocked and he thinks in mind 500,000 won for some fish. The girl says then, just give me 1 cooked red herring. The shopkeeper says the total amount of 2 copper. The girl says, wait, I will go get a container. Isu thinks in his mind, I guess I was wrong about her being a blonde. In the next scene, Rose comes to the market and starts calling Isu. Isu says, Miss JJ, did you come here to buy something? Rose says, I was looking for you. Isu. Then Rose gets scared and says, would you go on a walk with me? Isu says, okay. In the next scene, Rose asks, I heard that you sold black pepper to Joseph. Isu says nervously, did Mr. Joseph say that? Isu think in his mind it would have been better to keep that a secret tough. Rose says no. I just met him in the morning and I could smell it. Isu thinks his mind smells it. Isu thinks his mind smells it. I think we could say she is sensitive to black pepper at least. Isu says, actually, I really like black pepper, so I bought some of it from my hometown, and I sold them here to get some money for transportation. Rose says, I don't understand why people are crazy for such a thing. Isu thinks because she is just sick of black pepper, or does she really hate it? Then Isu says, but I like them. It's really delicious when used on ramen. When black pepper is used as a topping on spicy and sweet ramen soup. Rose asks, are you eating something? Isu replied, no, it's nothing. Maybe the reason you hate it is because Guy just uses it excessively. Rose says it's not that kind of problem. I don't care about that. It just makes me sick when I just smell it. Rose gets very angry and everyone asks her to be calm. Then Rose says, sorry, I have been a bit on the edge nowadays. Isu says it's all right. Then Rose says to Isu, you are also some kind of a noble traveling around while hiding your true identity, right? My eldest brother is also traveling to gain some experience. Isu says so. Did you say that you wanted to study? Rose says no. I want to inherit my family's business. After that, Isu says, even if you can't inherit their business, can't you at least get a store in the capital? If you talk to your father. Rose says no, it won't work. My father is planning to get me married into a wizard family. You know, wizards are the descendants of elves, and people serve elves like a god. And even the families who are married into the wizard families are praised, saying that they were chosen by gods. So for that honor, he is going to marry me into a wizard family. Isu says, it must be hard for you for an arranged marriage. Then Rose says so. Take me to your continent. I can offer you 5,000 golds, Isu says. I understand how you feel, but would you be all right in a foreign land with no family members? Then Isu gets emotional and says, one day, I suddenly lost my parents and got lost. The saying that time is the medicine was all a lie. The more time passed by, the more I missed the days I spent with my parents. Rose says, it looks like your parents are good people. Isu says yes. Then Rose says, actually, my parents are good people too. It's just that it made me think that they are eventually the same as the others. She continues his line. It's not important to them whether there is something I like or hate. They just want me to live up to the standards the adults made. Then Rose again says, well, my house is about 4 days away from here, so you can visit sometime. Isu says, okay, after I get used to this place. Then Rose says, it would be better if you kidnap Maggie too on your way there. Isu says, I guess I should rather not go. Rose says, I will give you 5,000 golds. Isu says, wouldn't it be better to give Aunt Humphrey that. After the conversation is over, Rose leaves from there. Then Isu sees an old man there and he goes to talk to him. The man knows Isu's name. He asks Isu, "Are you going to stay in this village?" Isu says, "So, you knew me. I should have visited you first. Sorry. I am late." Actually, this man is the head of the village. Then the old man says it's okay. "So go ahead with your thing. We are already like neighbors now." Isu says okay. "That's it. So can I just live here?" Isu gets very shocked. In the next scene, we see a car coming into the village. Then Maggie shouts and says, "Old men." Maggie gets angry and says, "Where the hell have you been? Oh my God, you got a kid now." We see some people arriving there bringing a baby with them. Then Maggie says the lady is the baby healthy. Then the lady says yes, he's a perfectly healthy boy. Maggie gets emotional after seeing the baby. Then we come to know that she is Maggie's son and daughter-in-law. Isu feels very good seeing this. In the next scene, we see Hans coming to Isu's house. Isu says, "What is it? You need some more firewood." Hans says, "No, let's go see the baby." Then both of them go to see the baby. Both of them think that the baby is very cute. Then Hans says, "Mr. Isu, I need to tell you something." Isu asks, "What is it?" Hans says a noble is trying to buy our village. Isu asks seriously, "What do you mean by that?" Hans says, "I mean our village can be sold at any moment now." Isu says, "What? Isn't that a serious problem?" Then the baby starts laughing, seeing which Isu says it's not as important as this situation, right? Hans says, "I guess so." Then in the next scene, Isu brings Hans to a different place and asks him, "By the way, the thing you mentioned earlier, isn't that a serious problem?" Hans says, "What? Which one?" Isu says, "The thing you told me about a noble." Hans says, "Ah, that. Actually, it doesn't have much to do with you, because you are a traveler and you can leave at any time." Isu thinking in his mind that the lines kind of hurt me. Then Hans says, "Anyway, there is something I wanted to give you." He gives me some books and says, "It's one of the nobles I like. It can help you better understand this place." Isu says, "Thank you." Then, in the next scene, he comes to Korea with the help of the gate. Looking at his budget, he starts thinking about what he can sell this time. Then he remembers the girl in the market who is buying fish. Then he goes to the market at night to buy something. He sees a lot of food items and feels like eating them, so he eats them to his heart's content. Then he thinks, let's have a walk to digest the food. Then while walking, he reaches the fish market, and seeing so many fish, he becomes very happy. When he sees a fish, it looks just like a hand's. Then he sees the same fish that the girl was buying that day. Shopkeeper says, "Do you need some mackerel fish?" Isu says yes, but please remove the organs. The shopkeeper says okay. Isu buys a lot of that fish. Then he goes home with so many fish and thinks it's been a while since I ate some proper mackerel fish. Then we see a type of sauce called ssamjang. Isu says they don't have ssamjang sauce there, so let's make some tasty sauce with ssamjang sauce. He continues things in his mind. I learned this when I was studying abroad. And lastly, if I put the nuts and mix, then it's done. Then he collects all the things to eat the fish and says I took some barley just in case, because porridge is more common than rice in this place. Then Isu remembers what her mother had said. She says controlling fire is essential when cooking rice in a pot. You should fry the outer layer when frying a fish so that the oil will come out and prevents the fish from sticking to the pan. Isu gets a little emotional, remembering his mother's words. In the next scene, he goes to the house of his neighbor. The girl's mother opens the door and asks who is it. Isu says I am Isu living next door. That girl's mom says hi. I am Mesa. But what brought you here? Then Isu says I just realized that I didn't introduce myself properly, so I decided to treat you to a meal. Then the girl comes and asks her mother what happened, mother. Her mother says Mr. Isu just moved into the house next door. Then she tells Isu this is my daughter. Her name is Hyen. Both mother and daughter are quite surprised that Isu is suddenly asking her to join the meal with him. Then Isu says, I saw your daughter in the market looking for some mackerel fish. So I went to the neighboring village and bought some, as I remembered that. If it's all right with you, may I cook it? That girl's mother says, sure. I wonder how it tastes. Isu says, I hope it will suit your taste. Okay then, let's eat in my backyard later. In the next scene, we see him cooking fish with great fun. He thinks I should fry the fish like this, to make it crispy on the outside but soft on the inside. He is done cooking the fish, which looks very tasty. The three of them sit together to eat. Isu says, this is steamed cabbage, but a piece of mackerel fish along with some sauce on it. Then wrap it and eat it. That girl's mother says to Isu, did you live in a coastal village before coming here? Isu replied, well, somehow. Yes. Her mother eats that fish, and then after eating, she says you have a talent for cooking, especially this sauce. It's my first time tasting something like this. It's really delicious. Isu feels very happy to hear his compliments and says, I'm glad that you liked it, and now I want to try too. He finds it so tasty after eating it. He thinks he is in the ocean. He thinks his mind about the cabbage's sweetness and the barley's texture suit well. But still, this part of the fish is the most delicious one. That girl's mother says people who know how to eat should start eating from here. By the way, you should throw away the bones. Why would you eat those? Isu thinks somehow. They don't seem like any ordinary mother and daughter. After eating, the girl says to Isu, thanks for the meal. I will clean the dishes and return them later. Isu says it's okay. I will do that. That girl's mother says let her be. She just wants to repay you somehow. Then she holds Isu's hand and says thank you so much. I will treat you to a meal someday too. Isu says okay, call me anytime. A scene of a few days later is shown. Isu thinks it's been a month. He further thinks, I get very tired doing all that work with Hans. Just then Hans arrives there, then Hans arrives there, then Hans arrives. Jesus thinks that Hans has come to call him to do that work again. Isu asks, in a very weary tone, what are we going to do today? Hans says it isn't for work. Would you like to go to Lucian village with me? He is surprised to hear the name of the new village, but then he says yes. Hans becomes very happy. In the next scene, Isu starts vomiting profusely due to traveling on such a dangerous road. He thinks I should have taken meds for motion sickness. That was one murderous road. Then Hans says there is someone I have to meet, so I will go that way. Isu says, okay, let's meet at this spot after about an hour. I will be at the pub if it gets too late. Hans says, okay. Then he goes to meet someone. Isu thinks that he can take advantage of this opportunity to do some shopping from this village. Then Isu goes to a fabric shop and asks the shopkeeper, what kind of fabric is this? The shopkeeper says, you are really observant. This is a new kind of fabric called cambric. It's commonly used for handkerchiefs, curtains, and clothes. These are pretty popular among the nobles. Isu says it's really soft, by the way. How much for it? The shopkeeper says 1 gold each. Isu says, okay, then give me 2 of those. The shopkeeper says, anyway, where are you going to use these? Isu says, baby diapers. The shopkeeper was very surprised. In the next scene, Isu is about to go to another place when he sees a swordsman holding a heavy sword. Isu thinks in his mind, I want to try raising that sword. The way that swordman looks at Isu, Isu gets scared. Then he sees Miss JJ going from there. Miss JJ also sees him. Miss JJ also sees him. Miss JJ asks Isu, what are you doing here? Isu says, I followed Hans here. By the way, were you just passing by this place, right? Rose says, it's not that. I came out to observe. Haven't you heard the news? Isu asks, what news? Rose says the new noble buys this land. They will be neighbors of my family. That's why I came here to observe. Anyway, what are you bringing around the town like that? Isn't that the cambric cloth? Isu says, yes, Aunt Humphrey got a grandson, so I wanted to give her a gift. Rose gets shocked after hearing this news and she says, what? Then I won't sit still either. She asks Isu to follow her. Then both of them go to a shop where Ria shows him soap and many other things. Then she says, I would like to give her more, but then Maggie will refuse to accept it or tell her that I will visit soon and that I would like to congratulate her. Isu says I will, and if you hear any important news about the village, please tell me. Then Rose says the people in Lotteren must be worried too, aren't they? If the new nobles buy the land in that village too, I have to get Maggie out before that happens. Isu thinks her eyes don't seem normal. Then she says, you think I am obsessed, right? Whatever, this can't be helped. Then she calls the waiter to give her a special meal. Isu thinks his mind is a special meal, Rose says normally. Every inn has a special meal for the nobles. Their special meal arrives. Isu doesn't like the food at all, Rose says. Try it. Isu says thanks for the meal. Then he eats the food, and after eating it, he feels like vomiting because the food taste was too bad. Raya says smilingly, what do you think? Isn't it tasty? Try the bread too. Then he comes home with the Hans in the next scene, and he is just thinking about eating it and says it's really killing me. Now I understand why Miss GJ is obsessed with Aunt Humphrey. I know that Aunt Humphrey shouldn't leave Lotter no matter what. Then the next scene we see Isu returning to Seal City with the help of the gate. He hurriedly opens the freezer and thinks I am sure there is some plum syrup in there. He gets a lot of relief after having a few drinks. After that, he says something chilly and fresh is the best when feeling full. Now I feel better. Then he thinks while looking at the laptop anyway, is there anything else I can sell other than black pepper? I'm kind of getting sick of selling black pepper. Even the subspace pocket is a waste to only use for black pepper. Then something comes to his mind and he starts searching for something. Then we see the scene a few days later. Isu is trying to grow some crops by digging the soil. He thinks there are other things I can do instead of selling things. If I grow these myself, my stock would be much more than the quantity I can bring from Korea. Then Hans comes there and asks Mr. Isu, what are you doing? Isu says, just wanted to plant something. Hans asks, what are you planting? Isu says, do you remember the soup Aunt Humphrey cooked when Miss Jeju come? The veggies in there. That's called potato, and I am planting those. Isu continues saying, it's easy to cook, quite delicious, and has a lot of uses. Hans says, okay, so invite me too someday. Isu says, sure, I will cook you some food called potato jaune. Hans asks, potato jaune? Then Isu says, yes. It's made by grinding some potatoes and deep frying it like a pancake on a frying pan. Hans says, that's a promise, okay. Isu says, I will keep my promise as long as these grow well. After that, Hans says, by the way, the merchants have arrived. Let's go together. Isu says, okay. In the next scene, we see the same kid to whom Isu gave the mirror. His name is Mino. Isu recognizes him, and Mino is very happy to see him because Isu remembered him even after so long. Then Mino says the mirror was sold for 5 golds. Do you perhaps have more of those? Isu says, I have about 5 more. Then Mino says, I will take it later. Then Mino goes away from there. Then Isu thinks if Aunt Humphrey has made sausages today, I am wondering how tasty it will be to eat. I want to eat too. Just then, Hans comes there and gives some food to Isu and asks him to eat it. Isu looks at the food and thinks it looks similar to salami. Then he eats that food, which makes him feel very salty. Hans asks, don't you like it, Isu? Isu says nervously, it's a bit salty, but I think it would be better if I ate this alongside some other food. Hans says we have no choice since it has to be preserved for a long time. It will go bad quickly if we don't use at least that much salt. Then Aunt Humphrey comes in with some food. She says to Hans over there, stop talking and help me serve the food. Hans says, okay. Isu says, looking at the food, there are only sausages and bread for today. Then he thinks I am sure it will taste good since Aunt Humphrey made this. Then he sees some people sitting in front of him eating food. At the same time, Hans calls him, who is at the dining table with his family. Hans invites him to have dinner with his family. Hans' family also happily invites Isu. Hans' father says to Isu, I have heard a lot about you. Then everyone says, thanks for the meal. Isu eats the food and thinks it still tastes all right when I eat this with bread. Scent of the fermented meat and this chewy texture. Is this similar to salami too? Then while eating, he starts thinking about food in his mind. Then he asks anyway, I don't see Miss Mesa and Hyan. Hans' mother says I heard that Mesa isn't feeling well nowadays. Isu was getting shocked. Then the Hans' mother gives some food to Jesus and says, can you take the leftover food to your place? Isu says of course. Then when he starts leaving from there, he hears a lot of shouting and fighting. When Isu hears the voice, he understands that it is the voice of Hyan and his mother's fight. Then Hyan comes out of the room in anger. She and Isu come face to face, but Hyan doesn't say anything and goes away in anger. It is then that the mother comes out to call him, and then they start coughing up a lot of blood. In the next scene, we see Isu and the girl's mother at the dining table. Isu says, please eat before the food gets cold. This girl's mom says I will eat together with Hyan when she comes back. We see that she is very worried about her daughter. Then she says that Hyan isn't her real daughter. She is her nanny, who has been looking after her ever since she was young. Isu thinks his mind, so that's why I felt weird that time. I think there is a problem with her attitude too. That girl's nanny says, well, young miss doesn't have a warm attitude, but she isn't a bad child either. There is a valid reason why she shouted at me like that. Isu asks, is it somehow related to why you told the whole village that she is your daughter? Nanny says, because we have kept this a secret. Our miss has a lot of talents. She wants to use those talents to earn money in a huge city and get me treated, but I am not allowing her. He's crazy. Isu thinks of his mind. I also understand Hyan. Even I would have felt frustrated if someone important to me wouldn't want to get treated for an illness. Then Nani says to Isu that she has a favor. Isu asks what? Nani says, when I die, please help our Miss Hyan to settle down in this place. The next day we see Jesus going to his parents' grave. After getting there, he repeats in his mind the thought that the girl's nanny told him. After that he says it won't be easy, but I will try. Then he remembers something that his nanny had said at that time. She said, That's a lot more convincing to hear than you confidently telling me that you would definitely do it just to keep me happy. In the next scene, Ishu thinks his mind, I am not someone who is good enough to be responsible for a girl that I barely even know. And it doesn't feel like Hyen is someone with whom I can get along well. But the reason why I said that was because I know the feeling of being left alone. In the next scene, we see Mino and Ishu. Ishu gives him the remaining 5 mirrors, which Mino becomes very happy after seeing. Mino says, okay, I will give you 3 golds per mirror, and I will give you more if these get sold at a higher price. Ishu says, you work with your conscience. Huh. Then Ishu says, what about soap instead of a mirror? Mino says soaps aren't in as much demand as mirrors. Mino says, anyway, Mr. Ishu, what are you? Ishu says, with some surprises, I said I am an adventurer. Mino says, what I mean is, are you a noble or a commoner? Mino continues to say, you have a scent that I can only smell from nobles. Commoners can't take a shower as frequently because water is rare. Ishu asks, then how do the people in Armenia take a bath? Mino says there are several public baths that the wizard's family runs. Even the commoners use them because the price is affordable. Ishu asks the wizard's family. Then Mino says yes, Armenia doesn't have much water, so they gather weather with magic. Ishu thinking of his mind then, this country is so bad that they can't even survive without the wizards. In the next scene, we see Hyen sitting next to her nanny. Her nanny says, Miss, sorry for not being able to be with you till the end. Hyen says, you have been protecting me for 30 years. You did your best and you have done enough. So you don't have to cry and leave peacefully. Nani's health deteriorates. Everyone understands that Nani will not live any longer. It is time for her to leave. Nani starts crying a lot. Then she dies. Ishu says in his mind, Hyen eventually didn't even cry during Mesa's funeral. I visited her house to share some food, but I only saw the empty dishes in front of the house, but not her. The next day, Ishu came to his home in Seoul City. He goes to a cake shop. Ishu remembers a scene of his parents when his mother was eating bread. Then Ishu asks her mom, are you eating bread again? His mother says, I can live without rice, but I can't live without bread. His father says, dead, do you love bread more than me? Her mother starts thinking about this, due to which her father gets worried. Then we see that Ishu's family was very happy. Back to present, Ishu buys the same bread. Then he comes to another world and starts eating his mother's favorite bread. Then he sees a packet on the table. He does not remember what that packet contains. Then, suddenly, he remembers that the packet contains the same fabric, soap, and lotion that he and Rose had bought for Maggie's grandchild. Then he sets out to give it to Maggie. Maggie asks, what is that? Ishu says, cambric cloth, and I also put soap and lotion from Miss Jeji in here. It's a gift for getting a grandchild. Ishu says, oh my, you are so thoughtful. Ishu says, it's nothing much. Then Maggie says, compared to you, males in my family are so lazy. Then Ishu get nervous and say, I will see you later. He thinks his mind, I better get out of here for the sake of peace in this family. Then he goes from there to see his crop which he had grown long ago. He sees Hyen there, and on seeing her he gets very surprised and says, it's been a while. Were you looking at the potato flower? Then he plucks a flower and gives it to her and says, how is it? It's simple but beautiful, right? Hyen looks at him with a very strange look and says, why did you pluck that flower? Ishu says nervously, you should pluck the flower for the potato to grow well. Hyen asks, what is potato? Ishu says, something you eat. It's buried under the ground right now. We can harvest it after a month, so I will let you taste it. Hyen says, forget it. Ishu thinks in his mind anyway, is she eating properly? Looks like she lost some weight. The Ishu asks Hyen, do you perhaps like bread? Hyen asks bread. Ishu says, yes, I got some of it recently. I like bread. Hyen gets excited. Ishu says, come on in then, let's eat together. Then she eats bread, and Ishu thinks, look like she loves bread too. But I was wondering why her hair's color altered so frequently, so she was indeed a witch. While saying this, Ishu starts looking at him carefully. At that time, Hyen asks, is it your first time seeing someone eating bread? Ishu gets nervous again and says, no, I was just amazed by your ears. Hyen says, you could have just asked if I am a witch. Ishu says, how could I when you were trying to hide it? Hyen says, yeah, Anyway, you better not tell this to anybody else. And don't talk to me when I am eating. Isu is surprised by her behavior and says okay. After finishing the food, Hyen says, I get it now. You can fool the others, but not me. Isu does not understand what she is saying. Then Hyen asks, you aren't an ordinary person, right? Isu says, sounding very nervous. What do you mean? Then he thinks, did she somehow notice that I came from another dimension? Then Hyen says, you are a wizard. A bread wizard. Isu is absolutely stunned by his words. Then Hyen says, the texture is soft, but also not greasy. The egg and butter give a good taste to the bread, and the scent spreads all over my mouth. Unless you are a bread wizard. It's not possible for someone to make such delicious bread. Then she says, you fed me such delicious bread. In return, I will help you in taking care of the potato flour. Isu says, sure. Then Hyen says, I also haven't forgotten about the cooked mackerel. I will definitely repay you for that too. Isu says, okay, just tell me if you want to eat that again. Hyen says, I hate fish. Isu says, that's good to know. Anyway, what kind of magic do you use? Hyen says, you want me to tell you that for free. I don't think I'm asking that for free. In the next scene, we see that Isu has to eat bread again. So he collects all the ingredients to make bread. Then he thinks pound cake has simple ingredients, and it's easy to make. In the traditional way, flour, egg, sugar, and butter are mixed. It's also delicious if we put veggies and bacon in here. Chocolate and green tea are good too, also lemon. Then, in the next scene, he starts making bread and thinks if it will be tasty for her. I don't know what she will say. Just then Hyen comes there. She asked, is that bread? When can we eat it? You do know that I am diligently harvesting the potato flowers, right? Isu says, how would I know if those fell off because of the wind, or if it was really you? It's the information I want in return for making this bread. Hyen says, I am a witch with the power to control water. Isu gets shocked and thinks, is she somehow related to the family that manages the water in Armenia? Then he says, can you show me some magic? Hyen says, give me bread, delicious ones. 10 of them and cook it faster. Isu says yes. Yes. The cake is ready. Hyen can't wait to eat the cake. She asks Isu to cut the cake quickly. Isu says, just wait for a while. The cake doesn't come out of the bowl. Then Isu remembers that he forgot to put butter in the bowl. Then Isu says it's a little burnt at the edges. But try it. I wonder what it tastes like. They both used to eat cake. Hyen loves that cake. Isu thinks that cake is very sweet. Then he asks, how does it taste? Hyen says it's delicious. Isu says, is that so? Then Hyen days anyway. Do you have any milk? Isu says, do I owe you milk? Go get it by yourself from the cow. Hyen says, I hate animals. By the way, why do you leave alone? Isu says in a sad tone, my parents passed away. Then Hyen says, in a sad tone, it's better for useless parents to die early. This reminds Isu that her grandmother had said that Hyen has a problem in his heart. That's why she behaves like this. He starts wondering whether this means that Hyen is a psychopath. Then Isu asks, what do you feel when you see an animal? Hyen replied, I feel like killing them. Isu says, what? Hyen says, do you also think that something is wrong with what I just said? Isu thinking, how did she end up like this? He says, I came to this place to get some comfort. You should go now. Then Hyen asks, why? Are you going to finish the rest of the bread all by yourself? Then Jesus gives her a piece of bread. After that, Hyen says, you are a good person. In the next scene, we see Isu lying on his bed, thinking to himself, I understand what it feels like to lose someone important to you. In such a situation, we don't have enough energy to consider other people's feelings. But still, Hyen is a bit worse. In the next scene, we see some people killing the people of this village very brutally. During this fight, one man escapes with great difficulty. Then, in the next scene, that boy is brought in front of the village head. That boy has fainted. Then he regains consciousness and he starts getting very frightened. The village head says, clam down, you passed out as soon as you got off the carriage. Then the boy says, Father, hurry up, Lucian village is attacked. They might come this way, so we better go. The village head says it's all right. If they were really planning to attack this place, they would have arrived here already. Isu was also present there, who listens to everything and thinks he is right. The two villages are only 2 hours apart, if they were going. After that, the village head says to everyone, it's late already. Let's gather again next time. Next day, Miss Jeji's bodyguard comes and announces something. He tells everyone, I'm going to stay here for a while and observe their movement. Seeing this soldier, all the villagers start asking what will happen next. At that very moment, Jesus comes there, who is asking, "Why is the Medith family stepping up into this?" That soldier replied that all I can say is that we were also affected. If you choose representatives among you, I will assign you a knight to go there with you. In the next scene, Isu thinks this is weird. A lot of injured but no casualties. I'm sure there is a reason why they only injured those people and didn't kill them. Then Isu goes to Haiyan. He first calls Haiyan, but she does not come out. Then he says bread, which makes Haiyan come out immediately. Isu thinks I am sure she will even follow a stranger if they offer her bread. Then Haiyan says, "I will make you some bread." Isu asks instead, "Can I ask you something?" "What's with the poker face?" Haiyan says, "What do you want?" Then Isu says, "What are the positions of the nobles in the Erman nation? You know, something like count and marquis." Then Haiyan says, "We have counts, but no marquises." Isu says, "Oh, elaborate it." Then Haiyan says angrily, "One question is enough." Then he continues saying, "From now on, asking questions isn't free. 1 bread loaf per question." Isu says, "You are a savage robber." Then Sisu is forced to go and make a cake. Then Haiyan asks, "Are you gonna make bread with these this time?" Then she gets very happy. Then Isu starts telling the recipe while making it. He says, "First, I'm going to put this meringue and mix it several times. And then put some oil on the pan and place the batter on it." Then Haiyan says, "Cook it already. I am hungry." Isu says, "We have to cook this slowly on a slim fire." Haiyan says, "You must not be good yet with your magic." Isu says, "This isn't magic." We see that he makes a pancake, which is ready. Haiyan just staring at the food, and Isu says, "Stop staring and eat it." Then she eats it, and she likes it very much, and she asks, "What is this? How can a piece of bread be this soft?" Isu says, "That's called a pancake." Then Haiyan eats the whole pancake. Isu says, "If you are eating, can you answer my question now?" Haiyan says, "Don't be so impatient." Isu says, "Oh, sorry." Then she says, "First, the highest position is the emperor. That bastard rules this entire kingdom." Isu says, "Are you really allowed to say it that way?" Haiyan says, "I am going to kill him with my own hands anyway." Isu thinks in his mind what a troublesome kid she is. Then he says, "Okay, continue." Haiyan says, "Next is Duke. It's the position given to the wizard family and the indirect royal descendants. Next are the counts, the rest of the nobles." Isu asks, "That's all?" Then Haiyan says, "Next is the people who buy the certificate of nobility." Isu asks, "How much is that certificate?" Haiyan replied, 5,000 gold coins. Then Isu asks, "By the way, why do you want to kill the king?" Haiyan replied, "He is the enemy of my kind." Isu asks, "But don't the other wizards get along well with the emperor?" Haiyan says, "Don't act like you know everything. You aren't even a wizard." Haiyan says this in anger. Then Isu says, "What a terrible mistake on my part." Then Haiyan says, "Anyway, I am gonna go to Ermania City. All right, from now on, give me 1 gold per question." Isu asks, "You don't have a transportation fee." Then Isu again asks, "Bread or gold? Choose one." Haiyan says, "That's a hard question. I will think about it." The next scene we see is Isu riding in a horse-drawn carriage somewhere, and he begins vomiting again due to riding in a horse-drawn carriage there. He thinks, without the pill for motion sickness, I am no better than a dog. Han says, "Mr. Isu, are you all right?" Isu replied, yes. Then he asks anyway. "The village looks so much better in just 2 weeks. Hans asks, "Don't I tell you?" "Okay, now I am telling you." Actually, Pang family spent a huge sum of money and hired a healing wizard. They helped to cure the villagers and restore the village. Isu asks Pang's family, "The one who was buying the lands here?" Hans replied, "That's right." Then Isu think his mind the land they were planning to buy just got ambushed by bandits, but they restored it for free. Then Isu asks, "What's their condition?" Hans asks, "Condition?" Actually, they don't say anything about a condition. Isu thinks this is suspicious. Then he says, "Anyway, I am glad the people are okay." Hans says, "Right. Then, shall we meet here after finishing our own business?" Isu says, "Sure." In the next scene, Isu says, "I finally sold all the black pepper I brought." He sees that some people are talking in front of him. One man says, "I meet the bandits on my way here to Count Medith's territory." Second men say, "Really?" Then the same man says, "They say that the bandits are wandering around with this area as their center, but I heard that Count Medith isn't even putting on a guard." Second man says, "What if the bandits have something to do with the Medith family?" Isu thinks lies. The knights of the Medith family have been guarding the streets for the last 2 weeks. Then 3 man says, "I will kick their asses if they try to come here again." He continues, says, "You know, when I met them a few days ago, I glared at them without getting scared, and that bastard had an awful looking scar on his jaw, but I still acted bravely." started to beg after I stabbed him. Isu listens to him and remembers that this man is talking about a man he had met before. In the next scene, we see Hyen coming to Isu and shouting, "Bread, where am my bread?" Isu replied, "Today, I will harvest potatoes." Hyen says, "Bread first." Then a small fight starts between the two. One says she wants bread. The other says he wants potatoes. Then Isu says, "I will show you how to do this, so watch carefully and learn." Then Isu begins to explain to her how to get the potatoes out from under the dust. He says, "Dig the dirt under these roots as carefully as possible. Then some big round roots will show up like this." Hyen says, "It's ugly." Isu says, "Doesn't this look like you?" Then Isu again says, "Have you ever seen a mirror in your life? You said you were 23 years old, right? Now I understand why you couldn't get married until now. Today I am going to cook with this one." Hyen asks, "Not bread?" Isu says, "If you don't want to, don't eat this." Hyen says, "Let's see what you got first." Then he washes both the potatoes thoroughly and refreshes them. Hyen asks, "So, what are you going to make using these things?" Isu replied, "Potato pancake. It's a simple food you can cook with just potatoes and oil." Hyen says, "It doesn't sound tasty." Isu says, "Just help me. I will make you some bread later." Then Hyen says, "Give me the knife." Isu gets scared and says, "Have you ever even used this before?" He says, "Just grind the potatoes that I give you using this." Hyen says, "Okay." Sure, she can do something as simple as this. Then we see that she starts grinding the potatoes very fast. Isu is afraid and says, "Hey, let me do it." Then we watch as they grind their potatoes. Isu says, "I didn't expect that you can't even simply peel a potato properly." Hyen says, "It took a long time even for you." Isu says, "Didn't know that you had no idea how to grind potatoes." Hyen says, "Shut up." Then Isu says, "Now, we will place this grounded potato on the sieve. Throw away the water floating above and mix the residue of potato starch with the grate. And then spread a layer of oil on the frying pan and fry it." Hyen says, "That's delicious to you." Isu says, "If you want to add texture to this food, you just need to use some potato slices in it. You can also put some veggies if you want. It all depends on your personal taste. Now it's done. Go ahead and try this." Hyen starts looking at her food carefully. Isu says, "Eat it before it gets cold." Hyen says, "Don't rush me." Hyen's changes. Looking at her, it seems that she liked that food very much. Eating, I guess. Hyen says these edge parts are especially tasty. Isu thinks she knows how to enjoy this even though she doesn't know how to enjoy expensive ribs. Then, Isu says to Hyen, "Next time, I will make you some potato bread with the potatoes you harvest." Hyen says, "I like the pound cake more." Isu says, "But you seem like you're really enjoying that potato pancake right now." We see that Rose has come to Maggie's house after a long time. Maggie says, "You are here." Rose says, "Yes, by the way, you've been doing fine, didn't you? This time, I will be staying here for about 3 days. Cook me lots of delicious food, okay?" Then Isu comes there and tells Rose, "Miss, can I have some of your time?" Rose gets shocked. In the next scene, Rose says so. "What is this all about?" Isu replied, "I have a favor to ask of you." Rose says, "A favor?" Isu says, "There is something I heard from the villagers in Lushan." Rose asks, "Then?" Isu says, "First, I would like to tell you that I am not suspecting the Medith family, so don't be offended by me. I also know that your family has assigned the guards too." Rose asks, "What is it that you want to say?" Isu says, "Someone has already started spreading fake rumors about the Medith family. So before the rumors spread further, a scare on the chin. Could you check if someone has a knife scar on the chin in your land?" Hyen says, "Are you saying that you think the culprit is in our land? Let's say it's him. What are we gonna do when we find him?" Isu says, "I already have a plan for that." Rose says, "If you are planning to harm the reputation of a noble, try to think again. If this goes wrong, as a punishment." In the next scene, we see Rose eating something and saying no punishment or that the food has been cooked by Isu. Rose says, "What is this? It's so soft. Did you make it taste like this with butter? If you knew how to do this since long ago, why didn't you make me one before?" Isu says, "I am glad that you like it. So about my favor," Rose says, "Don't worry. All you want is a letter when I find him, right?" Isu says, "Yes, then I will go there," Rose says. "Okay, I can do that. It's nothing hard. Anyway, how did you make this?" Isu says, "Do you remember the potato you brought me? First, I washed it clean and then sliced it." Rose says, "Seriously, this country people are so easy to fool." Isu says, "What?" Rose says, "What?" Rose says, "Why are you revealing the information that only you know to others? You should sell that information in exchange for money. Why do you think craft masters earn more than the farmers? It's because they have a special trick they only know. They only teach those tricks to their children. And when they get healthy, they will buy the certificate of nobility and become a noble." Isu says, Then I guess I can't tell you the recipe, Rose says then instead of that, along with Miss Guy. Isu says okay, enjoy your meal. After a few days, we see Rose who has come to someone's house. Rose says the guard step aside. The guard says I was told not to let anyone in. Rose says, is that so? Then someone from inside says I heard that someone was spouting bullshit. Let's see who that is. Rose says it's us who hired the bandits to attack the Lucian village. What kind of fucking childish asshole dares to fucking use their long tongue in that way? Someone from inside tells Rose to come in. One man says, hello, Miss Jane Rose. Have you been well? Rose tells a person to lift your face. That person does not give any answer, Rose says while pulling his hair. Didn't you hear me? Lift your head up before I smash it. The person sitting in front says to that man to lift your face. We see that it is the same man that we encountered Izu once before. The man in front is Rose's father. Rose says, Father. Rose says, Father, there is something I would like to tell you. Just the two of us. Rose tells everything to her father. Then she asks, what are you going to do now? Her father says that the man who just confessed is the territory manager of our family. I knew that the other nobles were planning something, but I didn't expect them to try pulling our honor down by buying our manager. Rose says we should tie him upside down and beat him until his insides fall out of his mouth. He still hasn't said anything about the one who paid him to do that, right? Her father says yes. He claims that everything was planned by himself. Rose says then, let's just torture him by drowning him for a week straight. The next day we see Ishu going to a place in a beautiful looking carriage. Ishu reaches the place. We see Rose waiting for him. Ishu is quite surprised to see Rose's new getup. He thinks she is definitely the daughter of a duke. Rose says, what is with that reaction? Anyway, this isn't right to test a guest who has just arrived like this, but let's take care of that first. Ishu says, okay. Then Rose asks, so what is your plan? Isu says this is a treasure of my family. It's made by a wizard with the power of Thunder God and God of Wisdom. Then he shows her something, and he says it's called a lie detector. Rose says, you don't have to explain it with such minute details. So it's an artifact, right? Isu says, yes, it's an artifact. Then Rose says, so this distinguishes lies from the truth. Isu says, you are right. Rose thinks, who the hell is he? Really? Got an artifact as an heirloom. And there is also a wizard in his continent, because artifacts aren't things that ordinary civilians can see. Then she replied, okay, let's use this right away. Isu asks, don't you want to check what would happen if someone lies? Rose gets a little scared and says, why? Will it kill me? Isu says, no. Then we see that both of them together try to get the truth out of that man's mouth with the help of that man's mouth with the help of that machine. Isu says, from now on, if you tell the truth, God will be on your side. But if you lie, he will punish you by tearing your blood vessels apart. That man says, why should I believe that? Isu says, I will prove it in a simple way. Just say no to all my questions. Then Ishu asks him, the first question, Miss JJ likes Aunt Humphrey food. Because of this question, everyone starts looking at Rose. That man says no. Then the machine detects the lie and gives an electric shock to the man. Then Isu says, see? Now we are done with the practice. Isu says in horror face, if you lie once again, your family, children, and even grandchildren will be punished for your sin. You will be punished by God by getting your limbs apart. That man gets scared and says, please leave my family out of this. I just did what I was told to do. Isu becomes happy. Rose's father says to Ishu, I will continue from here. You can wait outside. Please take your artifact with you. Then we see Isu and Rose coming out of that room. Rose says that was quick. Isu says, what should we do now? Rose says, there is something I prepared for you. Ishu asks what? Rose says, I am sure you will like it a lot. We see a basket of cakes being brought to Isu for thanks. Isu gets shocked. Then Rose says, it looks tasty, right? Try this. This is a flour dessert and is very popular among the nobles and royals. Isu thinks this will be a very tasty dessert, but after eating it, he smells a lot of perfume, which he doesn't like very much. Rose says, what do you think? Isu says, no comments. Then Rose says, try the others too. Then he says, okay, and he thinks, I hope that would taste better. Rose says, you can try each one of them. Then he ate another one. Then he thinks, I don't understand these tastes. It tastes like cosmetic. So terrible. After the lie detecting incident, Isu has earned the trust of the Medici family, and now we see him relaxing after the incident. Rose and Isu are seen having a fun banter after the incident when she asks, by the way. Yu replies yes. Rose continues, can I borrow this? Isu is confused and asks, what are you going to use it for, if I may ask? Rose with determination speaks up, I was thinking of disciplining some of the guards. Isu is scared for the guards and denies her request. Later, in the evening, Isu arrives before the Count Medici and properly introduces himself. Rose asks his father, how did it go? Is the Fanchi family really related to all of this? Count Medici replies, yes, the royal family has decided to impose separate punishments. The man they instigated will be sentenced to prison for life. We see the Count Medici being grateful to Isu, as he was the most helpful. The next morning, Isu wakes up from a comfortable sleep, then walks towards the window to watch the bustling town. And as he felt the chilly air, he quickly shuts the window. And in the meantime, his butler arrives and brings him morning tea and snacks. Also a bathrobe for him to cover himself. To Isu, it felt weird that he was relaxing in this new world, but he made up his mind that this world is his new home when he heard a voice calling for him, stating that the meal was prepared and he is called to have a meal with Count Medici. At the dining table, we see Rose all excited as she's watching Isu wear formal noble clothes, and also commenting, you look as shiny as a new gold coin in that outfit. Isu feels embarrassed since he's not used to Bible's clothing, but decided to have the meal with the Medici family. Rose was interrupted by her personal maid for her informal way of speaking. Feeling lectured, she orders the maid to bring the food. The dishes looked delicious. There were fruits, chicken and fish, yet when Isu tried the fish, it was bland and only tasted of salt and pepper. Rose, bored of the same taste, speaks up when she notices the reaction of Isu. Now you know why I keep going back to Mrs. Humphrey. Not wanting to make the Medici family feel bad, he compliments the food, and then he was served mutton ribs. They tasted good, and they weren't gamey according to Isu. Rose's mother is feeling worried for her child and speaks up, goodness dear. Aren't you a little picky about your food? Rose answers in frustration, you won't say that once you've tried Mrs. Humphrey's food, mother. Her mother says, that's why I'm telling you to invite her over. After the meal, Rose and Isu are gone out to explore the town, and while they were leaving, Count Medici and his personal butler had a deep conversation about Isu's rewards. But Lord Medici had something else for Isu, and he proposes money isn't enough to express gratitude for what he has done for us. The butler was shocked, and he realized that the Lord Medici was thinking of writing a recommendation letter to Isu for becoming a noble. The butler explained that through Count's recommendation, Isu can buy the noble privileges without any restriction, but he also mentioned that Count rarely writes recommendations. After the discussion of recommendations, Count Medici and his butler have a fun conversation about I for people and his hiring for his butler. After a few days, we see a posh carriage with metal wheels and 2 horses pulling it, and a familiar man sitting inside. Isu, he had the recommendation letter and 5,000 gold coin for buying the noble's privilege. He thinks the money is too much for him, so he's planning to save some in the bank soon. They reach Rotterdam. Examining the weak fencing, he musters his idea for a new fencing around the village. A beautiful morning, we see Isu and Hans working hard on the walls of Hans's house, since the winter is coming. Hans was a bit curious as to how Isu's hometown prepared for winter, so he asks, how do people in your hometown prepare for the winter? Isu was a bit confused as to how he should explain the idea of central heating, but tries to explain we have something called ondol, which is an underfloor heating system. Basically, we lay stones on the floor and light a fire underneath, which warms the air and heats the stone. Hans was shocked and terrified and spoke in a scared tone. So you grill people alive. Isu had a rough idea how Hans would react, so he didn't press the topic any further. But he thinks of a plan for his underfloor heating. When he becomes a lord himself, he has to build a designated room for ondol. He had another idea and wanted to try it out, so he asks Hans for his help. Later, Hans shows up to Isu's living quarters in the village with pork feet. Isu thanks him and asks him to place it on the table. We see Humphrey a bit excited and shouts to announce that Isu will be in charge of today's dinner. She later asks everyone, raise your hands if you're going to eat here. The rest who have family waiting back home can leave. Isu was shocked by the number of people wanting to try his cooking. So he asks them politely, it's gonna take a while. Why don't you all wait outside until it's ready? As the last person steps out, the air around Izu changes, and he brings out his secret weapon from another world: spices and condiments. He starts by cooking the pig's feet with water, beer and bay leaves and allowing it to boil. After the first boiling, he removes the water and adds fresh water again to boil the legs after they're ridden of the gammy smell. Isu takes them in a bowl and adds soy sauce and herb tonic tea for marination, also adding salt and sugar for seasoning. After hours of hard labor and cooking, the dish was done, and he announced there, "Dinner is served, everyone." The people were shocked to see Isu's cooking, and some were salivating to taste it. People were shocked to taste the pig's feet, as they have never tried it this way, and some were also pestering Isu to share his recipe. Hans, who was mesmerized by Isu's cooking, asks him something. "Isu, the chewy skin is awesome. How did you make the sauce?" Isu knew if he told him that he's from another world, he wouldn't be alive, so he masks the secret by telling it's a family secret sauce that has been passed down for generations. "So I can't tell you. Sorry." Hans was a bit disappointed, but understood later. Isu wanted to enjoy the meal and found an empty spot near a man. He asked for his permission to sit next to him. The man agrees and says, "Sure, I'm Joka." Isu found this man interesting, as he was a new face, and wanted to know more about him. "I haven't seen you before. Are you a merchant? How did you come all the way here in such cold weather?" The man replied in an exciting and playful laughter, "Yes, I run a fish shop. Fish sells well in weather like this." Isu replies back with a thoughtful answer, "I guess it's because the costs for preservation magic are lower in this cold weather." The man was impressed by Isu's answer and replied, "That's right. Preservation magic is pretty expensive. Besides, climbing the Mount Knots in this freezing weather is like wanting to get closer to the Lord. So this is a great opportunity to make a lot of money by selling fresh fish." The man said in a tired tone, but after having a bite of Isu's cooking, he was delighted, and a new source of energy was found, as he screams in delight and keeps showering Isu compliments for this wonderful treat. Isu was a bit taken aback, but the tenacity of the man and his riskier way of earning money, so he asked the man for his business card for his future needs. A few days later, the terrifying and harsh cold hits the village, and Isu, who doesn't have any proper heating system, is shown sitting near the fireplace for warming up his body. He thinks of this as his trial, and that this trial won't be for long. As he was deep in his thinking, he was interrupted by a villager, screaming, "There's a fire!" As he rushed out of his cottage, he saw the rising fire, and he stood there devastated and confused to why there was a fire. Later, he was awakened by Hans to ask him bring water to stop the fire from spreading. The village was in terror. Every person ran and brought water to stop the fires from spreading. A lady cries out, "Oh no, my house! Please save my house! Please save my house!" Just as the panic was rising, Hain entered the scene, and with her water magic chanting Mon Kurito no Honoriu de Hain, asking the water spirits for help, she summons large amount of water to save the village from burning down. As the villagers saw the unexpected sight of magic, they were shocked to see a royal descendant of elves arriving to help them and their town. As Hain enters to save the village from burning down, Isu was shocked to see her come forward for others and put herself in danger for others. As Hain chants a spell in Latin and forming a huge water ball which bursts and comes down as rain and stops the fire from spreading any further. As the fire calms down, the villagers are in shock. How did it happen? And few are gossiping, saying, "Wasn't that magic just now? What is a mage doing in our village?" As she was feeling low from using her mana, an old man speaks up in soft voice and bows down in gratitude, thanking her for her immense help. Seeing the old man bow, the rest of them do the same and express their gratitude. Isu was proud of her and tried calling her, but she ignored him and went back to her living quarters. The villagers were discussing their plan and how to renovate the burning houses, and few of them come up with good ideas. Isu was still worried about Hain and couldn't help but be worried for her. Next morning, Isu rushes to Hain's quarters and knocks on her door softly. "Hey Hain, it's me." He also had a brown bag for her. She slowly opens the door and feels gloomy and tired from using her mana yesterday. Seeing him, she asks him in a frustrated voice, "What do you want?" Isu tries to convince her to talk to him, but she shuts the door on his face and says, "You're wasting my precious time." As you knew she was in a bad mood, Sanjay brought her a treat and decided to lure her. Guess what the bread mage brought you? Hain, feeling hungry and needy, opens the door slowly and speaks up in disgusted yet warm tone, "You're becoming more and more cunning by the day." Isu laughs softly and replies, "And you still wear your heart on your sleeves." As his laughter dies down, he sees her tired and bags forming under her eyes. He feels scared and worried for her, so he asked her what happened. She replied nonchalantly, "Magical powers. don't pop out of nowhere, you know. Isu realized that she used up a lot of her mana and thanked her for saving the village. Feeling embarrassed by his compliment and gratitude, she speaks in a pouty and half-angry tone. I didn't do it for the village. I did it to protect the bread mage. Isu knows she's a bit moody, so he doesn't bother her much and asked her in a serious tone, by the way, are you okay with the villagers knowing your identity? She knew her identity is out, so many people might disturb her, but she's in a foul mood, so she speaks up in an irritated tone that's none of your business. I'll take care of it. I need to rest. So hand over what you have and beat it. Isu knew that she's tired, so he does as she says, and then explained what type of bread he brought today. Those are called egg cookies. As he was going to explain more, she shuts the door hardly, and he's left to stand there all alone, and he thinks that she needs to work on her temper as he was leaving. He thought, well, I'm sure they have egg cookies here as well, so I can skip the explanation. As Heian saw Isu leaving, she stares at his walking figure for a little while before turning her attention to the egg cookies. She was quite mesmerized by the cookies and speaks, cookies baked with eggs, but they don't smell like the one I know. As she took one of the cookies, they were extremely delicious looking and crispy. As she took the first bite, it melted on her tongue, and only one sentence left her mouth. They're delicious. A few while later, we see villagers gather around the riverside for some festival, but Isu is confused to why everyone is gathered here till he meets Hans, who had shown up by the riverside all excited and dressed in new clothing, confused by the occasion. And that's when Hans hands him a pot, confused. He asks, a pot? Hans replied. Yes, we put a stone in the pot every year, which signifies our age. Make sure you find a pretty stone by the riverside later on. Isu was still confused, but he accepted the gift by Hans and complies with the ritual. But he was still curious to what this occasion is called and asks Hans, by the way, is it some kind of a special day? This place is packed. Hans, knowing he's not from the village and he's an outsider, replied, oh, you probably don't know, Isu. Today's the village festival called Kwasaluna. That's when we place the stones in the pot. He understood the significance of the festival and enjoyed it with his fellow beings. The moon starts coming out and the village chief is standing on the platform waiting to speak as the crowd goes quiet. He speaks, please watch over our Rodron throughout the coming year as well. As the speech continues, the fireworks going off in a distance and the people laughing and enjoying can be seen. That's when we see Hans and Isu talking about how long the ritual goes on for. As the people start gathering, Isu has a small talk with the chief and asks him for his permission to continue staying here in this village. The chief nods and approves him. Later, the chief calls out everyone to form a line, and the villagers are excited. Since they know it's the time for the Kwasaluna, the chief marks everyone's head with a red powder mixed with water and slowly marking everyone. Isu was nervous, as this was his first Kwasaluna, and he awaits his marking turn. After he's been marked, Hans tells him, next, we put the stone in our pots and make a wish. Isu nods and does as Hans said, and he wished, I wish for this year to be happier than the last one. He adds, Mom, Dad, I'm doing good, and I really miss you both. After Kwasaluna days passed and we see Isu preparing himself to leave the village, he makes sure to pack all of the essential things like food, water, first aid kit, and the most important thing, money gifted by Count Medici. Later he meets up with Rose and they have a conversation on how Isu can buy the noble's privilege, and also mentioned that he can buy the status in Pusing. Rose explains, Pusing is a port city run by us, the Medici family. We initially used the Monga port, but the family that controlled that port started imposing heavy taxes, so we had to find a new port. Isu understands their situation, and Rose continues explaining, every port has a royal administration that issues rank certificates, and since you have my father's recommendation letter, you can easily buy one in Pusing. Isu feels the generosity gifted to him by the Count Medici and feels indebted to the Medici family for this amazing opportunity, but he was disturbed by Rose again stating, but before that, you need to overcome one more hurdle, and that's... Isu was in deep thinking, as he was enlightened by the fact that he has to pay a hefty price for the noble privilege, and thinks whether he's getting pulled into a huge scam or something, but he shakes his head and trusts the Count Medici. He felt he was in a rush to buy the noble status, and he kept on thinking other ways to use his 8,000 gold, such as buying a great house back in his original world, but he shakes and removes that idea. He speaks thinks to himself, but the reason I decided to buy the status first is because I wanted to find my purpose in life here. Since I've come all the way to another world, why not make good use of my time and at least become a feudal lord? He had made up his mind. Later we see Isu and Heian having a delightful chatting with each other when Heian speaks with a stuffed mouth. I want to go do fushing too. Isu smiles at her clumsiness and asks her to swallow her food before speaking. She nods and finishes the bread Isu brought, coughing and hitting her chest to swallow, which made her really childish and cute, and after she swallows the food with a proud and loud voice, she says, "Take me with you too. Tusing, I'll be your god." Isu was a bit shocked and laughed softly while saying, "I doubt someone so feeble can protect me." Heian pouts at him, and he felt a little bad but enjoyed seeing her pout. That's when Heian decided to show her skills when she collected water using magic and brought it close to Isu's weak points. The icicles were so sharp that if it hits Isu's weak points, he would lose his life. Isu was scared for his life and spoke in a frightened manner. "Hey, what's the big idea? Get this away from me." It was obvious that Isu was scared for his own life, but Haran decided to scare him more and says, "Haven't used this magic in a while, Sony might struggle to control my power." Isu was furious and said with worry in his voice, "Another reason to not take you. You're staying here." But Heian doesn't agree, and she refuses Isu's rejection. It seems she had another motive, and that's when she says, "It's Martha. I want to pay you back for what you've done for her. If you decide to accept my offer, I plan to use my powers solely for you for a year." Isu was a bit taken aback by her sentiments, and when he was going to speak something, she interrupted. "Besides, I also need to continue having the bread mage's bread." She was a bit irritated as the offering today wasn't a bread. Heian was still irritated and in a moody mood, saying, "It wasn't bread this time, but it was still delicious." Isu was confused as to why she was irritated, as he was sure she would like this dessert since it was made with the cheese that he and Humphrey made it together. She explained, "I also like the crunchy biscuit at the base. The savoriness goes well with the saltines of the cheese." She gave compliments to him, but still said that breads are better. Isu smiles at her and then asks her, "By the way, what will you do if I decline?" She replies in a nonchalant and irritated look, "I'll take you for the worst dimwit ever and flees this village." Isu sighs and thought that taking Heian will be a better option than going alone. Everything was set, money was prepared, and working with the mage, who controls water, but he felt that 1 year is short, so he asks her, "Hey, but does it have to be a year?" Heian was shocked by Isu's smartness and replied back in a mocking tone, "I guess you're smarter than I thought." She then explained that she has her royal duties too and cannot follow him forever. Isu understands the situation and thinks that today is the first day, and that's when Heian drops her demands. "Instead, provide me a loaf of tasty bread every single week." Isu was a bit confused, saying to himself, she clearly said she wanted to show gratitude. So why is she talking about conditions? He starts up calculating his gains and losses about her demands, and it ends up with him in a huge loss. But then he smiles wickedly and decided that he'll make sure to use Heian and her powers to cover up his losses. This was a way how a human mind works, and it's really terrifying. She felt Isu's stare and asks him, why is he staring at him with his yucky eyes? And he responds back in a polite and cute manner, "Excuse me, what are you talking about?" This showed his cleverness and how mysterious he can be. The next morning they leave for Pusing, and we see expensive carriages and lots of materials for camping on the way. And that's when we see a kid pops up and says, "Isu, thanks for the ride. An expensive carriage sure feels nice." Isu smiles and welcomes him, the kid, and Isu had a conversation where they discussed how Isu got the carriage and how Rose gifted him the carriage. And that's when the kid whispered into Isu's ears, "Anyway, when did you and Heian become a you-know-what?" Isu was confused, and he rejected his allegations. That's when Heian laughs pretty loudly and appreciates the joke. Isu was hurt a bit and refused her to be his type. It was obvious she wasn't interested in him that way, except for his breads. We get a glimpse of Heian's past life, and she explained how there are only one descendant of half-elves and how the pure elves have been long extinct. It was a difficult time, but they managed to survive, and she thinks that hiding her appearance can bring all kinds of misunderstandings. As she went out, she realized that going out also feels nice. The fresh air hitting on her skin makes her feel alive. But she also had a deep sadness relating to her family and cannot afford to goof around like Isu. She was curious about Isu and asked him, "Isu, you said you're a voyager, right?" Isu nods and agrees with her, understanding his answer. She further questions, "That means you're not going to stay in Rodoran for long. Where are you planning to go next?" Isu replies with an unsure answer, that "I'm not sure yet, but for now, I'm going to become a feudal lord." She felt a bit suspicious that if he's a feudal lord, why doesn't he have guards? So she commented, "I've never seen a feudal lord wander around without guards." Isu replies, "That's because I'm not a feudal lord yet." She was still suspicious about his true identity and said if he was an aristocrat who came to the real world for experience. Isu politely declines and ensures her that he's really a commoner. She was a bit unsure whether he knows that becoming a feudal lord is not easy, and said, "Do you think it's easy to become a feudal lord?" Isu replies in a polite manner with a hint of teasing, "Careful, you're talking to a future baron here." They both had a deep conversation on the title of baron and counts, and how 9 out of 10 barons are stripped of their titles just because they're not able to pay the taxes. But Isu seems calm and said, "No worries, I'm gonna get filthy rich anyway." She was feeling a bit anxious and asks him, "That's interesting. And how do you plan to do that?" He smirks and reminds her that he's the bread mage and can always open a bakery shop in a Romanian city. She was on board with his plans and agreed to his fantastic idea. As they travel more, it was turning dark, so they planted their camp near a safe spot and rested. As the dawn starts breaking, all of the people start gathering their stuff and cleaning up, becoming ready to leave for their journey ahead. We see Isu searching for Heian, and that's when Heian pops out from the forest. Isu was happy, and he went to speak with her, but at that moment Heian ignored him. But he doesn't feel bad since he's used to her coldness. He was curious to what she was doing in the forest this early, so he tries to peek, and that's when he found the wild dogs to be dead. As they both were traveling in carriages, Yu asks, "You're the one who killed those wild dogs, right?" She replies nonchalantly, "Why do you ask?" Isu was proud of her because she stepped up to protect them from wild dogs and felt happy she was doing something good. As they traveled further, they come to a halt, and confused Isu asks, "Why did you suddenly stop?" The boy replies that they have to pay toll. That's when Isu had an idea and picked his recommendation letter he got from Count Medici, which allowed him to save money. The boy and Isu had a light banter about his recommendation letter from Count Medici, which shocked the boy, as the Count doesn't write recommendations a lot. As Isu reaches the registration office, he submitted the letter and 5,000 gold coins to buy his title. The clerk was happy with the recommendation letter, and he asks, "So, your name is Isu. May I have your surname?" He was a bit dazed since he didn't have a surname, which was pretty common, and the clerk suggests him to pick a surname from the book. He rampages through the paper, not finding anything suitable when he comes across a beautiful name, Bloom, which he picks for his surname. After his selection, the clerk asks him to sign the papers and announced him Sir Isu Bloom, granting him the title of Baron. After the signature, he asks the clerk if he's allowed to leave, and that's when clerk explained, from here on, to earn the title of a Count, you must undergo training at a Count's estate for 3 years and pay an annual tax of at least 1,000 gold each year until you have satisfied the 50,000 gold requirements. Isu almost forgot the conditions, and then he speaks up. "I'm thinking of getting my training from the Medici family. Do I have any other options?" The clerk offers him a shortcut method by paying 1,000 gold coin for a completion certificate. Isu felt a bit weird and asks him whether he can give some time to this and then answer about it later, which was fine with the clerk. As he steps out, Haitian approaches him with a disgusted look on her face, saying, "Did you seriously buy that certificate?" Isu replies, careful speaking, "From now on, I'm Baron Bloom." This irritated Haran and cracked a joke about making him kneel in front of the Grand Mage, which terrified Isu, but it was a joke. Later she says she's hungry, and they both visit a fancy restaurant and ordered food which came to them, but Heian looked at it with weird looks. Isu was a bit skeptical of her not liking seafood, but still tries to feed her the shrimp, and he places the shrimp on her plate. As she tries the shrimp, she feels the waves and the saltiness of the ocean, which mesmerized her with delight. Isu feels happy that she enjoys it and feels proud of him to make her eat the shrimp. She enjoyed it, though she felt something missing, and orders the server to bring the lemon water as it goes well with seafood. Her tone was a bit rude. Seeing this, Isu feels bad for the server and speaks to Heian. Isu feels bad for the server and speaks to Heian. "Be a little more polite." Heian was irritated by Isu and spoke in an irritated tone. "This is how I talk. I can't help it." Isu then speaks after deliberately thinking, "But that's not how you talk when you ask for bread." Heian replies, "Because I'm getting free delicious bread that's better than what I can find at an upscale bakery. Obviously, I'll be kind." Isu agrees in the back of his head with her. She then explained that lobster isn't cheap and not bringing lemon water shows unprofessionalism. Isu had newfound respect for her after her explanation. explanation and felt that she's right. Heian orders Isu to peel shrimps for her, which he complies without any restraints, which made her smile a little. The next morning, both Isu and Heian are wandering around the city when Haran speaks up. This place reeks of fish. It's stinging my nose. Isu was a bit worried and asked her, "That's the smell of the ocean. Hang in there." "Have you ever seen an ocean before?" Realizing it's her first visit to the ocean, he smiles and also realizes that despite being grumpy, she's actually excited. After walking some distance, they both arrived at the port, which was a beautiful scenery that made Heian lost in the wonderful scenery. The fresh waves and cold air from the sea and the bustling town, it was a whole new scenery that she never experienced ever before. First word that comes out of her after the breathtaking scene, it's so big. Meanwhile, Isu finds a perfect flat stone and calls out Haran. Wanna see something cool, confused by what he means, and wants to show she doesn't speak. Isu, meanwhile, had a grin on his face and stretches himself to skip the stone. As he was done stretching, he pulls his hand back and throws the stone from side, which makes the stone skip in the ocean water for 7 times. Heian was confused by his act, was silent the whole time, but eager to replicate Isu's skipping action, she takes a stone and throws it on the ocean. We all know it ends up drowning instead of skipping, and Isu says politely, "That's not how you throw it." But he doesn't know that Heian uses magic and makes the stone skips for more than 7 times, which is cheating according to him. But Heian smirks and replies back nonchalantly, "Too bad you're not a mage." This irritated Isu and wanted to have some kind of revenge. That's when Heian calls out, "Let's go, Baron Bloom." Isu felt a shock running down his body, as he was not used to be called Baron, and says, "Don't call me that in the openly side. I need some time to get used to it." Heian agrees, and they both walk in the city for a few while before stumbling across the architecture guild, which he was finding for a long time. He enters the guild and gets greeted by a middle-aged man in his 40s and asks what help can he provide. Isu speaks his mind. "I would like to build an underground storage." The clerk understands his requests and asks him to be seated while he formulates plans. After some time, he asks, "What size do you have in mind?" Isu speaks up right after his question. "It'll be a shared storage for the entire village." Understanding Isu's requests, he nods and starts formulating the structure and shape. Meanwhile, Isu explains, "It's a village called Raudaran with 70 residents. It's a 3-day distance from here if you take the East Provincial Road." After listening to his information, the clerk sums up by saying, "Considering the travel expenses, materials, and labor costs, that will cost a total of 52 gold. Isu thinks that building cost of log cabin is 20 gold, so he thinks that building cost of underground storage is pretty reasonable. Isu had a doubt that creeped into his brain and asks the clerk, "How much does it cost to build a feudal lord estate?" The clerk replies, "That really depends." Isu then replies while thinking, "As big as the Medici family's castle, for example." After giving it a thought about the query and the size of the castle Isu mentioned, he replied, "If we're only talking about the inner castle, it would cost around 50,000 gold with today's money." Isu was in huge shock after listening to his amount, which was an overwhelming amount of 5 billion won in his world, which is a long way for him. The clerk speaks with pride. "Our great-great-grandfather built the Medici family's castle, so I believe it's fair to say that I have inherited the know-how." After listening to his prideful speech, Isu asks for his business card and takes it with the clerk. In return, asks him for his name. Isu speaks with pride. "It's Isu Bloom, Baron Bloom." Listening to his name and title, the clerk feels scared and says loudly that he asks for forgiveness and he'll personally go and build that storage in the village. Isu felt a bit weird being called lord by a person older than him, but he shakes the thought and then requested the clerk to meet him at the shop by dusk, which the clerk accepts by nodding in fear. This way of the demeanor made Isu felt a bit weird, which makes him feel like he's the boss. This way of bossing is not suitable in Korea, according to Isu, and he felt a bit weird. After walking out of the guild, he thinks that, "I hope this is enough of a farewell gift." As he was walking, he was stumbled upon the cute dog, which caught his attention. Heian, waiting for him to go back home, speaks up irritatedly, "Stop getting sidetracked, and let's head home already." Isu asks her to wait for a while, but Heian was irritated and said him to be hurry. He felt Haven was a bit stingy but avoids her and enjoys the love of dogs and asks the man which breed are they. The man replies, They're border collies. They're border collies. The man explained proudly that the dogs were trained in sheephound dog and specialized in sheep herding. This makes Ishu wanting to adopt them and gift them to Rodarin, which helps the villagers and farms. As Isu was fond of the dogs, the man explained when herding sheep, send them signals by blowing a grass blade or a whistle. Isu was really impressed by the dogs and asked the man curiously, "How many would I need to herd a flock of 50 sheep?" The man examines the query and replies with sure answer, "One should be more than enough." Ishu then queries, "How much do I need to pay?" The man replied, 3 gold, sir." Isu replies excitedly, "In that case, I'll take them in pairs." Isu was really excited and paid the man the money straight away and was really excited. Isu thought of the villagers by buying the dogs and also thinks that if they didn't have the need of the dogs, then he himself will raise the dogs since he adores the dogs too much. Isu then realized something and it strikes him really hard that Heian hates animals and what he did now was really big mistake. He examined Heian's face and it clear that she hated animals and wondered what traumatized her and what kind of experience she had to go through. As the time passes and a new day arrives, the clerk from Architecture Guild was waiting for Isu on time. The dogs were really energetic to see Isu and licked all over his face, which made Heian disgusted and replies his loving and endearing name for the dogs with irritated tone. "You call them babies. Since when were you a dog?" Heian was irritated due to dogs getting best seats and that makes her feel even more irritated with Isu. After settling down the dogs in the carriage, he calls for the clerk and asks him politely, "By the way, I have a request." The man replies with a genuine smile, "What would that be, sir?" Isu replies, "The villagers don't know I've become a baron yet, so I would like you to address me as Isu for today." The clerk agrees with a smile and takes his leave. After conversing with the clerk, Isu goes back to his carriage and starts riding with Heian, and he was a bit curious to what Heian thinks of Pusing City, so he asks, "So, how did you like Pusing?" Heian was irritated and replies back to him with a loud, irritated voice, "Why did you even bother becoming a noble instead of just traveling?" Isu understands that she's a bit shy and speaks in a lightened mood. "Sounds like you had fun." Later, he smiles softly at her and says, "Let's travel together here and there for the next year." Heian had an understanding look on her face and she speaks with a gentle voice. "You said you're going to get trained at the Medici household, correct?" Isu agreed, and Heian continues to speak. "When are you planning to leave?" Isu replies, "About a week from now." "Why do you ask, Hei?" After understanding his reply and question, Heian speaks again, "Because I need to get prepared before we leave." Isu was a bit taken aback by her reply and asked her with a curious tone, "Are you sure? You might draw people's attention?" Heian replies, "I have a plan, so all you need to do is follow my lead." As the days continued to pass on, and Isu and Heian reached Rodarin, and the villagers were really excited to see them back. Few of them started announcing his arrival, which made everyone excited and happy. One of the villagers was shocked by the gifts brought by Isu and speaks in a surprised tone, "Goodness, look at all these. He brought us this expensive seafood and is even planning to build us an underground storage. And he even brought us these sheepdogs." The dogs were really fond of the village chief and started licking and showing affection to them. The chief speaks in a delightful tone, "This is your home from now on." As Isu enjoyed the dogs and chief playing together, that's when he was interrupted by a crying Hans. "Are you really leaving?" Isu replies with a warm tone, "Yeah, I'm thinking of exploring other places." Hans then replies while crying softly, not showing much sadness, "I see. So it was true. That makes me a bit sad." Isu was a bit shocked that Hans wasn't very much sad for his departure, and that kinda made him sad, but he kept a smile covering his sadness. After living in Rodarin for a few days, his departure time arrives. We see him packing his essentials like toothbrush, soap, and towel for his travel. While packing, he thinks to himself, "I need to complete an 800-hour training course to be officially titled a baron." He kept on thinking and planning his future. "So if I were to take 8 hours of lessons per day, it's a waste to open a new portal when I'm only gone for 3 to 4 months. So let's leave it here." While thinking, his mind wanders around Heian because he was worried about her. He remembers his talk with Martha about Heian, that she refuses to go to city due to her identity exposure. He kept wondering whether to take her or not. We see Heian all alone next to Martha's grave and mourning for her, and then starts speaking to her. "Martha, I feel uneasy thinking about leaving you here and going away. You are a great mother and a good friend, We see a little bit of Heian's past, where she's bratty and screaming at someone. Are you saying she wasn't my mother? Then where is my real mother? Get rid of that woman and bring my real mother to me. We see Martha in her memories too, and she was really a sweet person, even after being harshly said to leave. She returns to Heian's side with a bright smile. But Harren was still angry and screamed at her, but after noticing she's smiling and brought something for her, she calms down and started to trust her again. We see an incident where Martha is wrongly accused of stealing by someone and is begging and screaming her innocence to the Duke. I really didn't steal that necklace. I'm innocent, madam. The Duke was furious as he thought Martha really had done the crime and spoke in an angry and stern tone. You aren't even showing a hint of remorse. Have you no shame? As she was getting scolded, Heian interrupts by jumping into side with Martha. Martha would never do such a thing. It's that witch, she set her up. Martha was surprised to find Heian standing up for her, and that warmed her heart. But the Duke didn't trust her own daughter, that she was stating truth, and ordered the guards to lock Harren in her room and let Martha be executed. Worried for Martha, Heian takes a hand and fled from the castle to the village. While remembering her memories, she adds up, "Thank you, Martha. And I love you." She was sad and regretted when Martha wanted to have the grilled mackerel and the special sauce Isu made. She regrets not asking Isu to cook for her again and speaks to Martha's grave about what happened a while ago. A while ago, he peeled some shrimp for me, and it was hard to hold back tears because it reminded me of you. I had my doubts about him at first, but perhaps he's not that bad of a guy like you said. Actually, more like interesting, I should say. That's why I decided to go with him. Right as she gets up to leave, we see Isu running towards her, calling for her. Before leaving her grave, she speaks to Martha one last time. I want to see if he really becomes a Duke. With this, she leaves Martha's grave, hoping that her soul is in heaven and she's happily watching over her. As Isu's final packing is going on, we see him grinning and smiling to himself while holding a gold packet. When looking at it closer, it's ramyeon, a dish from his home world. Isu thinks he's done a good job preparing it before his departure from the village. Isu cries tears of joy while nuzzling his cheeks against the ramyeon packet, which is very cute and wholesome as he has gone through a lot, and he is showing his cute side after a long time. We see him prepare these noodles in a very unique way. Let's see the recipe by the cook himself. This doesn't need many ingredients, so let's get this made quickly. First, we see Isu break the noodles very aggressively, and the style used by him to break these noodles makes him look cute and funny. After break these noodles, break up the noodles and cook them on a pan. Once they turn all golden, sprinkle some sugar over them. And lastly, good stuff, which is the spice flavorings from the ramen packets that are used to sprinkle on top of the golden fried or roasted noodles for a tangy experience. After mixing all of the spice flavorings and the noodles, they're ready to be eaten, and they're called ramyeon tang, which he packs in an individual brown packaging for the villagers as he was leaving the village. After packing it and stretching himself, he feels sadness overcome him, as this was his home for a while, and leaving it makes his heart sink with guilt, sadness, and loneliness. As Isu was handing out the ramyeon tang, he was suddenly called by a crying Hans who hugged him tightly and asked while crying, "Promise me you'll visit us again." Feeling overwhelming power from Hans, Isu was in a bit of pain and agreed to it. As Isu was relaxing from Hans's tight hug, he was called out by the village chief, who talked to him with a bright smile and warm and thankful tone. "Thank you. From the sheepdogs to the basement storage, we're truly grateful." Isu had a warm smile on his face and welcomed the chief, but he had a request, so he asked the chief that his cottage be untouched. Chief understands his request and promised him that his cottage will not be touched by anyone. Feeling relaxed by the chief's promising tone, he finally walks to his carriage that takes him to the Medici family. The people were crying and screaming, how they'll miss Isu, quite a touching way of departure. As the carriage is out of the village and on the pathway of his training in the Medici family, he calls out Heian to come out of the carriage, as there is no one to see her. But there was something going on Isu's mind, and asks Heian, "Why did you decide to hide?" After listening to his question, Hayden answers in an irritated tone, "I didn't want them to think that we're somewhat intimately close. That would be unacceptable." As Isu hears her answer, he smiles brightly and agrees with her and compliments her on how wise she is and how smart she is. After a long traveling and tiring days, they reach at the Medici castle, where they were stopped by the guards. "Halt. What brings you here?" Isu answers politely. "Inform Lady G's that Baron Isu Bloom has arrived. She'll know who I am." The knights understood his words and went and informed Rose. Hearing his arrival, she ran out to welcome Isu with a bright smile and a warm tone. She sees that Isu had a long trip, so she calms her teasing nerve and asks him in a polite tone, "Welcome, Baron Bloom. I hope you had a safe trip." Isu nods and jumps down of the horses with a warm smile, but calls Rose closer to him and speaks. "There's something you need to know before we head in." We see Heian stepping out of the carriage in her elven form, striking an aura of confidence and royalty around herself. The sudden appearance of a woman made Rose shocked. She asks, "Who is this silver-haired woman?" That's when Isu announced in an authoritative tone, "Please inform everyone that Heron of the Silverwood family has arrived." After hearing the surname, Rose was angry and irritated and speaks up in an irritated tone. "Did you say Silverwood? You mean that petty?" Complete her sentence. The butler swoops in and muffles her mouth with his hands, stopping her from saying anything bad or throwing mud over the Silverwood royalty. She was then dragged into the castle by the butler. Even while being dragged, she remained furious and kept talking even though her mouth was covered. It was clear that she's really pissed off by the Silverwood family and doesn't have any good thoughts about them. After this banter, Heian asks Isu, "I hope that Shrew didn't mean petty, little family, or did she?" Isu felt a sharp gaze on his back and turned and denied by saying, "Of course not, and don't call her a shrew." He laughs nervously to calm himself and her nerves. This first meeting between the two young women was very hectic, and he prays to the gods that nothing else happens. After entering the castle, he went straight to Count Medici and properly introduced. "Greetings, my lord. Allow me to reintroduce myself as Baron Isu Bloom." After his introduction, the Count asks him politely, "I've heard all about you, Baron Bloom. If you don't mind, I'd like to greet the person you're traveling with first." Isu had no obligation, and after his approval, the Count bends in front of Heian and formally welcomes her, Duchess Silverwood. "Welcome, it's an honor to meet you." After hearing her title, Isu was in a bit of shock and talked to himself in his mind. "Come to think of it," Heian said, "mages are of the dukedom." He remembers all of the memories that he and Haken made together, the fun times, and the insults he called her back and forth. He wishes that Heian forgives him for this mistake and doesn't kill him. The dukes are the second most important after the king, and they have the power to send forces to battles and aid the king himself. Realizing this, Isu is truly terrified of his mistakes and wonders what she'll do to him after this. After the arrival of Baron Bloom and Duchess Silverwood in the Medici castle, the warm welcome by the Count himself was a delightful treat and a blessing to Heian. The narrator gives us information on the dukes and their heritage. A mage can only have one child by fate. Once one of the elven parents passes away, the title is inherited by their child. Wealth, estate, and fortress are not of importance to a mage. Nothing matters more to a mage. Nothing matters more to a mage than their bloodline. Heian had a gloomy look and spoke in a soft voice to the Count. "Did father pass away?" The Count replies back with sad and polite tone. "Yes, he passed away due to old age a while ago, my lady. I also attended his funeral," informed the Count. There was deep anger inside Heian, and she spoke through her gritted teeth. "What about those people?" The Count could understand her fury and pain and spoke. "They purchased a mansion with the inheritance in a Romanian city. Her anger doesn't reside and her blood keeps boiling because of what the witch did to her family." She thanks the Count for informing her. The Count bows graciously and welcomes the Duchess, but a doubt creeped his mind and humbly asked, "No problem, my lady, but may I ask how you're acquainted with Baron Bloom?" Heian replies coldly while masking her anger, "Let's just say that we had a connection." She then calms down a bit and asks politely, "Speaking of which, may I ask you a favor?" The Count agrees and asks, "Sure." "What is it?" Heian replies, "I would like to stay here with Baron Bloom while he's here. Also, I would appreciate it if you could keep my identity a secret." The Count agrees and swears himself to keep her identity a secret. She then asks whether he knew about her abilities, which the Count replied with an affirmative answer, "Of course. I'm very well aware, my lady. She replies, "I'll be glad to assist you in time." After saying this, she excuses herself and leaves the Count's room. After her departure, the Count gets excited and screams in joy. This is my chance. He then calls out for his butler, which he arrives quickly, and then gets ordered by the Count to call all of his sons, since it's an emergency. Rose was very angry and irritated by Haein, and we can see her throwing tantrums, like a small silly child, and letting out her anger on the pillows. She screams out in irritation, "I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that girl, stubborn as wood, is a mage, let alone a duchess." While grinding her teeth on the bedsheets, she speaks in anger. A duchess. The maid who was watching her throwing tantrums asks her to calm down and listen to her, which Rose does, and she was shocked to hear that the Count has called all of the sons back. Suddenly, a dangerous glint flashes in Rose's eyes, and she speaks in a mischievous tone. "What a brilliant idea. I should be nice to the Duchess." The maid was a bit scared for Haein and speaks in a calming voice. "I believe she wants to be addressed as Lady Haein instead of Duchess." We see Rose dancing and being all excited, and the reason for that is, if that's the case, I guess Dad won't bother with my marriage matters for a while. Right. I'm free, she keeps on jumping with delight and dancing in a rhythm. Haein has left her elven form and approached Isu, the demanding expression, hand over the bread. Isu was really tired from the long journey and wanted to rest, but wasn't able to, thanks to Haein and her demands, and asks her to wait in her room. He then approaches Rose, asking her permission for using the kitchen, which she says no. Isu was confused and asked her the reason, which she explains. The servants will receive punishment for not doing their job properly. Besides, a noble going in and out will only disturb them. Realizing Isu was getting sad and disappointed, she then replies in a jolly mood, "However, we do have an extra kitchen. Wanna use there?" Isu was relieved by this good news. Realizing Isu is gonna make something, she asks while drooling and a spark in her eyes, excited for his cooking. "What are you going to make this time?" Seeing her all excited and drooling like a small child, he couldn't help but chuckle and replies her in a nervous tone. "First, could you please prepare the ingredients for me?" Acting like an obedient child, she agrees and quickly prepared him a few ingredients, which he can make bread for Haein as per their agreement. She then asks, "Will this do?" After analyzing the ingredients she brought, Isu nods and says in an energetic and happy tone, "Perfect. I'll get them made right away." We see Isu all ready for baking the most delicious bread. We see him whisk, pouring batter in small baking cups and placing other ingredients. After baking them to golden brown, it has a delicious scent, and it covers the kitchen and escapes into the castle, making everyone know that something has been made up. After the cooling down, we see Rose all hungry and drooling for the bread made by Isu. She asks eagerly, "Is it ready? Can I have a bite?" Isu agrees, but tells her to leave some for Haein, which she agrees and takes a bread and bites into it. A blast of flavors were running in her mouth and making her shriek and grin in a childish way as they have tasted something delicious. He asks her how it is, which she replies while jumping in air. It's delicious. This jumping and her excited shrieks somehow made Isu feel déjà vu. He then takes the remaining two and says in a warm tone, "I'll take these two to Haein." Rose replies, "She's probably in the living room, so I'll tell the servants so deliver them to her." A young and passionate man comes into the private kitchen and introduces himself. "Pardon me, Baron Bloom. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lucas," Isu greets. "There, Lucas." Lucas then says, "Let me guide you to your room, sir." After walking for a while, they reach Isu's headroom and they enter. Lucas was smiling and replies energetically, yet remaining polite, "It's an honor to serve you, sir." Seeing his enthusiasm, he was a bit taken aback, and when Lucas mentioned about helping him to change his clothes, that made Isu a bit uncomfortable. He then replies, "I can do that. Thanks." After removing his old clothes, he wore the suit brought to him by Lucas, and the fitting was amazing. It suited him very well. As he went down to meet Rose, she was a bit surprised and replies in a surprised tone, "Oh my, Isu, that outfit really makes you look like a noble." She was circling around Isu, admiring the noble look on him and quite impressed on how good he looks in it. Seeing this chaos, Isu was a bit uncomfortable and felt out of place. Seeing Isu's discomfort, the maid speaks up, "My lady, please show some respect. As the chaotic Rose was analyzing Isu, we see Hyen in a beautiful purple dress with a sparkling brochure on her neck. This dress actually elevates her beauty and makes her seem more like a royalty. After being called out by Hyen, both of them calmed down, and Isu was in shock how beautiful Hyen looked. Rose felt like Hyen is showing off a little and speaks in a nonchalant manner. Come on, it's not that impressive. Isu walks towards Hyen and bows gently to show her respect. He then asks her politely, "Did you enjoy the bread?" To that Hyen replies, "Wasn't too bad." Isu chuckles and replies, "Your plate shows otherwise." Rose pops out of nowhere and becomes overly polite to Hyen while speaking. "You sure seem to be enjoying your meal for someone who said it's not too bad." Irritated by her overly polite manner, Hyen replies back in a slight irritation, "Please mind your own business, Lady Jake Rose." It was clear that Rose was trying to create some kind of blandder where Hyen knows that she's being overly polite because she needs something or is being benefited by something. The sparks were running crazy between the ladies that made Isu fear for them and pulled both of them away from each other. Rose then calms down and speaks in a polite tone. "I noticed that you're very close with Isu. How about we do the same, Lady Hyen?" After analyzing and understanding her demeanor, Hyen replies, "As you wish." Somehow, her cold reply made Rose angry, and she was ready to fight but calms down. But she's angry on Isu for not breaking the ice between the two of them. Isu was in a difficult situation where he can't either run or hide from the problem. After this banter, Rose thinks for a minute and then speaks up. "Come to think of it, you need to take your etiquette here, right?" Isu nods and agrees with her. He's excited and nervous about these lessons. After Rose's speaking of Isu's training, Lucas takes Isu to a room and asks him to wait for the instructor to arrive. Feeling all giddy and excited, he thinks, "Am I finally becoming a noble?" He then feels a sense of relief washes over him, and he recalls his past memories. "It's already been a year since I came over to this world, but I can't believe it. Whether it's due to greed or a challenge, I can always return if it doesn't work out." We can see him overthink his choices and his decisions and creating a plan if things don't work out for him. But still, he doesn't give up and promises to fulfill his goals and work harder for his life in the new world. But he feels a sense of relief too, thinking if everything works out fine for him, then he would be a noble, and if he falls in love with someone and marries them, then after marriage he might have kids and would settle in this world. This makes him realize that after all, his decision of living here is the best choice, and if he has a family, then this world will be his family, not Seoul. As Isu was deep in thinking, he was interrupted by Lucas stating, "Sir, your instructor is here," Isu calls out. "Let him in." After his approval, a handsome man in his mid-50s appears and introduces himself. "Allow me to introduce myself, Baron Bloom. I'm Beset, and I'll be in charge of your etiquette training." As he announced who he was, we can see him being formal, and his appearance, his stance, and even the manner of speaking shows how well he is trained, and some may also confuse him to be a royalty. After being flabbergasted by the instructor's demeanor, Isu smiles and replies in a warm tone, "Pleased to meet you." As their greetings were over, Bassett started preparing a few things for Isu to learn and keep his manners. He starts by saying, "Then, we will begin right away. Please take a seat at the dining table." After giving his clear instructions, he turns over to the maids and instructs them to place the utensils and glasses on the table for Isu's training. Noticing the maids placing different and unique types of cutlery, Isu was shocked by how fancy these utensils are that are used by the aristocrats. Noticing Isu playing with the fork, Bassett speaks up in a stern tone, yet remaining polite. "Just now, you have committed 3 critical mistakes, sir." The sudden appearance of the instructor makes Isu jump a little and then feels a bit confused by what his mistakes are. Bassett then starts lecturing Isu on the tableware etiquette. First, touching the tableware without washing your hands goes against etiquette. Second, nobles do not exclaim. Isu is feeling a bit overwhelmed by the instructions and the rules, so he takes the fork and starts playing with it. At that, Bassett notices it and speaks up. Third, leaning down to look at your fork is considered disgraceful for a noble. Overwhelmed by all of this, Isu speaks in a dazed form. "You've got to be kidding me." Bassett notices the tone in Isu's dazed look. He then speaks up. Even the words you just uttered are not standard language, so please refrain from using them. After making his point based, then lectures Isu on table manners. Before taking food from the center plate, you must always wash your hands. After wiping the moisture on the tablecloth, proceed to placing the food on the plate in front of you. Also, placing your elbows on the table is against proper etiquette. All these etiquettes and rules made Isu's mind go blank and pull him into the darkness, as his brain couldn't memorize all of the rules. And then, feeling way too overwhelmed, he spoke up in a frustrated tone. "Hold on, how do you expect me to memorize all of that at once?" Basset remained calm, completely opposite to Isu, and speaks in a gentle tone. "Don't worry, sir. We're going to repeat that 10 times until you learn it by heart." Realizing the graveness and the depth of this training, and the amount of rules, and the nature of this training, Isu faints and falls flat on the floor. After the training classes, his mind was heavy with information, and he looked completely dry out of life. He wished for some sugar or sweets to recharge his brain energy. Noticing that it's time for the ending of Isu's training, Rose comes to visit him and is completely shocked and confused to find Isu tired and spent. Noticing Rose rubbing her eyes, he quickly gets up and straightens his cloth and sits magnificently on the couch and speaks with such elegance that it makes Rose guess who he was. Noticing her confused look and then saying his name, he speaks up in a formal tone while masking his tiredness. "Did you take a good look around with Heian?" Rose replies with a warm tone. "Hara needed some rest halfway, so it took us a while." As she completes her sentence, Haitian arrives at the training room with such elegance that it seems spring has arrived and replies to Rose in a cold yet polite manner. How inconsiderate. "I traveled a long way, so it's obvious I need a good rest." Feeling irritated by her reply, Rose speaks up. "You talk as if we begged you to come." Well, after this conversation, the girls were super angry, and we can see the fury in their eyes, and they both can fight each other at any time given. But Isu interrupts them and calms them down to stop their fight. Noticing the uneasy nature of the girls, he gets a brilliant idea and asks, "Oh right, have you girls tried creme brulee?" Hearing this weird name, the girls were confused and spoke in a confused tone. At the same time, creme brulee? Isu understands their confusion and starts explaining them with passion. "Yup. It's a simple custard creme dessert with sugar on top." He then adds, "I'll make one for both of you." A doubt had creeped up in his mind, and he speaks, "By the way, are there any pastry chefs or pâtissiers here? How can you not know creme brulee?" The girls were completely confused by what nonsense he was speaking, and then Rose speaks in a cold tone. "Pastry chef, as in an expert in making pastries." Heian adds up in a cold tone. "We don't call someone who makes inedible things a skilled person." Noticing their cold expression and the lack of pâtissiers, Isu now knows why these girls haven't heard of creme brulee. The ingredients were prepared by the humble maids and butlers of the Meditai family, and then Isu starts cooking this new dessert by also explaining the procedure. First, we're going to make the base cream with egg yolks. Then scrape the vanilla bean seeds off the pod and add them to the milk. Isu then takes the vanilla bean and explains, "This is called a vanilla bean, and you'll be surprised at how useful it can be. You can make money by selling them as syrups or jams, you know." Listening to Isu explaining different uses of vanilla bean, Rose was a bit taken aback and asks him in a surprised tone, "How do you know all this stuff?" Scoffing a little, Heian adds with a proud demeanor, "Isu is the mage of bread. He knows everything." Rose was confused and said in a suspicious tone, "Bread." She then turns to Heian with a scary look and says in a deep and scary voice, "Don't tell me. Isu made bread for you." Isu was caught now and he feared for his dear life. Rose then speaks up with a proud smile and a prideful tone, "I bet you didn't know he made me potato pancakes last time." Heian then replies coldly, "I didn't like that." This little argument was enough to make these girls angry again and glare at each other. Meanwhile, Isu is scared to go in between them, as they might take their anger out on him. Even though he wasn't in middle, Rose spoke up in a furious tone, "Isu, don't just stand there. Start making something, will you?" Seeing the anger in the clenched fist that turned white, Isu agrees and then starts focusing on his custard cream. After the custard cream was done, he showed it to the ladies. It was yellow, thick, and smelled really delicious that made both of them drool and curious to know the taste. Eventually, The curiosity got the better of them, and they started poking the custard as it was really springy and wobbly. Their fingers were covered a little in custard, and they both licked it off of their fingers. Rose speaks up in an exclaimed tone. "This is super tasty." The maid sighs and feels helpless as Rose showed her childish side. Isu then tells them that he needs to cool this, knowing he might need ice. She orders her maid, "Lucy, could you bring us some ice?" The maid nods and prepares herself to go fetch some ice. Isu is shocked to find that the Medici family has ice and was curious, so he asked Rose. She nods and explains, "Yes, we have a separate ice storage. It should last till May. We shave them to make ice dessert." Isu wonders whether their way of using ice is similar to the shaved ice with toppings that are found in his home world. As the maid arrives with a bowl full of ice, Isu then thanks her and places the custard bowl over the ice bowl to cool the custard. There were some egg whites left and Isu thought of using them. Then he thought of something delicious and says, "With leftover egg white, we can make meringue white. We can make meringue cookies." He then has a superb idea which makes his task easy, and the girls can also let their frustration out. He then says his idea out loud. "How about Heron and Jeja do a meringue whisking race? All you have to do is whisk the egg whites with all your might. I'll pour in the sugar from time to time." The girls agree, and they both have a bowl filled with egg whites, and Rose had a determined to win look on her face as Isu was counting down to start the race. After the race was officially started by Isu, Rose was pumped up and had immense energy while whisking the egg whites. Meanwhile, Heian was smart and used her magic to help herself. Meanwhile, Isu was happy that the girls were doing their best and said softly to them, "Let me know once the mix gets foamy. I'll add the sugar in then." After whisking for a long time, Rose peeks at Heian and sees her using magic to make her task easy. Makes Rose furious and she speaks up in a frustrated and irritated tone. "Hey, no magic. That's cheating." Heian replies back with a cold attitude. "I'm just using my abilities." This made Rose angry and raised her competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Isu is happy that his task is less, and after a long, hard work from the girls, the meringue was done and dusted. It was really fluffy and white like a cloud, and it held peaks when formed. Setting their whisked meringue, Rose says with a pride grin and a fake tired look, "No matter how you look at it, I'm the winner." Heian was shocked by her energy capacity and says in a sarcastic tone, "You could whisk a few more bowls with that energy of yours." This comment raised the competitive and fighting spirit in Rose, and she glared at Heian, and spark lighting between them, and it was imminent that they both could fight. So Isu interfered and said, "Please calm down, both of you." As both the girls calmed down, he then begins his next step while explaining, "Now I'm going to squeeze this meringue into the piping bag." Filling the bag with the meringue, Isu gracefully let out the meringue in a beautiful rosebud shape. This intrigues both of them, and they rush to Isu to request him to try placing the meringue in the baking sheet using the piping bag. As the girls tried it for the first time, there was an excitement on their face and a sense of pride in them as they worked hard for it. Isu then picks up the baking tray and says with a bright smile, "Now we need to bake it in the oven at low heat." An old man wearing a white uniform, who was the head chef, was near the oven, so Isu asks him gently, "Can I put you in charge of this?" The chef replied with a polite smile, "Yes, you can count on me, sir." As the baking tray is in the oven and the chef is taking care of it, Isu is being pulled by Rose, and she speaks in a warm and childish tone, "Come on, let's quickly check on the creme brulee we made earlier." Noticing her excitement, Isu calms her down and then pulls out the cold cream custard out and places it softly in a container. This container made the custard look like an expensive dish and gave it a classy look to it. Rose and Heron were really excited, and Rose asks Isu for his permission to eat the custard, but Isu smiles and says no. He thinks that when it comes to tasty food, both of the girls act like twins. He then explained the main part of the dessert. We need to sprinkle sugar on top and use fire too. Speaking of fire, he then says it to himself that in this world, he doesn't have a blowtorch and wonders how he'll do this task. He then scurries around the kitchen to find something useful. That's when he finds a matchbox and he uses it to melt the sugar. And when the sugar melts, it forms a beautiful brown coating over the custard, giving it a delicious and aromatic appearance. Looking at the end product that all of them cooked, Rose looks at Isu with hungry eyes and a drooling mouth and asks, "Now can we dig in already?" Seeing this cute reaction made Isu chuckle a little, and the maid calls out to Rose while sighing and saying, "How about we eat this properly in the drawing room, my lady?" Rose nods and agrees with the maid, and they all went to the drawing room to enjoy the delicious dessert. As they all seated down and took one of the cups filled with the custard and melted sugar, Isu then guides them by telling, "You crack the caramelized sugar with your spoon, then scoop it up with the cream." Seeing this marvelous sight, everyone was shocked and delighted. They were all eager to try this too, and did exactly as Isu said. When Rose took the first bite, her mouth felt tingly with the sensation, and the custard and sugar gave it an overwhelming sweetness that she never tried before. Her eyes sparkled, and a red hue was on her cheeks as she savors the taste. She springs up from the couch and speaks in an excited tone. "I should have hired you as our chef before you became a baron." Seeing her all excited and being close to him, Isu laughs nervously. Rose then turns a bit angry and starts shaking Isu violently while screaming out her frustration. "What's wrong with our family's patisserie? What's wrong with our family's patisserie? Why can't they come up with?" Meanwhile, Heian silently enjoyed her share of dessert and was delighted by the delicious taste of creme brulee. As Rose calms down and settles down, Isu speaks up nervously. "There's plenty of leftover custard, so should we share them around?" Rose finds Isu's idea good and says with a determined look, "Sounds good. Everyone must have a taste of this, including that pâtissier of ours." The pâtissier who was in the kitchen suddenly felt a cold shiver, which made him scared and nervous. Isu then turns to Heian and asks her nervously, "How was it, Haven? Did you like it?" Heian replies with a calm demeanor, "It wasn't bad." Even though she says in a nonchalant manner, Isu noticed her clean cup of her share of the dessert and gives her a warm smile. Rose then calls out her maid and says, "Lucy, tell the pâtissier to bring the cookies Isu asked him to bake earlier." Lucy agrees to Rose's orders and does as she was ordered to. After a while, the cookies were brought out. They were light golden in color and looked extremely fluffy like a cloud, which gave it a delicious and delightful look. Isu then explained, "You can consider these as simple sugar cookies. It goes particularly well with herb tea." After hearing his explanation and recommendation, the girls were eager to try the cookies, and both of them took one piece each and ate them in one swoop. As they bite into the cookies, an electric current runs down both of them. But suddenly, they both seemed really happy. It seems that their hatred for each other has toned down, and they became good friends. Rose then says with a bright smile, "From now on, this kitchen belongs to Isu. Give him all the ingredients he asks for." The maid agrees and felt a bit weird by her bright smile and happy tone. Rose then turned sharply to the pâtissier and said in a cold tone, "And you? Did you write down the recipe?" The pâtissier denies while being scared, but Rose says again with a cold tone, "What are you waiting for? Jot it down already." The pâtissier nods eagerly and does as he was ordered to. He felt that if he doesn't do it, he might be at risk of getting fired. Isu was a bit nervous and laughed softly to cover his self-embarrassment, and also felt really bad for the pâtissier. He then suddenly thinks to himself, "Come to think of it, I don't have any problem reading or speaking their language, but I still don't know how to write." He then turns towards the pâtissier and reassures him to tell his recipe again later. The pâtissier cried tears of relief and thanked Isu a lot. The maid then took few of the creme brulee to the count and countess. We see them seated together at a table and admiring the beautiful dessert made by Isu. The countess speaks up with some curiosity in her voice. "The dessert called creme brulee is really delicious, isn't it?" The count replies back with a thoughtful response after enjoying the dessert. "It's my first time trying it, and it tastes absolutely delightful." The countess then takes a spoonful and tastes it and analyzes the taste, but finds a mild yet sweet taste, which is different from milk, sugar, and eggs. She then speaks up. "It has peculiar aroma. I wonder what it is." After hearing her question, the count replies back with a gentle tone. "I heard he used the vanilla beans we brought in a while ago." The countess replies, "We should take note to keep some in the pantry." The count laughs softly and agrees with her. They both enjoyed the dessert and had a few good laughs together. As they were in the middle of the conversation, their butler interrupts them with a knock, which the count allows him to enter. The butler arrives and bows gently before saying, "I came with news of the young masters, my lord. Currently, the oldest master is traveling the southern region. Lately, he has been captivated by wine and is studying the art of wine making. As for the youngest master, who has entered the royal palace. As the butler was announcing, the count interrupted and asked him while sighing, "Enough of that for now. Just tell me how Jaja is doing." The butler laughs nervously and then speaks up. "Well, my lord, you see." He then explained the incidents that Rose and Harn had gone through and the banter that they do. This was enough to put a worry in both of their faces. The countess says while sighing, "I hope she hasn't torn out the duchess's hair." The butler reassures her by saying, "Rest assured, madame. Thankfully, it's nothing to that extent. Lady Jaja has decided to become friends with the Duchess and Baron Bloom, disregarding all formalities." The count and countess laugh and agreed that this is for the best, for both Rose and them, as she's the most notorious troublemaker of the family and the most mischievous individual. It is a bit suspicious that she made friends with Hagen, but in the end it was better for them, as in this way they can learn more about Hagen and make their family stand out strong. Days pass by and Isu's training for the nobility continues and his tiring hell days continue. Isu, who was on the path to becoming a noble, was late this day for his important meeting. Rose and Hagen were dressed elegantly, and both of them were irritated by his late arrival, and Rose speaks up in an irritated tone. "What took you so long?" Harren replies back with a cold and flat tone. Which country considers being late for an appointment to be good manners? Isu was embarrassed and laughed nervously while saying, "Sorry, I had some business to take care of." The real reason for his late arrival is his stomach ache and thinks that he should have brought his daily probiotics. As Isu calms down and catches his breath, he notices Hayen wearing the dress he bought for her when they went to Pussing City. Hayen says in a flat tone while flicking her hairs back over her shoulders, "I like this outfit. It's comfortable." She then says in an irritated tone, "Dresses here are so tight around the waist. It feels suffocating. I can't stand it." Listening to Hayen say this, Rose was shocked and then said, "You can easily untie the waistband when the maids are away." She then shows her in an elegant manner how she unties the waistband around her waist. In agrees and decides to do that in future. Meanwhile, Rose's maid was in shock and flinches in terror at this sight. As they traveled out of the Medici city, the scenery that was seen by Isu was magnificent, beautiful, and the air that he felt on his face, the leaves fluttering in air, and the river flowing around the city was all too bewitching to him. Isu then asks Rose in a surprised tone, "Wow, is that a river?" Rose smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Yup, it's the Medici River." This flowing water and the air was all too stunning for Isu and thought, "It must be awesome to be rich enough to name a river and a city after your family name." Then, Isu gets a wild idea that if Hayen helps him and clears a path for his future estate, then the river that would flow will be named Bloom River. Isu then mesmerizes the scenery and admires the beauty of nature. After a while, he asks Rose in a happy tone, "Then there must be a lot of fish over there, right?" Rose was a bit confused by his happy demeanor and said in a flat tone, "I heard there are hardly any." This sentence was enough to burst the dreamy bubble of Isu. He thought, if the river had fishes, then he would go fishing and try making amazing dishes. But he then asks the reason for the decline in fish. Rose then says with a hint of sadness, "Yeah, these days, even if you farm, it's a poor harvest, so we're just expanding the farm." Isu was overwhelmed by this information and had a doubt, but before saying that he thinks raising livestock in the farm up there and cultivate crops in the farm down there, he thought this was an amazing idea. And then spoke his mind. "Then do you also make cheese?" Rose nods and says, "Of course. If there's a place you'd like to explore on your own, feel free to look around. We'll go back and wait for you." Isu was confused by Rose's words and asked her in a confused tone, "Oh, can I do that?" Both Hayen and Rose had a mischievous glint in their eyes, and both agreed to him go out and explore the city. Then they both opened the door of the carriage and looked around to stall time. As they found the horses, they both got up on them and started running away. The servants of the Medici family were in shock and terror when the girls started running away. They followed back after them and were really worried for them. Rose waves at Isu and says, "Then enjoy. Isu then guides the chauffeur to take him into the town, and he observes people making cheese, he thinks. Looks like a lot of people are making cheese since it's spring. He was mesmerized by the method. They make cheese, and later he found a boy sitting on the footpath. He orders the chauffeur to halt and then calls out to the boy, "Hey, kid, come here for a sec." The boy feels he was called and walked nervously to the carriage and speaks in a shaky voice. "Do you need anything, sir?" Noticing the boy's nervousness and scared look, he rumbles in his bag and takes out the moringa cookies and hands him. The boy nervously takes the cookies and admires the shape of it before eating it. His eyes shine with a bright sparkle, and he speaks in a gratitude tone. "This is delicious, sir. Thank you." Isu smiles and speaks with a warm tone. "I'm glad you like it. Now can I ask you a question?" He then asks the boy by pointing his finger over the other wagons present there. "Where are those wagons over there going?" The boy understands what Isu was talking about and then speaks up. "They're transporting cheese to the Lord's fermentation chamber." Isu then glances at the wagons with an intense look, making the boy feel scared. After thinking for some time, Isu speaks in an intense tone which the boy mistakes as anger. "You know the way that comes out after making cheese, right? Do you guys make ricotta cheese with that?" Isu waits for the boy to understand his question, and the boy understands it finally and speaks, "Yes, sir. The Lord has approved it too." The boy was so scared that his voice was shaky and his face was getting white due to fear. This scene made Isu realize that he was a bit harsh on the kid, and immediately softens up and smiles at him while saying, "It's okay. I'm not trying to scold you. When you make ricotta cheese, do you add lemon juice and heat it?" The boy relaxes a bit and answers, "Yes, we do." Isu nods and gives the boy a warm smile. Then he says the chauffeur to take back to the Medici castle, as now there was an amazing idea running in his mind and he wants to try it out. Later, Isu rushes to the kitchen and makes an amazing cooling drink and serves it to the Count and his family. They were confused by the white drink in front of them, and the Count speaks up in a suspicious tone. "Are you suggesting that this is the suggested solution to the harvest issues?" Isu smiles and laughs nervously before saying, "It might not be perfect, but it seems like it could provide some help. From what I heard from Jaja, there are no fish in the lake, and the harvest is poor for crops as well." Count understands what he's trying to say, but still a doubt crosses his mind and says, "Yes, she's right. But how does this help with that?" Isu nods and says in a polite and formal tone, "I'll explain later, sir," he then says with a bright smile, "but please try it first." The Count and his family nods and understands his intentions, and without giving it much thought, they try the drink in front of them. Rose completes her glass of the drink and says in an exaggerated happy sigh, "This is my first time tasting it, and it's tangy and sweet." The Countess agrees with her daughter's thoughts and says, "Yes, I enjoyed it too." "What is this made of?" Isu listens to the question, and then, after giving it some thought, he says, "Normally, when we make ricotta cheese, we add lemon juice to the whey, but this time I added milk instead, and depending on your preference, you can also add sugar or fruit." After recollecting his experience while roaming around the village, he says, "While exploring the village, I saw people making ricotta cheese, and to make that, you need lemon juice." He waits for impact and makes them sink his answer to their mind. Later he says it seems that the lemon juice flowing from there is entering the farmland and the lake, causing contamination. But if we use the whey to make lassi, then there's no need to use lemon juice. It can solve the harvest issues. But he also adds while laughing nervously and scratching his side, "However, we can't just stop the demand for cheese. And the cost of milk isn't cheap." The first one to speak after Isu's explanation is Rose, and she says in an understanding manner, "Don't worry, we'll provide all the milk you want. Father, how about we provide a small portion of fermented cheese to the ranchers?" She then adds, while smiling, "It may not be ricotta cheese, but at least the quality is enough to make it work." The Countess nods and agrees with her daughter's idea and says, "Even if we lose profit from cheese, we can make that up once the harvest thrives." Isu was shocked by seeing how understanding the Medici family is, and realized why they're being so respected by the people living in their city. The Countess then interrupts Isu by saying, "By the way, you managed to find both the cause of poor harvest and its solution. No wonder our JJ praised you so much." she then adds while smiling, but the words coming from her aren't as sweet as she is. It looks like it wasn't a complete lie. This side of the Countess made both Rose and the Count speechless and confused by her behavior. Realizing their faces, Countess laughed softly while saying, "What's wrong? If you can say it, I can say it too." Rose was concerned and decided to use her words appropriately from here on out. Isu then hears it and takes it like a champ and understands where Rose gets her rough personality and character from. After the discussion between the family and the quick decisions taken by the Medici family, Isu was once again shown the wonders of the Medici family, and his respect for them grew even more. Isu then speaks up with a kind voice. Providing milk and cheese for free must have been a difficult decision. "I can see why the people respect your family so much." The Countess smiles warmly at Isu and then speaks, "Oh please, it's nothing. We're all doing it for our own good." Isu understood the meaning and felt relieved that the family he got acquainted with were good people and respected by the people. Isu then thinks to himself, "I'm not sure if it's money that's making them generous, or if it's their generosity that's bringing them money. But anyway, the Medici family understands the virtue of giving." Medici family's selflessness and the thought of putting people over them made Isu warm-hearted, and he smiles and feels happy. In a faraway land, a beautiful castle had a room decorated with lots of luxurious paintings, ornaments, and decorations. In the living room, we see a few ladies gossiping about something. All of them look noble and have a prestigious aura circulating around them. Suddenly, a conversation pops up. Say, "I heard that there will be an international market in Medici City. Is that correct?" They all nod and have a gossip amongst each other. "I heard the royal family approved of it for the first time." The other woman speaks up. It's their first participation, so they wonder how it will go. The lady that was heavily dressed spoke up in a very controlling demeanor. "Surely not everyone is planning to go, right?" The rest of the women tremble in fear and say while sweating due to her nervousness and fear, "Of course not, Lady Pitt." The other woman joins. "Why would we even go there? We don't fit in with a family that's all about money and lacks culture." After this heated conversation, a noble woman dressed in a brown elegant gown says, "By the way, have you heard? I heard that the Medici family is expanding their farm again this time. They continue to monopolize the wool without any conscience, causing harm to the Pitt family." She said this all to praise the Lady Pitt, but she didn't realize that instead of making Lady Pitt happy, she made her angry and now was being glared at by Lady Pitt. She then gathers courage and speaks in a shaky voice, "But there's a rumor going around that the Duke will make an appearance at that event." This rumor made Lady Pitt really interested in this festival, and the other woman who heard the rumor asked the lady that said, "Is that true?" The woman sitting beside replies, "I doubt it, my lady. I'm sure it's just a baseless rumor spread in case the Count's family rejects the invitation." The narrator explains, "Seeing the Mage family is rare, unless it's an official event organized by the royal family. Mages stay out of sight unless their presence is mandatory, such as at royal events or occasions where their abilities are needed. That's why nobles, whenever they get the chance, always seek to establish a connection with the Mage family." Few ladies are having a heated argument whether this might be true or not, and few agree if it's true, then they should attend the festival whether they want to or not. Lady Pitt then clicks her tongue and speaks in an irritated tone. "Well, I'm not too sure about that. Is it not a bit too much to travel all the way that far based solely on mere rumors?" After this, the room went silent and everyone had their doubts whether to go or not. One lady speaks up with a trembling voice. "Well, we're not going there because we like that family, you know. If the rumors are true, it's a great opportunity to form a connection with the Count's family. And if not, we can throw cold water on the Medici family. And if not, we can throw cold water on the Medici family, couldn't we?" Everyone agrees to it and tries to convince Lady Pitt. She herself is giving it a long thought whether to go or not. She then smirks after giving it a long thought, thinking about her vengeance and the mockery they faced due to the Medici family. She then thinks, "Those Medici bastards. How dare they claim to support the commoners and buy wool at exorbitant prices, making a mockery of our family." This was the start of something bad to happen. Lady Pitt in her anger were on the brink of bursting onto the Medici family. Back in the Medici city, it was a chaos and confusion amongst the workers over there. Their rushing footsteps and the loud orders from Rose showed how important this upcoming festival is. Rose orders, "This dish lacks originality. The design is too old-fashioned. Please pay a bit more attention to the interior decor. You two, you're in charge of this area. The bustling and rushing sounds never died down, and the air of nervousness and excitement remains. Isu, who was an outsider, saw the people in a frenzy and smiled at them warmly to cheer them up. That's when he gets a tap on his shoulder by Rose. He turns to her and she says, "Hey, Isu, can I have a word with you?" Isu agreed, and they both went out to the balcony, a bit far away from the hectic frenzy in the castle. As they walked out in the cool breeze, Isu noticed Rose's gloominess, and to cheer her up he spoke in a warm tone. "I heard the international market is opening in your county this time. I bet you attended a lot of the previous ones that were held by other families, right?" Rose was nervous and gloomy. She lacked her usual mischievous energy and spoke in a serious tone. "A few times when I was a kid." Isu asked her why she doesn't go now. She then replied, "I always left feeling bad every time I went, even though she was scared and nervous for this festival." She replies while smiling, "Nevertheless, since it's being held by our family this time, I'm trying to prepare diligently. It means our family has received approval from the royal family." She then has an idea and asks Isu, "Is there any way you could try to persuade Haran a bit?" Isu was confused and couldn't understand why she was so insistent on persuading Hayan. Noticing the confused look on Isu, she explains, "One mage? We only need one mage at the banquet. It'll shut that lousy mouth of theirs." It was clear Rose was desperate and bursting with anger and vengeance that their family had to go through. Isu understood why Rose wanted Hayan to come to the festival. After giving it some thought, he says, "Since that's really up to her to decide, why don't you ask her nicely?" Rose understands, but a doubt creeped into her mind and asks Isu, "But I thought you two were friends." Isu nods and understands her desperation, but he speaks up in a warm and understanding tone. "But this is your family's matter." Rose then chuckles and admits that if she wants Han to come, she has to do it herself. But she was a little angry at Isu and said while laughing, "I should instruct the instructors to give you a more rigorous training." This was enough to crumble Isu and make him scatter on the floor like a lick of dust. Rose did what she said, and the instructor went full hard on Isu, drilling him with more and more lectures and classes on nobility. As Isu arrives at his room after the instructor's hard regiment, he flops on the bed and growls like a whining child. According to him, the instructor was like a devil, because that made him go through a hellish regimen of nobility. Isu, tired from the regiment, speaks up to himself in a whining tone. "Jaja, is this how you get your revenge? I can't keep up with it anymore." After this hellish class, he was starving and missed his world's comforting food, grilled pork belly and kimchi. As he was reminiscing about it, he flops up from the bed and decides to head to Rotterdam right now. He orders Lucas to prepare a carriage for him, and that they're traveling back to Rotterdam. After a long and hard journey, they reached Rotterdam. It still looked beautiful and had the comforting scent of grass from his first arrival. As he took his first step out of the carriage, he felt a nostalgia hit and reminisced about his experience. Then he turns to Lucas and says, "Take the carriage and go to Rushan. Come pick me up after 3 days." Lucas nods and does as he was ordered. As he saw Lucas leave, he rushed to his cottage for the portal. As he found the portal, he went through it and reached back to his home, Seoul. He then dresses normally and goes down his apartment to the street. He cried tears of happiness and relief as he made it back home. As he went strolling to find his favorite restaurant, he watches people with happy eyes enjoying themselves and wandering around the city. This makes him happy and feel delighted. As he was strolling further, he stumbled upon his favorites, the Yanam pork barbecue. After his arrival back to his home, Isu walks down the familiar streets, crying tears of relief and happiness from escaping the hellish, rigorous regiment from Barrett. Also seeing the familiar language, speaking people made him a bit emotional. As he walked down even further, he reached his favorite restaurants. He entered the restaurant and sat on the bar table. He then calls the staff, "Excuse me, 3 portions of pork belly and a bottle of soju, please." The staff nods and says, "Great choice. Coming right up, sir." Isu smiles and thanks the staff, waiting for his food's arrival. Later, his food arrives and the sparkle in his eyes showed how much he liked the Korean food and for how long he's been away from his home. Isu then speaks to himself in an excited tone. "It's been so long since I had Korean food." Examining the old, familiar food, and the smell of his food made him drool. The shiny eyes and the gaping mouth from where the drool falls. That clearly states his admiration and desire for the food. Seeing people enjoy their food in the lightened mood of people due to alcohol and food was a beautiful scene. He then takes up his chopsticks and readies himself to take the bite. As he took the bite and chewed on it, the flavors rushed in his mouth and in his imagination. This was so delicious that he started waving the national flag of Korea while crying tears of relief and comfort. He speaks in his mind. It's so delicious I'm gonna cry. While chewing in it, he sniffles in few tears of appreciation for this tasty meal. He then pours himself a glass of soju, a Korean spirit that is the partner of the adults in Korea. Taking the shot, which was filled with the alcohol, he was mesmerized by the usual and comforting taste. He let out a satisfying sound. As he enjoyed the taste and the nostalgia, he was interrupted by the staff and was served his pork belly. Isu thanks the staff and then appreciates the food in front of him. He then picks the belly and starts grilling on the hot grill in front of him, enjoying the sizzling sounds and the delicious smell. He then thinks, I'm definitely taking kimchi with me this time. His wide grin and smile shows how happy he is, and after grilling the belly, there was a golden brown color showing it's cooked. Isu then carefully places it on his plate carefully. After admiring this beauty, he blows on it softly and takes a bite of it. There was a wide grin on his face, and he then drinks the shot of the soju. As Isu enjoyed the food and the time in the restaurant, he was called out by someone he was acquainted with. Yo, Isu. Isu then waves back at the man and says, Hey, what's up? The man then speaks in a happy tone. How have you been? Isu then says in his mind, my former colleague who I was close to at work. He then gestures his colleague to sit down and asks with a smile, Did you just get off work? The man replies with a tired groan. Yeah, I felt a bit awkward speaking in his native language, that's Korean. The man then adds, by the way, why haven't you been responding to my texts lately? Isu laughs nervously and replies about his reality. Oh, I was busy traveling. The man understands and asks, where did you go? Isu then pours a glass for his acquaintance with soju. The man guessed his destination, but Isu didn't reply, and then with a sigh, the man replies, I should have traveled around more before I started to work. I'm kinda jealous, man. He then gossips about the office. Oh, and if you haven't heard, but Park switched to Nisian. Isu was shocked and couldn't believe it. Knowing that shocked response, the man adds up. Things are so much better without him around. Isu was shocked that after his exit from the company. The man then says excitedly, also, our in-house smartphone has been getting good reviews too. Somehow this conversation made Isu realize how left out he felt. He couldn't either speak about the world he currently resides or talk about the world he used to live in that other world. All of this loneliness and the feeling of left out finally hits him, and he turned silent. The true feeling of being left out and not being able to speak openly was eating him from deep within. After being silent for a long time and drinking silently, he speaks in a flat tone. Anyway, if there's no reply, just assume that I'm traveling. The man was energetic and happy to meet Isu after a long time. The genuine smile and the happy tone was evident on his face. He then speaks up with a smile. Okay, let me know when you're back. He then walks back home, waving back at his friend, and then walks back home, his head low and deep in thinking whether what he was doing is okay or not. He reaches his apartment, unlocks the door, and flops on his bed in frustration and tiredness. He groans in pillow and turns sideways and speaks up. I'm starting to feel more and more disconnected from this world. He turns in his bed, stares at the ceiling, thinking about something, and then spoke up. Come to think of it, I remember they said many nobles will be at the International Market Festival. I want to make use of this opportunity. The empty house apart from his there felt really weird and sad to Isu, and he was determined to make use of every chance he got in the new world. He then thinks, anyway, since I've already set my mind on becoming a count, the success of this event by the Medici family will be helpful for me too. He keeps staring at the ceiling and thinking and planning his steps to become a count. The loneliness and detachment from his original world is a bit too overwhelming for him. The progress of his company and the changes brought by the transfer of his ex-chief was a bit saddening. After thinking for long about this world, he shakes his head and turns back to his life in the new world and continues thinking. The current Araman Empire has opened up opportunities for social advancement to wealthy commoners, and I too will walk a similar path, so in order not to be looked down on, he then thinks for a long time in how he'll make his life easier. After a long thinking, he gets an amazing idea, that is, an influencer. He explains properly, I need to make the Medici family an influencer in the Araman Empire, from food and fashion to artifacts. The Medici family is already renowned in various fields. He then gives this idea some more thought and then speaks up. You could say that the trends in the Araman Empire often start with the Medici family. He then pops up from the bed and takes his laptop, turns it on, then connects it to the internet for research. He then thinks, with the help of modern knowledge, I can make the Medici family an influencer in no time. He then thinks of some other ways to make the Medici family. After a long time of thinking and trying the trial and error method on his ideas, he also thinks, and on top of that, I can establish a stronger bond with the Medici family as well. Now for what to promote and establish the dominance of the influence of the Medici family. He thinks of many ideas and tried their rough sketches in his mind. But after this to and fro of these ideas, he ends up choosing spices as the base of the Medici family's influence. Cloves, nutmeg, vinegar, and many other spices were his ideas, but he couldn't find the right one. He also thought, since the Medici family already has a hold on pepper, I shouldn't meddle with that. Isu was right, as the Medici family's dominance of pepper market reigns. There is no way to overthrow them. After a long time of thinking, he speaks up. How about red pepper powder? Isu's eyes sparked up with this idea and thinks of a plan. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to introduce red pepper powder to the villagers. This was a brilliant idea too. Introducing a new spice and increasing the influence, it was a win-win situation for him. Also, a small victory for him, because with this introduction he can make kimchi and enjoy it over there. As this was his next step, he springs up and plans out. Alright, let's start packing the things I'll take with me from the kitchen. This was a brilliant idea by Isu. Isu then later breaks the fourth wall and talks to us, you see. Viewers might be thinking, kimchi? Not again. Well, he's kinda right. We all thought about this too, that why kimchi again, and couldn't he have a better idea? Isu then breaks the fourth wall again and speaks to us. Once you're in my shoes, you'll find yourself doing the same thing. Well, that's an amazing thing, Isu said. If we're all stuck in his situation, we would also try to make things that's really close to our heart and do anything possible to make it available in that other world. After his 3 days in his old world, it was his time to go back to the Medici city. As soon as he arrived in the Medici castle, he was surrounded by the two ladies, Rose and Heian. Rose speaks in a lecturing time while being angry at Isu. You skipped classes off to Rodarin, right? Heian then adds up in a cold and furious tone. How do you think you'll become a count by being so lazy like that? Guilty as charged, Isu was in a pinch of trouble, and now being surrounded by these furious and beautiful girls, he was in for a deep trouble. He laughs nervously and says, "Whoa! Calm down, you guys." Instead of calming, the girls get more furious, and Rose spoke up with an intimidating tone. "Did you eat Maggie's food all by yourself?" Heian adds up in her nonchalant yet furious tone. "Don't tell me you baked bread and ate it all by yourself." This series of questions and glares were too much for Isu, and he knows the trouble he's in for. He slowly accepts his fate and gives up on survival. He then notices the dress that both Haran and Rose wore. It was a bit odd, and a doubt popped in his mind. To clear his mind, he said in a doubtful expression, "By the way, you two, I see you two are wearing similar outfits. Have you finally decided to become friends?" The girls were a bit confused at the start, and then realizing his question, they both gave a disgusted look to him. Rose said in an irritated tone, "You, nonsense." Heian was irritated and furious at this comment, and said, "Watch your mouth," at this comment, and said, "Watch your mouth," as there was a heated discussion among them. Isu thought this was a great time to run away and run to his room. Noticing this, Rose and Heian also ran after him, but they lost his sight after a few while. Isu, who reached his room, was panting and catching his breath. As he catches his breath, he says in a confused tone, "When did those two become so close?" This sudden closeness of the girls was really confusing to Isu. According to him, they both make a dangerous pair, which can make his life hell. After settling down in his room and taking some rest, he activates his storage and says, "Anyway, I'll just unpack the stuff I brought." After taking out all of the stuff he brought from his original world, he starts formulating plans on how to make it seem like it's all grown in this world. After a long time of processing and thinking, he comes up with various ideas. Let's store the kimchi in the jar I brought over last time, and let's store the red pepper powder and baking powder deep inside a box. After packing the kimchi in the jar and packing the red chili powder in the wooden box, he calls out for Lucas. After a short while, Lucas arrives and says in a formal tone, "You called for me, sir." After nodding and smiling at Lucas, he speaks up in a questioning and kind tone, "Is the count in his study?" Lucas nods and replies, "Yes, he is, sir." Lucas then talks over to the Count's personal butler. The butler understands and knocks before saying, "My Lord Baron Bloom is here to see you." The Count lifts his head from the books, and after listening to the butler's announcement, he agrees to let Isu come in. As soon as Isu comes in, he gently bows in front of the Count and speaks up in a formal tone. "Good evening, sir." The Count nods and smiles at him before speaking up in a serious tone. "What brings you here, Baron?" Isu nods and smiles at him. After some break, he speaks up with a smile and a confident tone. "I'm here to further discuss the solutions for soil acidification caused by the lemon juice." Isu waits for some time to let Count understand his words. After giving it some thought on it, the Count speaks up, "I see. Please have a seat." Isu smiles and thanks the Count for his offer. After thinking for a little time, Isu speaks up in a confident tone. "The family farmland is currently contaminated with acidic compounds that have seeped in over a long period. Of course, it will gradually improve once the lemon juice stops seeping in, but it will take a long time to recover." Understanding what Isu wants to say and imagining the time that will be needed for the soil to recover makes the Count a bit uncomfortable, and a doubt creeps in his mind. "So, do you have a solution to this problem?" Isu then takes his time before formulating his words, and after some time he speaks up, "Yes, sir. Pouring lime powder over the land should do the trick." He then adds up in a questioning tone, "Does Romania have lime powder?" Count understands the question and replies back with a warm smile, "Of course we have plenty. But are you sure that it will work?" Isu takes his time to understand the question and then forms his answer, "Yes, it will certainly help." He also adds up in a warning tone and making sure that he has Count's attention. However, it can be dangerous if it comes into contact with humans or animals, so it needs to be handled with care. The Count smiles at him and reassures him by saying, "Rest assured, Baron. My people have used lime powder before. I'll leave the task to those who are familiar with the material." After analyzing his answer, Isu nods and appreciates the Count for his brilliant thinking. The Count is happy by Isu and his solutions. He is genuinely happy with Isu and feels indebted to him. After spending some time thinking about this brilliant idea that was introduced by Isu, he smirks and then asks Isu in a warm and gentle tone, "Have you found a suitable land for your estate yet, Baron Bloom?" Isu laughs nervously and says in an embarrassed tone, "Not yet, sir. Besides, it's only been a month since I received my title." The Count chuckles and feels a bit awestruck by this cute behavior from Isu, and after relaxing he speaks up with a light chuckle, "Excellent. Would it be all right if I find a suitable land for you then?" Isu was a bit taken aback by this kind gesture and then speaks in a shaky voice, "I would. Really appreciate that, sir." This was kind of weird for him, and he thinks to himself, "He's being very nice to me for some reason." This was very kind of Count, and Isu is really happy that the Count wishes to help him. The Count smiles and speaks in a warm and gentle tone, "Splendid. Let's talk again soon then." Isu nods and replies, "Of course. Thank you, sir." He then gets up from the couch and bows gently in front of the Count and excuses himself out. Later, he was called out by Rose and Haitian for a conversation. He gives them a visit in the living room, only to find Rise in a very intimidating posture. A bit intimidated by Rose, Isu speaks up in a bubbly tone, "What's with that look? Do you have something to tell us?" Rose then lets out a sigh of frustration, and then gathers her intimidating look before saying, "I need to come up with something spectacular for the International Market Festival, so that other nobles won't look down on us." Confused by this demeanor, Isu asks her in a confused tone, "I thought things were going smoothly." Rose agrees but replies in a defeated tone, "True, but I need something impactful that can be a punch in their faces." This sentence alone is enough to clear our doubts. Also, this shows the conflicts between the Medici family and the Pitt family. Kinda like rivalry where they try their best to make the other family red due to embarrassment. Rose was determined to shut the other noble's mouth and feel victorious, even if it's this once. After giving it a long thought on what he can do to impress the other nobles and enhance the reputation of the Medici family in front of other nobles, he comes up with a good idea that can impress all of them. Rose was delighted to know and was eager to know what this amazing idea was. Isu grins to himself and gets up and calls a maid nearby to provide him the required ingredients. The maid agrees and starts preparing the ingredients that Isu asked for. This confused both the girls. Why was he asking for these ingredients? After some time, the maid arrives with the ingredients that Isu asked and asks him milk, sugar, salt, vanilla beans, and raspberries. Will that be all? He nods and thanks the maid for her hard work. After noticing the ingredients in front of them, Rose spoke up. "Are you thinking of making an iced dessert?" Isu was a bit taken back and was confused by what she was saying and asks her, "What's that?" Noticing the confused look, Rose speaks up, "We have iced desserts here too, by the way." This intrigued Isu's interest and asks, "How do you make it?" Maybe this might be a new dessert that he never thought of and was excited to know about it. Rose, understanding his question, replies back, "We crush the ice finely and then mix it fruit or honey." Hearing this, Isu thought of something resembling this exact same dish and thinks to himself, "Sounds similar to the shaved ice with toppings back home." This was an interesting part and made Isu want to know more, so he asks Heian, "Have you tried it too, Heian?" Heian replies with a strong no, as that didn't suit her palate. Rose speaks up in a nervous and informative tone. "Ice may be rare, but it's not that hard to come by among the nobles, and it's not particularly unique." Isu grins and reassures Rose by saying in a prideful manner, "No worries. What I'm about to repeat is completely different. It's called a gelato." Hearing this weird name for the first time, both of the girls were confused and said in a confused tone, "Gelato, what's that?" Isu then tells them to wait, and that they'll soon know the wonders of the tasty gelato, he announced, before starting to boil milk. "I'm going to make 2 flavors, vanilla and strawberry, not knowing what it's gonna be. But if it's Isu's cooking, it's bound to be tasty." He then starts explaining how he's cooking. First, put sugar, vanilla beans, and separately whisked egg yolks into the milk and let it simmer. When the aroma is strong enough, put the mixture into 2 separate bowls. He then explained, add crushed raspberries into one of them and mix them with the milk. As he left the bowls to cool down a bit and let the flavors be absorbed, he then moves on to next step. Next, prepare a silver bowl filled with ice. Here, you mix salt with ice in a 1:1 ratio. Seeing this blunder, Rose speaks up in a worried tone, Why you add salt into an ice dessert?" Annoyed by her questioning and disturbing him, he replies back in a sassy tone, "Hold on, I'm not done yet." He then calms himself down and continues to explain. "Now, I'm going to put what we made earlier into this ice bowl and mix it." Although it might seem that Ishu knows what he does, but the truth is that he found this recipe on the internet and hopes that it turns out good. The looks from both of the girls was a bit scary and disheartening because it showed their mistrust in him due to his addition of salt in the ice. As Ishu kept stirring and checking on how this gelato was doing, it eventually started freezing. Seeing this, Rose speaks up in an amazed voice, "Incredible, it's gradually freezing." Izu, "Are you a mage too?" Heian replies back to Rose with a prideful tone. "What did I tell you? He's the bread mage." Listening to this, Rose agrees and admits that Izu is a bread mage. Listening to this conversation, Izu laughs nervously and continues to explain the procedure of gelato. Once it's frozen to some extent, add some air to achieve a chewy texture while stirring, and repeat this process 2 or 3 more times. After this continuation procedure of scooping and making it fluffier, it was finally ready, and he scooped some and served it in a crystal clear bowl and garnished it with some mint leaves. As it was ready, he asks both of them to try. He then speaks with a confident tone. "Oh, I've only made a small amount for now, but I'll need to make more for the huge crowd at the International Market Festival. So I was thinking if Haran could help out with the ice." Suddenly, the girls take a scoop of the gelato, and they both start shivering, and their mouth full of gelato. He was worried and asked, "Hafin, JJ?" This was a bit confusing for him, to why the girls were trembling and lifting their spoons in the air, like they have some kind of battle or have completed some race. Both Heian and Rose had tasted the bite of this amazing dessert, and as soon as they took a bite, they were frozen and their bodies trembled. Confused by this action, Isu called out to them, but they didn't answer him. After some time passes, both of them stop trembling, and Rose is the first one to speak up with an excited and childish tone. "What's this? It's so delicious. Did you say it's delicious? Did you say it's gelato?" This sudden burst of energy made Isu a bit shocked and nodded after understanding her question. Rose then speaks up with a delighted tone. "I've never had an ice dessert this creamy and delicious before, not to mention its chewy texture." This amazing response by Rose was enough for Ishu to know that what he created was amazing and would definitely work its magic in the International Festival market. He then asks Rose in a calm tone, "How is it? Do you think nobles would like it?" Rose shouts back in an excited tone, "Of course." Heian then adds up with a rare expression of excitement. "It's so soft that one might mistake it cream." Isu was a bit taken aback by Heian's rare sight of energy and emotions, but this also makes him relieved. If Heian agrees to the taste and likes it, then it means it's a suited dish to be served in the festival. Feeling relieved and happy, he watches both of the girls digging on the ice cream again and again. Then the time arrives when Rose, due to her energetic scoop scooping of gelato gets a brain freeze. She then speaks up in a pain-bearing voice while pressing her forehead with her hand. "Oh, my head is hurting from eating cold food in a rush." Although having a brain freeze and the sensation painful, she yearns for more and says, "This is so good, I want it all to myself." Hye-in, the Ice Queen, who doesn't show much emotion, speaks up. "I usually don't like cold food, but this isn't too bad." Seeing this reaction, Rose speaks up in an irritated tone. "Nonsense. I saw you devouring it. Give it to me if you don't want it." This infuriated Harin, and she says in a cold tone, "No." This was enough to spark the inner wild beasts within them. The fight over the last cup of gelato was gonna be intense. When Isu steps up and calms them down, he thinks to himself, "I'm glad that at least they both enjoyed it." After calming them down completely, he turns to Rose and asks her, "Then why don't you go and get the final permission from your parents?" Even after being taken far from Heian, she was gritting her teeth, but after listening to Isu, she grins and replies in her usual energetic tone, "Fine, make me 2 more. I'll bring it to them to let them taste it." She then turns to Heian, and after giving some thought, she speaks up, "By the way, Heian." Heian doesn't reply, but looks at Rose. Rose then replies, "Have you been to the International Market Festival before?" After understanding her question, Harin replies with a nonchalant manner, "No, never. My so-called father would leave me behind and take his new wife and her bastard of a son instead." Realizing the dark turn of this situation, both Isu and Rose turn silent. After some time, Rose speaks up in a heavy feeling, "Oh, I see." She then nudges Isu to convince Heian to come to the International Market Festival. Noticing the look and the nudge, Isu was a bit confused as to why she was doing that, and then remembers the thing they both talked about. Isu then asks, "Heian, hey Heian." Heian replies in a suspicious tone, "What?" Noticing the questioning glare and the suspicious tone from Heian, he laughs nervously and asks, "Want some bread?" Rose then slips out of the room with the 2 bowls of gelato that was prepared by Isu to her parents for the approval. After a few days and the approval of the count for the gelato, Isu calls for the head chef to his personal headquarters. The head chef was a bit scared and confused to why he was called, but he abides by the request and heads to Isu's room and knocks softly on his door. Isu then allows him to enter. The head chef enters the room, and with a confused and nervous tone, he asks, "You called for me, sir?" Isu nods and gives him a warm smile. He then says with a gentle tone, "Please have a seat. I have something to discuss with you." The chef understands it and head towards the couch. He was a bit hesitant before sitting down on it. Noticing the nervous and tired look on his face, Isu offers, "Here, have some herb tea, and please just relax." Noticing the gentle demeanor and the kindness, the chef was a bit confused and dumbfounded, so he asks again in a confused tone, "Thank you, sir. If I may ask, why have you called for me, sir?" Isu then speaks with a warm and gentle tone, and his expression showing empathy towards the chef. "I'm sure you're stressed over coming up with new menu items. Am I right?" The chef speaks up in denial and disagreeing with Isu. "Of course not. Sir, I'm just doing my job, that's all." He then continues with a tired tone, "With many important guests expected to attend the festival, I have to think day and night about how to enhance the experience. Nevertheless, my ideas are nowhere near yours, sir." He ends his talk with a light, nervous chuckle. Isu nods and understands. After some time, he speaks up, "Back from where I come from, baking is a big part of our culture. My mother was also passionate about baking as well." The chef nods in understanding. Isu then continues to explain his idea. "Spices like ginger and cinnamon are particularly inexpensive and readily available. So my point is, if it's all right with you, I would like to pass on my mother's recipe to you." After hearing Isu willing to share his family's secret recipe, there was shock written all over the head chef's face. Isu was a bit taken aback and says in a warm tone, "I'm not necessarily insisting that you use my recipe, but by referring to it, you might come up with even better ideas." The head chef was in tears due to Isu's kindness and selflessness and speaks in a grateful tone, "I don't know how to thank you, sir. In fact, and was quite stressed about developing new menu items, so I truly appreciate your understanding." Feeling overwhelmed by the tears and grateful tone of the head chef, he speaks up in a comforting tone, "It's okay. Let's set aside the emotions for now and start writing down the recipe." The head chef nods and starts jotting down the recipes that Isu gave. Isu then explains to us, "I gave him a total of 3 recipes: churros, butter cookies, and lemon ginger tea. The head chef, after jotting the recipes, says in an astonished tone, "Sir, your ideas are simply extraordinary." Isu then says, in a gentle demeanor, "I already asked to have the ingredients ready, so go ahead and make them now." The chef then adds in a curious tone, "Oh, can I also bring out the creme brulee by any chance?" Isu then replies in a gentle tone, "Of course. How about making your own version by adding toppings of your choice?" This kind gesture was enough to make the head chef cry again and reply in a gratitude, "Of course, sir. Please share more recipes in the future. I'm always open to learning new recipes." The head chef then gets up and bows in gratitude and leaves the room with new profound ideas. Isu was grateful to see this and was excited to see what new recipes will be formed and given for tasting before the International Market Festival by the head chef. After a while, Lucas comes and knocks on the door, announcing himself. Isu lets him in and then awaits to what Lucas has to say. Lucas then says in a calm and gentle tone, "Sir, Mr. Streve and his son have arrived at the Southern Inn." Nods and asks the direction to the Southern Inn. After some time, he leaves the Medici castle and walks down the road on the Medici city. He was still confused to where it was located and remember the address. After a bit of walking, he spots the Southern Inn and knocks on the door. A familiar young boy's voice comes. "Who is it?" Isu calls out his name, and then the door opens up with the boy smiling brightly and warmly at him. He then says, "Baron Bloom, I heard you finally earned your title." He then says in an excited tone, "Goodness, I knew it. So is selling mirrors more like a side business? Where is your estate located? Are you not going to visit Aramania City anymore?" Feeling overwhelmed by the amount of questions, Isu asks him to limit to one question at a time. He then asks him, "Are you alone?" The young boy laughs heartedly while answering, "Yes, my father is away attending to a business." Isu understands and then asks him, "Then, would you care to join me for a walk?" The boy agrees and they go to a park nearby the inn. The boy asks Isu about how the lessons are going. Isu replies with an honest answer that they are very boring. The boy was happy about Isu's honesty. Isu then asks the boy, "By the way, you know the International Market Festival is being held here, right?" The boy nods eagerly and speaks, "Of course. We're planning to stay for about a week during the festival period since it's on our way back and forth." Isu smiles and nods in agreement. Then he says his idea about what he wants from him. The boy understood and nods in agreement before confirming. "So you want us to spread the word once we return to the city after the festival. Is that it?" Isu then replies with a nod. "Yup. Could you do that for me?" The boy smiles widely and replies, "I have a knack for spreading rumors like nobody else." He then speaks with a mischievous glint in his eyes and rubbing his hands together like a merchant. "But you know that there's no such thing as a free lunch, eh?" Isu smiles nervously before replying, "Certainly. What do you want in return?" He lowers his grin and then smiles widely before saying it loud proudly. "One would be to provide us with lodging we can stay in for 7 days. The other is a guarantee of a prime spot at the festival." Isu then thinks, both of them don't seem easy, but still for the stuff he wants to do, this is a small price and assures the boy to talk it about to Rose. This boy then says if we had to choose one of the two requests, it would be the prime spot at the festival. Isu understands his requirements and assures him. The boy turns sideways to watch something. This confused Isu to what he was looking at. He follows the gaze of the young boy to look at a carriage standing behind them. The boy says in an amazed tone, "What a magnificent carriage. I wonder who's in it." Isu then thinks, there's still quite a lot of time left until the festival, so I doubt it's one of the noble guests. After staring at the carriage for a bit, Isu remembers he's a bit busy and says to the boy, "I should get going. I'll come back later in the evening if I'm available." The boy nods and waves goodbye to Isu as he rushed towards the Medici castle. A young man in his 20s comes out of the carriage while wobbling. The man screams out while being intoxicated in alcohol, "Father, it is I, your son, Clay Medici, has arrived." Isu was shocked to see the young man all tipsy and causing a ruckus in the Medici castle's front yard. He then goes closer to the head chef, who seemed a bit worried, and asks, "Who is that?" By the sudden voice of Isu, the chef jumps a little and speaks up in a surprised tone. "Oh, Sir Bloom. He's Sir Clegg, the Count's eldest son." Everyone was running after Clegg and trying to stop him from causing any more trouble. Seeing this young man causing ruckus and making every servant of the Medici family worried for him, he thinks, Count's eldest son. He's totally wasted. After calming down Clay and taking him back to his room, there was peace at last. After some time, he meets up with Rose and asks, "So, Sir Clegg is your older brother?" Rose nods and answers back, yes, he's been learning how to make wine recently. Before saying something else, she scrunches her face in irritation and speaks up, and he seems completely obsessed with it. Sometimes he forgets that he's the heir of the Medici family. Listening to this, Isu was a bit concerned about the relationship between the siblings and asked, "Are you not on good terms with him?" Rose shakes her head and replies in a solemn tone, No, it's not that. I'm just worried about my family. That's all." Suddenly, she looked sad while saying, "To be honest, our family hasn't fully established itself in the world of nobility yet." Isu remains silent and keeps listening. After giving some time to Rose to calm down, he asks, "I see. By the way, can I ask you a favor?" Rose stops being gloomy and gives Isu a smile while saying, "Sure. How about we go somewhere and chat while enjoying the scenery?" Isu was confused and asked, "Where should we go?" Rose then takes him to her hideout, a special place where she escapes from the day-to-day troubles and gives time to herself. After settling down and relaxing a bit, Rose asks Isu with a serious tone, "So what's the favor you're asking for?" A bit intimidated by her serious demeanor, he speaks in a formal and gentle tone, "Could you possibly help me with booking accommodation during the International Market Festival? And also, securing a good spot for a stall?" After listening to Isu's requests, Rose speaks up in a formal and serious tone. "Is this for a merchant, you know?" Isu chuckles nervously and replies to Rose, "Yup, I asked for a little favor too." Dumbfounded by this, Rose asked, "So, is this in return for the favor?" Isu nods, and that's enough for her. She then asks Isu while patting her chest and in a concerning yet questioning manner, "What's in it for me if I do that?" Isu then takes his time to form a good and responsible answer for Rose's question. Well, if things go according to my plan, it could increase your family's reputation." Rose was a bit confused as to why Isu is doing all of this for her family. She then contemplates a bit and asks him in a confused tone, "I appreciate your sentiment, but why are you concerned about our family's reputation?" Isu replies with a mock-sad tone, while putting a hand in his chest to show his sadness. "Well, that's a bit hurtful." Rose's face turns pale and asks for forgiveness as soon as possible. "Oh, I'm sorry if it sounded that, but it's just that I'm worried." Isu was confused and asked her, "Worried about what?" She then replies in a sad and gloomy tone, "Getting involved with my family might lead you to being rejected by the high-ranking nobles. With your abilities, you could easily blend in with them, I guess." Her low confidence and self-loathing was clearly showing that they don't have a good reputation among the other nobles. Isu then speaks up in a gentle and comforting tone with a confused expression, "Don't you think that's undermining you and your family too much?" Rose speaks up in an angry tone, then calms down. "No, that's not what I meant. Even though it may seem like we can just live well among ourselves, eventually we'll end up crossing paths with those people somehow. Meeting other nobles might change your perspective too." Isu sighs and asks her in a gentle tone, "And what will you do if my perspective changes?" Rose snaps and says in an intimidating voice, "There's nothing but death waiting for traitors. You heard about what happened to the Fanchi household, right?" Isu chuckles nervously while saying, "I have no intention of betraying." After some time and calming Rose down, he then speaks up with a curiosity, "Oh, by the way, have you heard rumors that the Mage family will be visiting during the festival? I don't think Haran will attend, but do you know anything about them?" Rose asks in a serious tone. "Where have you heard about this?" Isu thinks for some time before replying, "I overheard what the merchants from the city were saying." Isu then thinks if Rose is quiet about this, then this might be an act to degrade the Medici family by someone. Rose stays silent for a long time and then grits her teeth before standing up and speaking in an angry tone, "I should go talk to my father about this." He watches Rose leaving her hideout in a rush, and anger on her face clearly visible. After some time, his instructor arrives and attends the classes till evening. Tired and exhausted from the classes, Isu lays down and tries to relax. That's when he jumps up and covers his ears to stop hurting it from the vomiting sounds from Clay. He then speaks up in an irritated tone, "Gosh, how long is he going to keep up with this?" He then thinks to himself while being irritated and gritting his teeth, "Drunk all day, every day, then vomiting non-stop." He sighs and thinks in a tired tone, "I can't even do anything about it since he's JJ's brother. At least he could stop the vomiting." Suddenly an idea sparks up in his brain and he calls for Lucas, ordering him to go with him to the prep kitchen. After spending some time in the prep kitchen and making a drink that's good for a hangover, he explains, "Nothing like a nice honey water for hangovers." He then asks Lucas to bring it to Sir Clegg, which Lucas follows as quickly as possible. He then thinks to himself, "I hope that does the trick." I'm already exhausted because of all those lessons. I don't need more stress in my life. He then speaks to himself while stretching. Anyway, I should get ready for the swordsmanship training tomorrow. Then, the next morning arrives, and Isu is busy with his sword training master and practicing the sword skills while participating in a mock duel. Sir Clegg, who was free from the hangover, calls out to Isu. Isu turns around to who calls him. That's when he gets struck by his instructor, and he yells in pain. Clegg then asks for forgiveness for his bad timing. The swordmaster greets Clay, and then turns to Isu with serious expression. Baron Bloom, you have been stabbed 894 times so far. Please focus. Isu yells in protest while clarifying himself. Hey, Sir Clegg was calling me. How can I ignore him? Noticing this misbehavior, the instructor says we need to go over your manners again, too. After seeing how tired Isu is, the swordmaster declares enough for today and takes his leave. Isu then realized something. Should have just bought that certificate for 1,000 gold. The training to be a count is extremely hard. Isu then sighs and turns to Clegg with a gentle smile. Clegg smiles back and reaches for his hand before saying in a gentle tone, "Pleasure to meet you, Baron Bloom." Isu was happy to see that Clegg wasn't in a hangover and now feels sober. He then replies back with gratitude. "Yes, nice to meet you." Then he replies in a questioning tone, "But may I ask what brings you here?" Clegg then replies back with a gratitude and happy tone, "That honey water last night. I heard it was your idea." Isu replies back, "Oh that? Yes, it was. Are you feeling better now?" Clegg replies back in a jolly mood, "It was the perfect remedy for my hangover." Isu smiles and feels relaxed that it helped him and says in a worried tone, "I advise you to cut down on the drinking. It's not good for your health." Clegg then replies with a mock disappointed tone, "It seems like nobody is on my side." Isu replies with his worried tone and might smile, "Everyone is worried about you, sir." Clegg then responds by sighing in disappointment. "Oh, please. Their distress is nowhere near that of this incompetent heir of the family." Clegg then replies in a nervous tone while chuckling in a nervous tone, "Please don't look at me that way, sir. It was just a joke." Isu laughs awkwardly, and then with a sigh of sadness he replies, "In fact, I also once lived a life fueled by alcohol." Noticing the sadness of Isu and felt that he's gone through something heavy. Noticing the heavy air around them, he replies in an awkward laugh, "I drank honey water not to ease my hangover but to prevent my throat from hurting when I'm vomiting." Clegg smiles and replies with a soft smile, "I would love to hear more about your story, Baron Bloom. Come join me for a meal." Hugh agrees with him. Meanwhile, in Count's personal library, his personal butler arrives and says in a panicked tone, "Sir, rumors are spreading that the Mage family will visit the International Market Festival this time." The Count replies in a stern voice, "Yes, I've heard about it from Gigi." Butler replies in a worried tone, "So, it seems like there will be more customers than expected." The Count nods and agrees while saying, "From what I've heard, a total of 20 families have opened portals and passed through Mount Knots. This was a bit too much for the Medici family, and the rumors that have been spreading can cause more downfall of the Medici family, as the royal families from all over the Romanian Empire are arriving in the Medici city. The nervousness and the upcoming challenge is becoming heavier. To impress these families, a huge workload has been put on the Medici family's servants, and a huge misunderstanding is the reason for all of this." The Count explains the reason for these families' arrival. There is only one mage who can open portals in the Roman Empire. However, portals can only be opened in 2 locations simultaneously, so the cost of opening portals can be very expensive. Therefore, portals are usually opened only when the imperial family needs to travel. This was a huge headache to the Count, and he let out a sigh in discomfort. He then clenched his head while saying and sighing, "This is absurd." Because of rumors of the Mage household visiting, they're coming in large numbers through the portal. The Count then thinks for a time before saying, "They must be planning to use this opportunity to humiliate us." The butler understands his heaviness and replies in a worried tone, "A large crowd like that must have cost around 10,000 to open the portal." The butler then replies in a comforting yet concerning tone, "We're doing our best to take measures, but things aren't looking too bright, sir." The Count reassures him, "This situation." The butler nods in agreement and takes his leave, worried for what's to come in the future. Meanwhile, Isu, Rose and Heian in the living room were enjoying themselves, and then Isu introduced, This is the game I mentioned before, called Jenga. I asked the carpenters to make it for me. Confused by this game and not understanding the significance of this pulling blocks game, Heian asks in an uncertain tone. What's so fun about pulling out wooden blocks? Rose agrees and says, that's what I'm saying. She then continues with a complicated look, strategic thinking, and dice throwing. Understanding their misunderstandings, and then he claps before smiling and replies, now, you don't know until you try it for yourself. Besides, anyone can play this game. People will love it at the festival. With a spark in his eyes and a dangerous glint, he speaks in a mischievous tone. And the one who makes the towers fall will get a finger flick on the forehead. The girls were a bit confused and asked him in a confused and dumbfounded look, a finger flick. He knows no matter how much he would try explaining it to them, they won't understand, so he says, go ahead and play it to find out. Rose exclaims in happiness and replies, alrighty, this should be easy. But she couldn't do it, and her bratty personality and pride wouldn't accept the defeat. So all of them played again and again, where all the times Rose was the loser and got the most finger flicked on her head. She then screams out in anger and frustration, no fair. This doesn't make sense. How can I lose every single round? She then points towards Haran and speaks in an irritated tone. Especially you, Heian speaks in a nonchalant tone. What about me? Rose's anger sparks up and her fighting spirit rose while saying, your finger flick hurts the most, you know that. Let me give you a taste of my flick too. Seeing this turning to a dispute, Isu interjects, how about we wrap it up and go eat? Noticing how Rose's knuckles turning white, he knew she wouldn't settle for a finger flick. Rose then speaks up in an irritated tone while throwing a tantrum. I'm pretty good at playing chess. Let's play that after our meal. Isu then replies to her, I don't know how to play it. To Heian, chess was boring and she wasn't interested in playing. This only infuriated Rose and was going to throw even more tantrums when the Count's personal butler calls for her. She then goes towards him and asks him what happened. The butler asks her to whisper it into her ears. There's something I must discuss with you. This caught Isu's attention and he tries to have a conversation, but was requested to leave as this was a personal matter of the Medicai Count. Understanding this privacy matters, he smiles and takes his leave. He was then taken by Lucas to an establishment near the county. He then appreciates the beautiful room given by the Medici family and feels even more respect and gratitude for them. He then thinks to himself, for once, I can be alone. He then turns towards Lucas and says in a merry tone, you may return to the county, Lucas. This terrified Lucas, and he overthinks the situation of him being incapable of being helpful to Isu. He then speaks in a scared tone, did I make a mistake? Sir, Isu replies in a comforting tone, no, relax. I just want to spend the next 2 or 3 days meditating alone. Understanding the reason of his departure to the Count, he nods and then speaks up. Oh, in that case, I'll instruct the servants to prepare the bath water, sir. Isu nods and allows Lucas to do as he please. As soon as Lucas leaves the room and Isu is alone, he thinks to himself in an excited tone, alrighty, off to the kitchen. Today's dinner is kimchi stew. He then prepares the ingredients he needs and puts the rice to cook while he chops vegetables and meat for the kimchi stew. Unfortunately, the ingredients were only enough for a single person. After cooking it for a while, a familiar scent arose from the stew and Isu says while being nostalgic, yum, I missed the smell of this. While cooking, he was disturbed by some knocking. Confused by this, he thinks to himself, who could that be? There's nobody to visit me at this hour. The intensity increased of the knocking and he hurriedly washes his hands and runs towards the door while hurriedly opening the door. He asks, who is it? There stood a handsome man in his 20s and with a beautiful smile. Confused by his sudden arrival, he asks, what brings you here at this hour? Seeing Clegg all alone, he was a bit worried for his safety. Clegg then replies in a gentle and polite tone, I bought some cheese and wine. Oh, not for me, of course. It's a gift for you. Here you go. He laughs nervously and hands the package to Isu. He smiles, and then a tasty scent reaches to his nose. He then turns to Isu and asks him in a curious tone, say, are you cooking Baron Bloom? Isu then turns to Clegg and invites him to join him for dinner. Clegg nods and then enters Isu's establishment and notices the kimchi stew. Quite interested in it, he asks. Smells quite peculiar. What is this dish called? Isu laughs nervously and then replies after thinking for some time, it's pork stew with kimchi, a specialty from my hometown. He then thinks to himself, gotta act natural in situations like this. He then says, looks like the rice is ready as well. Please have a seat and I'll bring them to you. Clegg understands and then speaks. That's all right. I'll help you carry the bowls downstairs. downstairs. After settling down with utensils and bowls, Isu then brings the rice and the stew to the dining table. Watching the house stew and the rice served to his bowl, he speaks in an intrigued tone. "This looks appetizing, Baron Bloom." After taking a spoonful bite of the stew and rice, Isu was hoping that Clegg liked it. After chewing the rice and stew and analyzing the flavors for a while, Clegg then speaks up in a very refined manner. "Indeed, it has a very unique taste. The harmony of cabbage, pork belly, and shallots. I can see you've seasoned it with garlic, ginger, and pepper as well." After giving it some thought, he speaks up. "I can taste the flavor of fish sauce as well." Noticing the in-depth explanation, Isu thinks to himself, wow, he must be one of those super tasters. Clegg then speaks up. Clegg then speaks up after completed analysis. "How about, we have wine with this?" Isu agreed, and then brings the wine glass to the table. After drinking and enjoying the food together, both of the men were in a jolly mood. Seeing Isu act all goofy and having fun, Clegg laughs a bit and says in a comforting tone, "I'm glad you like the wine." Isu nods and replies in an eager tone, yet fascinated, "Yes, it's delicious, but how did you know all the ingredients that went into the dish earlier? That was impressive." Clegg blushes softly and replies in a defeated tone, "Oh please, it's a talent most useless when managing a county." After listening to his answer, Isu speaks up in an intrigued tone, "Haman, does that mean you're willing to carry on the family name, Sir Clegg?" Clegg then replies in a tipsy tone, "Even if I don't like it, there's no choice. There's nothing more humiliating than the eldest son not taking over the family name. Everyone will point fingers at me." Isu, who was drunk and tipsy, replies, "So, you're not inclined to it?" After giving some thought of Clegg's hesitation, he asks, "What kind of life do you dream of beyond your family business, sir?" Clegg replies in a drunk and happy tone, "Living in the countryside, raising livestock, doing some farming and cooking meals with family. Something like that, you know." Isu then speaks up after giving it a thought. "So, it's a matter of happiness or reputation?" Clegg replies with a sigh, "Yes, it's quite the dilemma indeed." The day finally arrives, when the festival begins. The bustling street filled with nobles' carriage, and the merchants screaming and fixing their shops up for the upcoming festival. Isu explains to the readers, on the first day of the International Market Festival, families from various places exchange welcome greeting. On the second day, there is a banquet for the nobles. And on the third day, the castle is open to the public, and the entire village enjoys the festival. And I am currently preparing to attend the welcome ceremony. He was excited, nervous, and scared to meet the nobles, but he was determined to join them and experience this amazing event. Isu, in his room, was trying out some outfits prepared for him by the Medici family. Feeling uncomfortable, he says, "Wow, this feels way too tight." Lucas then speaks up with a pride, "Full tone, sir. That was made by the tailor who stitched every thread with the utmost care." Feeling lectured by Lucas and being uncomfortable, Isu speaks out in defeat, "All right, I get it." This friendly banter between Lucas and Isu was good. After noticing Isu in this dress, Lucas speaks up, "By the way, that color blue suits you very well, sir." Isu blushes a bit and then coughs a little to clear his throat before speaking. "All I have to do is just greet them and leave, right?" Lucas then replies, "Yes, sir." He then replies with a warm smile and a polite yet gentle tone, "The banquet is tomorrow evening, and today we'll have a short welcome ceremony, sir. Lady Jage and Lady Hayen are waiting in the waiting room, so let us proceed there." Yu nods and agrees with him, as he said, "Of course, let's hurry." Lucas nods and they both go together out of Isu's room. As they went out and reached the location of the banquet, Isu was shocked to see the decorations and the money put by the Medici family in this banquet. A beautiful yet elegant lady playing the kanubi with a beautiful and gentle grace. Seeing Isu being distracted by this banquet's decoration and called out to Isu, "The waiting room is this way, Baron Bloom." Isu nods and walks toward the waiting room. Two beautiful young girls, all dresses in their formal dresses. Rose speaks out in an excited tone, Oh, Isu, I mean Baron Bloom, welcome." Feeling a bit uncomfortable with this formal demeanor, he speaks up after bowing in front of both of them. "Thank you, Lady Jage. It sure does feel awkward to treat each other so formally." Rose nods and chuckles politely. "Yes, indeed." He then turns towards Hayen and speaks in a formal tone. "And how about you, Duchess Silverwood? What made you change your mind to participate in the welcoming ceremony?" Isu nods and replies in her usual cold and nonchalant tone, "The Count and I had a discussion." Isu was dumbfounded by this, and Rose speaks up with curiosity, "You did, but Father didn't tell me anything." Isu then thinks to himself, concerned for Hachen, "Is she sure about this? Or does she feel comfortable revealing that she's an elf?" Isu then explains to us, "The mage family is inevitably entwined with the royal family. I wonder if Hayen is mentally prepared right now. Once she reveals her identity, not only will she be expected to make public appearances, but she will also face pressure due to the marriage issue." After giving it some thought, Heian wanted to say something that troubled her or wished to tell, but due to her status, she couldn't, and then turns her head sideways and replies to both of them, nonchalantly, "There's no need for you to know the details." As they all were in a bit of a frenzy and enjoying their time together, a butler approaches the group and speaks up in a formal tone. "Lady JJ, everyone is waiting for your greeting." Rose nods and agrees, as both Isu and Heian were gonna get up. The butler speaks up. "Baron Bloom and Lady Heian, please wait just a little while." Both of them stood there while the butler and Rose left the room. As soon as the door shuts and the sound of the horse comes to this waiting room, Isu jumps up excitedly and rushes to the balcony. Isu admires the carriage down and appreciates the noble look on them. Meanwhile, Heian walks up to the balcony and speaks up in an unimpressed tone. "What's so impressive about that? It looks petty compared to my carriage." Finding this is a perfect opportunity, Isu gives out a fake laughter while teasing Heian, says the person who doesn't have a carriage anymore. No house or money either. This infuriated Heian and made her so angry that she started chanting a magic spell to threaten Isu. A sharp and cold icicle pointed on throat made Isu really scared, and he speaks up in a shaky voice. "Stop it. This threatening thing is going too far." "Got it." Heian then calms down and delowers her icicle and disintegrates the icicle. They both calm down and then seated in the couches available in the waiting room. Isu had a doubt creep in his mind, speaks up by the way. "What are you planning to do after revealing yourself to the public?" Heian, feeling his question genuine, she replies, "I'm going back to Aramania City to get back what's mine." This confused Isu, and as he was going to ask her for more details, he hears a voice called out, "Baron Bloom, it's time." Isu nods to himself and gets up. He then turns to the seated Haitian and asks, "Let's go, Haven." Heian replies in a nonchalant manner. The protagonist always makes the last appearance. Isu waves his hand and leaves the room. Isu then walks out of the perimeter of the waiting room onto the banquet hall, which was filled with nobles greeting each other. Watching this scene, he speaks out loud. Looks like a lot of people have gathered. He then hears a familiar voice call out to him. It was Rose. He then replies, "Jaja, I mean my lady, why are you alone?" Rose speaks up in a tired tone. "The family I'm close to hasn't arrived yet. Thanks to that, I'm spending time quite lonely by myself." Feeling bad for Rose, Isu then speaks up, "I'll wait with you." The bright sun shines on the families that have arrived, and their lively chatters die down slowly as the sun rains on them. Few of them begin to complain. "Woo, I'm sweating buckets. I could use a good bath." Listening to all of this complain and chatters, Isu thinks, everyone's complaining. Suddenly he eyes at the entrance of the banquet and watches the staff bring out the iced dessert that he introduced to the Medici family. Strawberry and vanilla gelato, a dessert with a rich and smooth texture that brings out the bursting flavor of fresh ingredients. As the gelato was served to all of the noble families present in the banquet, the Count comes up and with a warm smile and speaks up to all the honored guests who have come from afar. "These are iced desserts, specially prepared for all of you. Please, I insist you try it." Few of the nobles were confused by this weird dessert present in front of them, and one of them speaks up, "Ma, I've never seen this before. What can this possibly be?" Another of them criticizes, "Tesk. I wonder where they learned to make such a bizarre recipe." The Medici family certainly lacks class. Lady Pitt, who is also present, said, "Let's try it first." As soon as she took a scoop and placed it in her mouth, a refreshing flavor hit her and made her squeal like a child. She then clears her throat and speaks in a nonchalant manner while covering her smile. "Well, it doesn't seem incredibly impressive." The kids from the Pitt family enjoyed it and screamed out loud in joy. "It's absolutely delicious." Few of them asked for second time, and it seemed everyone enjoyed this dessert. One of the noblemen asked in a curious tone, "I've never tasted anything quite like it before. What did you put in it?" The Countess replies with a polite smile, "It's called gelato made with vanilla beans. I heard the Krunoman family monopolized the vanilla bean trade. You must have a great eye to acquire such a delectable spice." Lady Krunoman speaks up in a fascinated tone. "This is really refreshing and sweet. It feels like all of my fatigue is disappearing." She then asks his husband in a happy tone, "Don't you agree, my dear?" The Lord Krunoman replies, "My dear, you're quite right." Noticing the smiles and happiness on these nobles, Isu thinks to himself, once the recipe for making such delicious ice cream becomes known, making money is just a matter of time. Rose calls out to Isu and asks him in a curious tone, "Are you planning to spread this recipe through that merchant?" Isu nods and replies in a delightful tone, "Yup, I'm gonna spread the Medici family's ultimate recipe. What do you think?" Rose understands and gives an approving nod. Isu then thinks to himself, "Only the creme brulee, that is. I'll keep the ice cream one for myself." Lady Pitt, who notices the nobles having fun and enjoying this delicious treat, speaks up, "I have to admit, the taste isn't bad, just as Lady Kruneman said. I'm sure sure it wasn't easy to store this much ice in this scorching weather. Could it be that a mage has visited? After pausing for a while, she speaks up in a smirking manner. Because you've been promoting it so diligently, everyone has high expectations. Isn't that right, everyone? This tone and the villainous smirk ruined the jolly vibe of the banquet and made everyone feel uncomfortable, reminding everyone their original intention of why they were visiting the Medici family. She speaks up in a curious and mischievous tone. Go on, I'm listening. The Count then speaks up after a while of understanding Lady Pitt's question. I don't recall making such an announcement. It's a mystery how that rumor came about. This made all of the nobles a bit intrigued, and they had a chat among themselves. Lady Pitt then speaks up. Well, I did hear that a mage was attending. Otherwise, why would we all be waiting out here under this scorching sun? Agreeing with Lady Pitt, many of the nobles got reminded of their original intention. One of them speaks up. She's right. Did you intentionally allow the false rumor spread, knowing about it? So this was all a baseless rumor. Other nobles stand up to the Medici family, not agreeing to this rumor. Many of them opposed them and started being rude to them. That's when the Count replies in a gentle manner, of course not. Then an elegant lady, dressed in white and blue, with long silver hair, makes her appearance. The Count continues to explain. I ignored it, as there was no need to do anything about it. After taking a breath to calm his nerves and gather up a large amount of energy in his voice, he speaks up. Dear guests, allow me to present you Duchess Hayan Silverwood. After her introduction, the Lady Pitt was in a dilemma and shocked to see a mage present in the living quarters of the Medici family. Seeing Lady Pitt shut her mouth and be surprised, Izu and Rose both cling their wine glasses to each other while giving a prideful smile. Hayan waits for people to calm down, and then she speaks up. Pleased to meet you. My name is Hayan Silverwood, Duchess of the Silverwood family. After waiting for some time for people to take this information, she speaks up. You must all be exhausted out here, so please get some rest, and let us gather again tomorrow at the banquet. Few of the nobles quickly get up, and one of them speaks up. It's an honor to meet you, my lady. They all bow in front of her in respect. She nods at them and turns towards Rose and asks her, Lady JJ, would you like to go for a walk? Rose smiles brightly and with a polite laugh walks towards Hayan, while speaking, of course, Duchess. They both then come closer, and Rose then recommends, how about a round of your favorite game, Jenga? After the walk, Hafen agrees. Sounds great. Rose then adds up with some creme brulee, of course. Seeing both of the ladies having a fun conversation, the nobles were dumbfounded by this scene, and they whispered to themselves, appreciating the Medici family to connect themselves with the dukes. Meanwhile, Isu speaks to himself. One would think they're besties. Then a doubt creeps out in his mind and asks, by the way, where's Clay? I haven't seen him around. He then walks towards Clegg's room and knocks at his door and speaks up. Lord Clay, are you in there? The door creaks open, and a butler opens up while speaking in a questioning. Who is it? The butler was a bit shocked and spoke up. Oh, Baron Bloom, what brings you here? Isu then asks the butler standing on the door. Where's Lord Clay? The butler sighs in defeat and speaks, well, I'm afraid he's still in bed, sir. Isu then asks politely, may I come in? The butler then speaks up, of course, sir. As soon as the butler allows Isu to step in, Isu enters the room and was shocked to find Clay still asleep in his bed and not ready for this grand event. Isu then notices the slow movements and slight trembling from under the covers, and this made him realize that he's faking sleep. He then shakes the bed while saying in an irritated tone, don't fool me. I know you're awake. Wake up. You should be at the welcoming party. As Isu shakes Clegg, and he groans in denial. Arsh. The Count's eldest son didn't get up and didn't try to avoid it. Seeing this, Isu finally gave up and stared down at Clegg. Seeing this demeanor, Clegg speaks up in a nervous tone. What for? I'm the least welcomed person there, and besides, everyone ignores me. I'll attend the banquet tomorrow. Seeing this timid and scared version of Clegg, he was confused, and then he speaks up in an irritated tone. Do you dislike showing your face that much? Seeing his glare, and then replying in a nervous tone, precisely. Seeing his timid version, he got angry and flanked Clegg out of his blanket and said in an irritated tone, then at least get out of bed so we can take a look around the market. Come on. After making Clegg get up and forcing him to be ready. After being ready, Isu pulls him out of his room and then talks him to being comfortable, ready to show his face. After walking down the roads of the Medici city and seeing the city bustling with people, Isu then comforts in a gentle tone while supporting Clegg. Now that we're out here, let's have some fun. Isu then comforts Clegg by saying, do you need to buy anything, Lord Clegg? Noticing Isu trying to comfort him, he speaks up in a comforting tone. Yes, I would like to take a look at the food stall. Isu then speaks up in a bright smile and joyful tone. Good thinking. Let's head over there. Isu then asks him in a gentle tone, are you going to cook something? Clegg then replies in a gentle and polite tone. I have to take a look to decide. After listening to his reply, Ishu then replies back to him in a gentle tone. If that's the case, I'll join you for dinner. Clegg chuckles and speaks in a welcoming tone. Oh, please, at least give me some time to experiment. How about tomorrow's dinner? Ishu then replies in a very excited tone. I'm down for it. Clegg was confused and asked him in a curious tone. You're down. Ishu realizes his use of expression from his original world. He then calms down and explains. It's an expression of positivity, understanding the tone and expression of the sentence. Clegg replies, I see. Then I'm down for it too. This friendly banter livened up the surroundings and made Clegg cheer up from his timid and low self-esteem. Ishu, noticing the happiness and smile around Clegg's face, he then thinks to himself, judging by what he showed earlier, I'm sure he has a natural talent for cooking. He just hasn't had the opportunity to prove himself. And this might be that very chance for him to gain back confidence. Then, both of them roamed around the city and tried all types of weird and intriguing food. Both of them enjoyed the stalls and had an amazing feast together. The next day was the second day of the International Market Festival. Rose, who was energetic, she came to his room and started knocking and screaming, Baron Bloom, open the door. Baron Bloom. She then bangs on the door really hard and screams in an excitement tone. This is an order. Ishu, who was behind the door, is readying himself for the second day. Ishu then speaks to himself in a tired tone. Sheesh, does she ever calm down? He then gets tired of this knocking and asks Lucas, open the door. Lucas nods and opens the door. As soon as the door opened and Rose, who was excited and energetic, speaks up, I've got some cool news, feeling embarrassed by her use of the word that he taught her, and then speaks up in a tired tone. Don't use cool around Lucy. She'll tease me for teaching that word. Rose then waves his hand and neglects his words before saying in an excited tone, that's not the point here. The gelato and creme brulee. Everyone's begging me for the recipe, you know? Ishu, seeing her excited and cute, he asks, so, you made friends? Rose, who was acting like a child, replies in a cute manner, especially people from the Krunoman family. They've been so polite and even approached me first. Seeing this cute demeanor in her wiggly eyes made Ishu think to himself, I must admit, she does get kind of cute, like right now. Ishu then waits for a while for Rise to calm down and then speaks up. So where is the banquet held today? Rose then speaks up in a gentle tone. The elders will dine in the reception room, and the rest of us will be using the garden. Ishu nods and then says to Rose, let's get going. Then, later, they both walk together towards the garden, where the young adults from noble families were seated and having a fun chat with each other. One of the group's nobles' young adults speaks. So, was there anyone who was a suitable candidate for Duchess Silverwood's groom? Everyone believed she was dead after she eloped as a child. I highly doubt it. Besides, nobody would be willing to marry her at this point. The other nobleman then speaks up. I saw Jaika Rose for the first time in a while, and she seemed quite pretty, didn't she? Gary Pitt then speaks up in an arrogant tone. Yeah, but who cares? She's a redhead. Such a jerk. A young man from the northern noble family speaks up. Hey, watch it. Red hair is considered a part of a noble lineage for us northerners. Gary Pitt then speaks up in a curious tone, by the way, who was the man that was with Jijai yesterday. The other nobleman in the table speaks up. His name was either Balloon or Bloom, but he's just one of those commoners who purchased their title. The other man joins in to tarnish the reputation of Ishu. I must admit, these ridiculous policies are tarnishing the reputation of nobles. Gary Pitt then speaks up in an irritated tone, and the Medici family is at the center of all that, so birds of a feather flock together. The other nobleman speaks up. Do you happen to be jealous? Gary Pitt then speaks up. Jealous? Me? Why would you say that? The man beside Gary Pitt speaks up. Last time you were thrashed by the younger Medici son at a debate tournament. Gary Pitt was a bit arrogant and angry. He spoke up. What do you mean by thrashed? It was just that my condition wasn't good that day. Besides, what's the use of the younger son being exceptionally talented when the good, for nothing eldest son will inherit the family? The youngest son of the Medici family joins the conversation and speaks up in an imposing tone. Mind if I join your conversation? How about another debate round after dinner since you feel better now? Gary Pitt, who was a bit scared and angry in him, speaks up in an ignoring tone. I don't waste time on such things. Rose then laughs at this matter and walks towards the stage of the banquet, where the young son stands proud and strong. Then he speaks up with a prideful and strong tone. Welcome, I'm Mark Medici, the second son of the Medici family. On behalf of my father, I extend my gratitude to all of you who have come from afar. Without further ado, let's proceed. Let's begin the banquet to celebrate the very first international market festival hosted by the Medici family. Rose then turns to Isu and whispers to him in a questioning tone. The first dish was your idea, right? Isu nods and thinks to himself, I hope it's all right. The dessert was a success, but I hope the dumpling soup isn't too ordinary for the nobles. Then the narrator explains us what the dish is called: king dumpling soup, a rich and flavorful dumpling soup, filled with meat and shrimp. After having the king dumplings served in front of the nobles, all of them were surprised and dumbfounded by this odd and delicious-looking dish. As Rose takes a dumpling from her serving, she was a bit thrilled to see the steaming dumplings served with soup. She then speaks up in a delightful and excitement-filled tone. Let's see. As soon as the dumpling entered her mouth and she took a bite, she found her mouth filled with the juices in the dumpling, which complemented the soup. Surprised by this, she speaks up to Isu. Isu, this thing. What is this dish called? Seeing the wide smile and pleased look from Rose, the nobles were really excited and they chatted with themselves. The filling is a mix of shrimp and pork, I think. Nobles from other tables speak up. A burst of succulence inside a thin sheet of dough. The nobles were really excited and enjoyed the dish. They gossiped among themselves and appreciated this delicacy. Seeing the delighted expressions on their faces made Isu really happy, and he thinks to himself, looks like it's a success. As Clegg Medici took a bite of the king dumpling, after chewing on it and tasting the delicious flavor, he speaks up in an astonished tone. Wow, you must have been a royal chef in your past life, Isa. Clegg then continues with an admiring tone. Otherwise, how do you come up with such incredible dishes every time? The lovely winds blew over the banquet, and the chatter among the nobles were an exquisite scene, never seen before. Isu, who enjoyed the company of the Medici youngsters, smiled and spoke up in an excited tone. And then, what happened was, he continues to explain the situation that he got into and made all of them laugh and enjoy. Clegg then speaks up with a hearty laugh. You really did that. As they were enjoying and having heart laughter among themselves, a tall and malice-filled man walked over to the group. After reaching close to them, the man speaks up in a prideful and sarcastic tone. Clegg, I enjoyed the feast. Noticing the familiar man standing behind him, he turns to him and becomes a bit cautious. He speaks up in a guarded tone. I'm glad you liked it. The man who was behind Clegg was none other than Gary Pitt. He then speaks up in a bratty tone. The food wasn't bad, especially that soup in the beginning. He acts almighty and prideful. The way he speaks and the way he puts his hand over Clegg was a bit domineering and showing how he's trying to make Clegg's reputation down. Gary Pitt then speaks up in an arrogant tone. Although I can't tell which city it originated from. I heard you were studying culinary while traveling. Listening to this arrogant tone, Clegg remains low and doesn't speak up. Seeing the disrespectful tone and Clegg's silence, Isu then thinks with a worried tone, things aren't looking too good. Gary Pitt then continues to speak up in a really demeaning manner. Must have learned it from one of those boondocks, eh? Don't you think it's about time you start acting more like a noble, rather than spending time learning food from those peasants? Isu then got a bit irritated and spoke to himself in anger and irritation. Man, this guy has an attitude problem. What's all the fuss after a nice meal? Realizing that the brat from the Pitt family is pulling down Clegg and his reputation to tarnishes, Isu finally gives up and speaks up to himself. That's it. I've had it. After gathering courage to speak up, he raises his hand and speaks up. Actually, I'm the one who came up with the menu. Realizing that Clegg wasn't the creator of the dishes served in the banquet, Gary Pitt then turns to Isu and speaks in a formal tone. Ah, you're Isu Bloom, right? The new Baron. He then shifts his tone into a mocking, sarcastic tone. You must be a man of great finesse to buy a title. Pity for Clegg. Too bad he can't hire a baron as a chef. His anger and he clenched his hands into fist. As soon as Gary finished his sentence, he springed up and then spoke in an irritated tone. That's enough, Gary. I am done with your insolence. As soon as they were going to argue, the Count and Countess arrived at the scene and spoke up in a curious way. What's all this commotion? Mark Medici spoke up, father. As they were coming closer, Clegg's attention turned towards them. Gary Pitt notices the manner and the protective tone from the Count and speaks up in a polite manner. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause a disturbance. I only offered a few words of advice to Clegg out of concern, that's all. The Count was curious to know the measures given by Gary and was eager to know why Mark was really angry. Is that so? Care to explain to us this concern? concern of yours. The Count was really eager to know those reasons. Lady Pitt then walks over to their commotion while fanning to herself and speaks up in a taunting manner. There now, Count Medici. It's nothing to scold about. Besides, I think everyone here knows what he means by concern. Don't you think? She then waits a bit of time to let her words sink deeper in their mind. She then speaks up in a sarcastic tone. I heard Clegg is too busy with traveling for culinary pursuits than making efforts to become the heir. However, it seems that those travels didn't help much, unfortunately. While seeing this obnoxious behavior of the Pitt family towards the Medici family, Isu thinks to himself in a disgusted manner, wow, what trashy people. Lady Pitt then continues in her sarcastic and taunting manner as he put a baron of questionable background in charge of this important banquet. Lady Krunoman then interjects Lady Pitt by saying, does that mean the food didn't suit your taste, Lady Pitt? Lady Pitt then replies in a nonchalant manner, no, I didn't mean that. It wasn't as horrible as its presentation. I assume the food was to your taste perfectly, Lady Krunoman. Lady Krunoman replies in a gentle and cheerful manner, of course. It was amazing, so amazing that right now, it seems as if you're refusing to yield. Listening to these words from Lady Krunoman, Lady Pitt jumps back and shouts in a flustered and angry tone. Not refusing! How dare you! That doesn't change the fact that the food wasn't made by the heir of the Medici family, does it? As soon as this was said out loud by Lady Pitt, the nobles were all in a dilemma and shocked to know that this wasn't created by the heir of the Medici family. A few of them started chatting with each other and started to question the authority of the Medici family. Lady Pitt then turns away in anger and calls her son to leave the banquet as soon as possible. Her son was a bit hesitant, but left the banquet with his mother. Seeing them leave, Ishu had a wide grin and a smirk on his face while thinking, ignore them, Clegg. He then speaks up in an irritated tone, serves them right. He then continues in his sarcastic tone, that family is a bunch of clowns. He then thinks to himself in an angry tone, those people are really rude. While Isu was speaking in a comforting tone, Clegg was sulking deeper and deeper. He then spoke up in a depressed tone. No, they're right. Just as they said, I'm not good at anything. Noticing the soothing mood and depressed tone of Clegg, he quickly turns to Clay and speaks up in a comforting tone. Don't let their words get to you. But this wasn't enough to uplift Clegg's mood, and he thinks to himself, soon, his head is going to drop the floor. After a long time of silence, suddenly a thought ran down his head, and he spoke up in a comforting tone. Oh right, come to think of it, we went to the market yesterday, didn't we? How about you cook with the ingredients we bought there and serve it to our guests tomorrow? Clegg then turns a bit pale, and his voice turns a bit shaky and nervous while saying, but. During all of this, Rose's anger was boiling, and seeing his brother's nervous and timid look, a dangerous anger glint in her eyes, and she bangs the table with a loud thud. She springs up and speaks up in a loud voice, Father. This startled both of the brothers and made them turn their head towards her. Rose speaks up in an angry tone to commemorate the last day of the International Market Festival. Clegg insists on cooking for our guests. Listening to this absurd idea, Clegg speaks up in an astonished manner. What are you saying, Jaja? Rose then turns to Clegg and speaks up in an angry tone and a scary look. Right, dear brother. Seeing the furious look in her eyes and the angry tone which was hidden by a smile, Craig then slouches a little in fear and says, yeah. Isu looks at this little banter created by Rose and then thinks to himself in a nervous tone. Gigi looks furious. Her eyes are rolled back. The Count then speaks up in a curious tone and asks Clegg, is that true? Clegg, listening to the curious and stern tone from his father, Clegg speaks up in a nervous tone. Well, Isu, who was watching this nervous and awkward interaction, Isu turns to Clegg and whispers in a confident tone while clenching his hand tightly. Lord Clegg, now's your chance. It's time to prove yourself. Clegg gulps nervously and thinks on how he's going to create a dish that suits the noble's palate. While Rose was furious and determined to shut the dirty traps of the nobles that questioned their family and demeaned their respect, Clegg, after calming his nerves a little, he speaks up in a shaky voice. Yes, it's true, Father. I'll prepare the feast for tomorrow's banquet. As the day ends and the night arrives after the busy and bustling energy dies down, the day was both a memorable one for Isu and the Medici family. Isu then walks to Clegg's room and knocks on his door. Lord Clegg. He then thinks to himself in a worried tone, I did stop by because I was worried, but... After a few moments that passed by, Clegg's soft voice comes from the door. Come in. Isu gathers his courage and enters the door while saying, pardon me. As soon as he entered the room, a scent filled his nose and he took a few deep breaths. to enjoy the flavorful scent. He then speaks up in a curious tone to himself, "This smell." After the eventful day, Clegg was deeply immersed in his cooking, and as Isu disturbed Clegg and entered his personal room, he was hit with a flavorful smell and made him remember a dish from his old world. Clegg then speaks up in a loud voice, "Please, on the first floor. I'll be down in a minute." There's some time while rustling in the upstairs, Clegg rushes down with loud footsteps and speaks up in a nervous tone, "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Isu shakes his head and smiles at him warmly, while saying kindly, "Not at all, that was fast." Clegg laughs softly and places the pot gently on the table. He then says in a gentle form, "Try this. This dish is called the chicken soup of the East." Isu then admires the dish in front of him and takes a whiff of it. His mouth starts drooling and speaks in an excited tone, "Looks delicious. Are you going to serve this to the guests tomorrow?" Clegg replies in a bit of a nervous tone, "Yes, that's my plan, but since you're the culinary expert, I wanted you to be the first to try it." Listening to this dramatic stretching of Isu's cooking made Isu's cooking made Isu's cooking made Isu feel a bit weird and awkward. He laughs in an awkward way and replies hesitantly, "Calling me an expert would be a stretch," but he then scoops up the chicken soup and politely continues, "Don't mind if I do." As soon as the soup enters his mouth, it fills his tongue with extravagant flavors and also reminds him of his original world. He then speaks in his mind in a delighted tone, "This is it. I could tell from the smell, but this is almost exactly like curry." Isu then speaks up in a very delighted and happy tone to Clegg, "I've had something similar before, but this is even more delicious than that." Hearing Isu had already tried something similar, this made Clegg a bit worried, and he asked him in a defeated tone, "You've had something similar before?" Noticing the gloomy and defeated look on Clegg's face, Isu replies in a slight shaky voice, "Oh, as you know, I used to be a voyager, so I've tasted various foods from different regions, but I swear I haven't seen or tasted anything like this in the Romanian Empire yet." Clegg started overthinking and went into a cycle of depression and self-loathe. He then spoke up in a bit of a hurtful tone, "Perhaps I should prepare something else." This situation was getting out of Isu's hands, and he spoke up in a bit nervous and shaky voice, trying to comfort him. "No, don't. Trust me. This is quite innovative, Lord Clegg, and it tastes even better when eaten with the bread you brought." Clegg replies in a bit of a mock happiness tone, while still being doubtful of his dish, "Thank you for your kind words." Taking a piece of bread and dipping in the soup, it soaked all of the soup's flavor in it. After having the bite, mesmerized by the flavors, he asks, in a curious tone, "No, but seriously, it has a more sophisticated taste than anything I've ever tried." After munching down a bit on the bread, Isu asks in a contemplated manner, "The ingredients you bought from the market again?" After listening to the doubt from Isu, he replies after a thoughtful time, "Let's see. Turmeric powder, nutmeg, cloves, fennel, ginger, cinnamon, and pepper." As soon as Clegg finished explaining the ingredients he bought, Isu was overwhelmed with the hefty prices on these ingredients. After having some time to collect himself and calm his nerves, Isu speaks up in an excited voice, "This will be a total success among the nobles." Listening to the kind words from Isu, Clegg was happy that someone appreciated his cooking, and he replied in a warm tone, "That would be great, but my parents would be very disappointed to find out their heir's only talent is cooking some food." Seeing the degrading tone from Clegg, Isu then speaks up in a bold and confident voice, "Don't say that. The entire world needs to taste this recipe." Clegg replies in a doubtful expression, "Yeah, you really think so?" Isu then replies in a warm and comforting tone, "If you weren't born a noble, you would have surely become an excellent chef." Seeing Isu trying his best to comfort him and assuring him, Clegg smiles warmly at him and replies in a warm tone, "Thank you for your genuine words. I deeply appreciate it. Your praise alone would have been enough to thrill me. If it weren't for my status, as a matter of fact, I might have even opened a restaurant in the capital, you know." As the third day of the festival arrives, nobles from distant nations gathered for the banquet. The chattering and laughter filled the banquet. Clegg, who is excited and nervous to show his dishes to the world, he walks towards the center and speaks up in a confident tone, "Good evening, everyone. I'm Clegg Medici, the eldest son of the Medici family." He then continues with a gentle demeanor, "Today, I had promised to treat you all to a dish I made. Please enjoy it, and I hope it suits your taste. The chicken soup from the East. As As soon as the dishes were served to the nobles, they were really taken aback and chatted with each other. Lady Pitt speaks up in a bit of a fed-up tone. Not soup again. Do they ever get tired of the same old thing? Realizing that Lady Pitt was unhappy with the dish, Clegg replies in a gentle and warm tone, "Oh, if the dish doesn't suit your taste, I will prepare a different meal for you, Lady Pitt." Lady Pitt was a bit flustered by this and replied in a frustrated tone, "Does it look like I'm throwing a fit about the food right now, Lord Clay?" Realizing the flustered expression from Lady Pitt, Clegg then replies in a warm tone with a smile, "Well then, I hope everyone enjoys their meal." Seeing Clegg really confident and proud of his dish, Isu then speaks to himself in a relieved tone, "Looking good. That curry from last night should be impressive enough for everyone." As the nobles take a bit of the bread and dip it in the soup, the bread soaked all of the flavors and rook. A nobleman speaks up in an intrigued and excited tone, "This tastes exquisite." Another nobleman agrees and speaks up in a delightful tone, "I agree. It also has a remarkable texture." Clegg was shocked and overjoyed to see that everyone loved his cooking. A noble couple were having a conversation, and the lady speaks up in a curious way. "It has various spice flavors, but the aroma isn't too strong, and it's smooth. Do you suppose he added milk?" The man doesn't have any answers, but he speaks up in an exciting manner. "It's delicious even when eaten with bread." Seeing the nobles enjoy it, Isu speaks to himself in an exciting manner, "I knew it. They love it." With this, everyone has to acknowledge Clegg's cooking skill. Then, he will surely gain confidence as well. Isu then turns towards Clegg, but he is confused as to why Clegg was silent. He speaks in a concerning tone, "What's wrong, Lord Clegg?" Clegg was a bit deep in thoughts, and after gathering some courage, he speaks up in a loud tone, "Everyone, I apologize for interrupting your meal, but I have an announcement to make." Isu was a bit confused to what and why Clegg was speaking like this. Clegg then gathers his courage once again, and he spoke after some time, "I am well aware that I don't have what it takes to lead this family. Therefore, I, Clegg Medicai, hereby renounce all rights as the eldest son of the Medici family from today onwards." After his declaration, all of the nobles were in shock and murmured to each other. Rose, who was enjoying her meal, dropped her spoon in shock. She spoke up, "Really?" Mark Medici was also shocked and questioned, "What did you say?" The Countess was the most shocked and spoke up in a considerate voice, "Clay, what is the meaning of this? Dear, say something, please." "Dear?" The Count took some time to process what his son said and what he wished for. The Count then speaks up after giving some thoughts. Clegg acknowledged his shortcomings in front of many people. He even gave up the wealth and glory that lay before him. He steps forward and supports Clegg's decision, and after speaking his mind, the Count speaks up in a prideful and warm tone. "As his father, I admire his courage and support his decision." Seeing his father supporting his decision and not scolding him for this choice, although the Medici family were in support with Clegg's choice, the adults from the noble families were disappointed and angry on this foolish decision. One of the old men speaks up. He's giving up his position as the eldest son so easily. The other nobleman speaks up in an irritated tone, "Unbelievable. It's a shame that the Count gave in to such a cowardly statement." Other nobleman joins in the conversation and speaks in a sarcastic tone, "It's obvious how he'll live from now on." Seeing the disappointed look and frustration of the nobles, Clegg grit his teeth and made his resolve even stronger. Among this chaos, a sound was heard, it seems, as someone was clapping. A handsome and kind-looking young man speaks up in a supportive tone with a bright smile. "Such a brave decision, don't you think?" Seeing this support warmed Clegg's heart and made him smile warmly. Listening to the young man and his support to the Medici family, rest of the nobles join him and starts clapping with him and cheered for Clegg. One of the supporting noblemen speaks up in a cheerful tone, "He's right. It must have been a tough choice to make." Another nobleman agrees and cheerfully spoke out loud, "We support you, Lord Clegg." Seeing all of the nobles support him, this made Clegg really happy and overwhelmed with gratitude and warmth in his heart. Clegg then speaks up in a kind and soft tone while wiping his tears off, "Thank you, everyone." After the banquet was done and the nobles left, Rose and Isu left the banquet together and roamed around the city. After walking some time in the road and exploring the festival, Isu then speaks up in a hesitant and curious way, "So, how are things going with Lord Clay?" Rose then speaks up in a tired and shocked tone, "Whoa, don't mention it." Father offered him the position of a baron and a small estate, but he decided to opt for a small house and a shop in the capital instead. Listening to this, Isu was a bit shocked and then his chest filled with guilt. He then thinks to himself, now that makes me feel guilty for encouraging him. Rose then shakes his head and speaks up in a leisurely tone. Well, it's all for better, I guess. Plus, with Mark as the heir, things will be much easier. She then gets a bit sad and disappointed due to not being free. She then spoke in a sad tone while smiling to hide her pain. Lucky Clay. He's free to do whatever he wants now. Noticing the evident sadness in Rose's eyes and face, Ishu felt a bit sad too, and he calls out to Rose. JJ. Noticing the heavy environment around them, Rose then jumps up and turns to him with a bright smile and spoke in her cheerful tone. With that aside, I have a surprise gift for you. Ishu was confused by this and stared at Rose with confusion-filled eyes. Rose then turns towards the gate with excitement and speaks up in a cheerful tone. Oh, there they come. Izu turned towards the gate to see who is coming. While the people came a bit closer, Izu heard a familiar voice calling him out. It was Hans from the Ruderin village. He wasn't alone. Along with Hans, village chief, and Humphrey tagged along to surprise Isu. The surprise that was created by Rose, that was the arrival of Isu's friends, made Isu really happy and emotional, as Rodarin village is his first home in this world. Isu then turns to Rose and asks her in a curious and excited tone, Hans, how did everyone get here? Rose was really happy to see Isu smiling and being cheerful, so she replied in a warm and happy tone, I invited them. Hans, who is close to Isu, was a bit taken aback by what Isu was wearing, so he asked in a questioning and slight curious tone, by the way, Isu, your outfit. Realizing what Hans meant, Isu smiles politely and replies, oh this, I've become a baron. Rose confirms it and speaks up in a cheerful manner. He's Baron Bloom from now on. This was really shocking to Hans, and he screams in shock and happiness. Who? Really? After calming down from the excitement and adrenaline rush, Hans went into overthinking mode and questions Isu in a hesitant manner. Then, do I call you Sir Baron Isu Bloom? Noticing the tense behavior and awkwardness of Hans, Isu replies in a relaxing tone. Relax, Hans. Just call me like you did before. Hearing this reassuring tone from Isu, Hans was really happy and he jumped, hugging Isu tightly. Meanwhile, Rose was excited to see Humphrey, so she ran towards her. After the heartwarming reunion and hugs, Isu asks in a gentle manner, how do you like the International Market Festival? Hans replies in a chaotic and exciting tone, I love it. So many new things to see, new people to meet, and a lot of fun things to do. Hans was a bit sad and continued to speak. Not that I don't like Rodarin, but it really feels like the countryside there. Only me and the doggies. I didn't want to miss the opportunity, so I came as fast as I could. But now that I'm here, I feel reluctant to go back. Realizing the sadness and the gloomy look on Hans, Isu speaks up in an exciting tone. If you're done exploring the market, want to take a look at where I'm staying? Hans was a bit confused and asked him in a questioning tone. Really? Isu then speaks in a polite and proud tone. Sure, you came all the way here, so I should serve you well. Isu then takes Hans to his living quarters. They both roamed around the city, enjoyed the people having fun, and getting lost in this excitement. As they reach Isu's temporary living quarters, Isu opens the door for Hans. Seeing the magnificent and beautifully decorated house, Hans speaks up in an excited tone. Wow. Do you really live here, Isu? Isu laughs nervously and replies, it's temporary, but... Hans was really interested in this house and was amazed by it. He speaks up in a shocked and amazed tone. This temporary place feels like a palace compared to my house. Hans then starts looking around the house, exploring new artifacts and paintings in the room. Meanwhile, Isu had a bright smile and enjoyed Hans being excited like a small child. He then turns around and calls Lucas. He appears within a few seconds and speaks in a formal tone. Yes, sir. Isu then asks him politely, we still have that gelato from last time, right? Could you bring me a bowl of that? Lucas nods and rushes back in the kitchen. After some time, Lucas arrives with a bowl of 2 flavors of gelato, vanilla, and strawberry. He served it to Hans and gently bowed and took his leave. Isu then turns to Hans and politely offers, try it, Hans. It's a nice dessert called gelato. Hans was a bit perplexed by this dish and asks Isu in a curious and gentle manner, Isu then replies after giving some thoughts, yup. I was able to get ice. Listening to Isu say that ice was available to him, Hans was shocked. Hans then replies in a shocked manner, they have ice here. That's unimaginable in Rodarin. Hans then takes a scoop of the gelato and speaks in a grateful tone, then mind if I do. As soon as gelato settles in his mouth and he chews on it for a little while, he goes silent and doesn't speak for some time. Seeing Hans not replying or speaking, Isu got a bit worried and asked Hans in a worried tone, Hans? Isu then got a bit more worried and spoke in his mind. What's wrong? Did he get a brain freeze from trying cold food for the first time? He couldn't bear seeing this anymore and yelled in a worried tone, "Are you okay, Hans?" Suddenly tears were dropping from Hans' face. He was a bit tensed and thought to himself, "Is he crying?" Hans then wiped his tears away and spoke in a grateful tone. "Oh, sorry to startle you. It's just that I've never eaten anything like this before." Boy, I was surprised. He laughs a little at this embarrassed thing and then speaks up in a grateful tone. "The taste is so fascinating. It's so squishy and chewy, and yet it's also smooth like the clouds and sweeter than honey." He couldn't control his tears and kept crying while appreciating this dish. It's simply so scrumptious. Isu then relaxed a bit and then thought to himself in a relieved tone, "Aw, he nearly scared me there. Of course he would be shocked if it's his first time eating ice cream." After enjoying the gelato, Hans speaks up in a slight nervous tone. Isu was a bit confused as to why Hans was a bit serious. After collecting his thoughts and relaxing his nerves, Hans speaks up, "Could I travel with you?" Isu was a bit taken aback by Hans' request. After giving some time to this thought, he asks in a worried tone, "Why do you ask all of a sudden? Did something happen?" Hans then calms his nerves a bit and speaks up, "No, everything's fine. It's just that if I stayed in Rotterdam, I wouldn't have experienced something like this in my lifetime, nor would I have had a chance to enjoy this festival with so many people. I also want to explore a bigger world, experience different things. I simply can't do it alone, but I have a feeling I can do all that if I'm with you." After listening to Hans' explanation and needs, Isu smiles softly and looks at him. Isu then spoke in a comforting tone, "Hans." Hans then gets a bit scared and then quickly speaks up in a nervous and shaky voice, "Of course, I'm not saying just take me along without any consideration. I can do pretty much anything with my strength and muscles, and I'm pretty smart from working at the library." He then stands up from his seat and spoke in an almost begging tone, "So please, take me with you." Isu then takes his time and thinks for a long time, but a doubt creeps in his mind and he asks Hans, "That's fine with me, but did you ask your parents?" Seeing Isu agreeing with Hans, Lucas speaks up in a scared and shaky voice, But, sir," he then continues to speak in a gloomy and depressed tone. "Yeah, you have me serving right now. I can also do pretty much anything you ask for. Are you planning to get rid of me?" Lucas falls down and starts crying, regretting and punishing himself to not be a better butler for Isu. Lucas was slowly going into depression. He was getting scared to be replaced by Hans. Isu then realized that Lucas was getting into depression, and he was crying. He then walked over to him and comforted him, although his voice was shaky. "No nonsense. Calm down, Lucas," realizing that this blunder was getting out of his control. Isu then speaks up after thinking, "Both of you can help me out." Lucas and Hans had a bit of stare down at each other, and they were a little sparks against each other. This shows a conflict rising between the two men. After a bit of a staring contest, Lucas then turns around and avoids looking at Hans. Noticing the contest and angry glares among each other, Isu then speaks up after taking some time for thoughts. "Then how about we discuss this again after Hans talks to his parents about it, and Lucas can help me clean the table." Lucas understands this solution and agrees with Isu. Hans then takes his leave after hugging Isu and saying goodbye to him. As soon as Hans leaves his living quarters, Isu flops down on the couch and speaks in a tired tone. Finally, I can get some rest." After relaxing for a bit, Isu thinks about what Hans said and then speaks up. "But I didn't expect Hans to have such thoughts." Well, he did say he was bored without peers his age. But first, let's get some rest. As Isu was taking his break, he heard a knocking and spoke in his mind in an irritated tone. "Oh, come on, can a guy get a break already?" Isu then relaxed his tired form and then spoke out loud, "Who is it?" As soon as the door opened, Rose and Hein were standing, and they entered his living room. Isu was confused and asked them in a curious way, "What are you two doing here at this hour?" Rose then calms her nerves and speaks up in a cheerful tone, "Today's the last day of the festival. Join us in enjoying the night view." Isu was a bit tired and spoke in a tired manner. "Oh, I'm feeling a bit tired today. How about you two go ahead and enjoy without me?" Rose and Hagen didn't listen to Isu's words and dragged him out to the festival. Rose then spoke up while dragging him out. "Okay, let's go." The last day of the festival was a more peaceful and calm night. Three of them were walking around the perimeter of the castle. Rose then spoke up in a gentle and warm tone while Isu was gazing at the village. "Did you enjoy your first international market festival?" Isu then thinks for some time before replying, "Sure. But overall, I had a great time. It's all thanks to both of you, Jaja and Hayan. Hayan and Rose both were a bit flustered and shocked when Isu was complimenting them. Rose then smacks his back while being flustered and her voice flustered. Yui, why are you being so cringy? Rose then stops smacking his back and speaks genuinely happy. Thanks for your contribution too. By the way, you're a man full of talent. How come you're traveling around the world as a voyager? Listening to this question, Isu got a bit gloomy and started to think about the things he had to go through in his old world. Rose saw Isu being sad and gloomy. She calls out, Isu? Isu then collects his thoughts and speaks up in a sad and gloomy tone. Heian might already know this since I told her, but both of my parents have passed away. After explaining his parents' death, Isu then has flashbacks of his parents' death. A dark memory pops out in his mind. Car crash and loud honking were heard. An ambulance were rushed in to rescue the victims. After taking the victims to the hospital, Isu rushed into the hospital after he got a call from one of the nurses. As soon as he entered the operation theater, he saw his parents dead in front of his eyes. At the time, there was only one thing in his mind. Why? He opened the door to the mortuary and saw his dead parents laying there with a cloth covering their face. After a few days of staying in hospital and cremation of his parents, Isu filed for a case against the driver who caused this accident. After days and nights of hard work and fighting, the judge hears both sides, the prosecution and the defendant's side. After a long duration of this to and fro from both sides, the judge gives his final judgment. While the defendant was slightly intoxicated while driving, taking into account the challenge of securing good visibility late at night, and considering the defendant's mental health condition, and impaired judgment, I hereby sentence the defendant to 18 months of imprisonment with 3 years of probation. While listening to this judgment, Isu was dumbfounded and spoke to himself in an angry and confused way. Mental health condition and impaired judgment. Probation. The defendant, who is truly guilty, shows his true acting skills and shows to the judge that he is grateful for the chance he is given and he'll reflect on himself forever. Meanwhile, Isu had doubts about this decision and asked the question, how is this possible? It's not fair. After the final decision of the court, Isu was sitting out of the courtroom and was gloomy and sad. Meanwhile, the defendant who was really guilty came out of the room and saw Isu being all sad and gloomy. He smirked. Watching this behavior, Isu was shocked. Later, anger boiled inside of him and lunged at him. He shouted at him in frustration and anger. You frustration and anger. You flustered. I'm going to kill you. He grabs his shirt and shakes him real hard. But the guilty didn't faze at all and kept his smirk on his face. Later, few people removed Isu from his neck and pulled him close, but Isu kept being in pure rage, and he shouted at him with his whole energy. You're going to pay for this. As the guilty man was leaving, Isu screams in pain and anger. He was left broken and destroyed due to the corruption of this world. After feeling destroyed and depressed, he says his experience to overcome this pain. I needed to distract myself from everything, and so I found refuge in the online world. After that, I could not get back on my feet for a long time. He was still gloomy and sad, and thought to himself, thanks to that, I read a ton of fantasy web novels. Is it a coincidence that the portal opened up in front of me? He then remembers the time when the portal arrived at his apartment for the first time, and how he enters and lives the life he has. He had a last thought, or could it be that my late parents opened one up for me? Isu thinks this way because of his parents' early death. They might have felt bad, and maybe they might have wished or begged God to open a portal or bless with happiness. Seeing Isu all sad and gloomy made Rose really uncomfortable and slowly called out, Isu. Realizing he blanked out and was deep in thinking, she continued, Oh, you suddenly blanked out without finishing your sentence. Isu forgot to continue his story as he was lost and had flashbacks of his old life. He then replies in a sad tone while staring at the road anyway, as I was saying. They were both struck by a carriage driven by an intoxicated coachman. Isu lied about his parents' death to not let anyone know where he is truly from. After listening to this sad and heavy story, Rose spoke up in condolences. Oh dear me, I'm sorry to hear that. Heian, who knew the past of Isu, didn't speak, but it was evident that she couldn't speak up due to the heavy and sadness lingering inside her, and it reciprocated with Isu's. After listening to Rose's sad tone, Isu replies back in a gloomy manner, No, it's okay. So I started traveling to let go of stray thoughts, and I feel like I've gotten somewhat better while adapting here. Even though he was speaking with a smile, it was quite evident that he was trying to hide his pain and sufferings from them, so as they don't feel bothered by it. Realizing the late night and the quiet situation around the city, Isu suggested in a polite manner, "It's late. How about we head back inside?" Even though Rose wanted to say more, she stayed silent and felt that if she said anything or tried to comfort him, things might get a bit weird. Both Heian and Rose noticed the suggestion made by Isu and agreed to head back to their rooms. Meanwhile, the Count in his personal room was disturbed by his personal butler saying, "A message from the Chronoman family, sir." As soon as the letter was handed to the Count, he opens the envelope and with a serious expression read the contents of the letter. After reading the letter, he closes the letter and puts it back in the envelope while having a delighted smirk on his face. He then explained to the butler with a delightful tone, "It says that the food served at the festival is trending in the capital. They are thanking us for the surge in sales of vanilla beans and ginger. This was all thanks due to the rumor spreading that was requested by Isu, and one more favor indebted to the Medici family." The butler understands the explanation and then asks in a curious tone, "Aren't the Pitt and Chronoman families at the heart of Central Power, sir? We should take this opportunity to increase our trade volume of vanilla beans and ginger." This indeed was a great idea and a fabulous suggestion by the butler. The Count then speaks up in a happy tone, "JJ told me this was all Baron Bloom's idea." The bolter nods and agrees with the Count. "He is indeed a man of great knowledge, sir." The butler was not sure about something and a doubt creeps out in his mind. After pondering about it for a long time, he asked in a polite manner, "But sir, are you truly considering handing over that land to Baron Bloom?" Confused by this question, the Count speaks up in a formal and stern voice, "You mean the land I'm considering presenting to him? Well, what do you think?" The butler was a bit taken aback by this question and pondered on this question. After a long time of thinking, he speaks up in a cautious tone, "Be cautious, sir. He's a foreigner about whom we know very little." The Count thinks for a while on this question, before answering in a chuckling manner, I heard that the Baron is terrible at swordsmanship." The butler replies, while holding back his laughter, "Yes, sir. I heard his joints ache whenever he wields a sword." The Count laughs hard and replies while laughing, "Even better for us, don't you think?" The butler was confused by this and asked, "Excuse me, sir?" Realizing the confused tone and the dumbfounded look on his face, the Count replies after controlling his laughter and speaking up in a confident tone, "At least he won't threaten me with a sword to my neck." After explaining his reasons, the Count then orders his personal butler, "I have made up my mind. Go and fetch the Baron." Meanwhile, Isu was training really hard on this hot summer day, swinging swords one by one and his joints cracking every time he strikes his wooden sword. On the other hand, we see Heian and Rose chilling in the shade enjoying seeing Isu all battered up and hard-working for his training. After enjoying the cookies made by Isu before his training, Rose speaks up with mouth full of cookies. You know what they say, nobody is perfect. Cheyenne, who was in her elven form, agreed with Rose and spoke up in her usual cold tone while munching the cookies. "Good thing he's at least a good cook." Rose then replies in a sarcastic and teasing tone while munching on the cookies, "He's worse than Clay in my opinion." Cheyenne felt this was a bit over the top and replies back, "That's a huge insult." Heian then turns her attention to the plate filled with cookies and noticed that a lot of them were missing. So Heian then speaks in her cold and sharp tone, "By the way, I only ate 4 cookies, yet there are any barely left. Just how much did you stuff yourself?" Rose was in a huge trouble because of her binge eating the cookies that were made especially for Heian. When Heian questions her about less quantity of cookies, she felt a sharp gaze and an intimidating aura from Heian that made Rose feel like a prey against a strong predator. After some time, Count's personal butler calls out to Rose while bowing gently, "Lady JJ." Rose turns quickly towards the butler and spoke in a shaky voice, "Oh, Peter, what brings you here?" Peter, Count's personal butler, then replies in a gentle and formal tone, "The master is calling for Baron Bloom." Rose nods and calls out to Isu in a very casual demeanor while waving her hand, "Oh, you, who? Baron Bloom, father wants to see you." Isu was a bit dumbfounded by this request, but complies. He then turns towards the swordsmanship instructor and speaks up in a polite manner, "I should get going." The swordsmanship instructor understands this urgent meeting and replies, "Very well, sir. Please don't be discouraged. You will get a hold of it soon. Isu shakes his head and replies in a warm and gentle, comforting voice. I'm not worried. If I keep practicing, I'll be able to face a petty thief at most. What do you think? I should at least know how to defend myself when I'm alone. The instructor nods and replies in a stern voice. We shall practice with a real sword tomorrow. Isu is shocked and replies in a gentle tone. Really? The instructor nods and takes his leave. As soon as Isu left the sparring arena, Lucas reaches to Isu as quickly as possible and suggests, Sir, how about a quick shower before you go? Isu agreed and replies in a gentle tone. Good idea. Lucas, after having a proper bath and changing into fresh clothes, he then walks toward Count's personal room and knocks on his door. The Count agrees and lets him in. Isu then speaks up in a cheerful tone while having a polite smile. Did you call for me, sir? The Count nods and replies, Yes. Please have a seat. After taking his seat, Isu then speaks up in a nervous tone. May I ask what it is you want, sir? The Count noticed the nervous and shaky voice. He smiles warmly at Isu and speaks up in a cheerful tone. I have an offer for you, Baron. Isu was a bit confused as to why he was gifted this opportunity and asked in a curious tone, An offer? The Count nods and quickly drops his smile and cheerful tone. He then replies in a serious and intimidating voice, Yes. But first, let me ask you a question. Isu quickly replies in a hurried tone, Yes, anything, sir. After some time, the Count straightens up and asked in a strict and stern voice, Why did you help us during the Fanchi family incident? Noticing the serious look on Count's face, Isu then thinks to himself while remembering the incident, he must be talking about the last time we used the lie detector. Isu calms his nerves and speaks up in a soft voice. To be honest, I did it all for the sake of Rodorin rather than the Medici family. In a way, Rodorin is like my hometown. I couldn't bear the thought of it losing its freedom by falling into the hands of the Fanchi family. Understanding the logic behind why he was helping them, the Count replies in a thoughtful tone. So that's how you helped us in the process. Isu nods and answers in complete honesty, Yes, sir. The Count then drops his strict and scary demeanor and smiles brightly at him. Splendid. Let us leave this discussion for later. Did you say you're still in search of land? Isu nods and replies in a confused tone, Yes, sir. The Count then continues with a gentle tone, I happen to know a place, and I was thinking of giving it to you as a gesture of gratitude. Isu felt a bit uncomfortable by this gesture, and he speaks up in a worried tone. Excuse me, sir, but I don't believe I deserve such a grand gift. Noticing Isu's nervous expression and gentleness, the Count replies, Please, I insist. Not only because of the Fanchi incident, but we are indebted to you for so many things. Isu wanted to reject this offer, but wasn't allowed to, so he accepted it and spoke in a grateful manner with a bright smile. I appreciate your thoughts, sir. If that's the case, instead of land, may I take some of your people with me? After Isu's request was made, the Count was a bit taken aback and went into a dilemma. The Count then thinks in a judgmental tone, Look at how impudent he is. I wonder who he wants specifically. The Count was still in his thoughts when he suddenly felt anger boil within him and thought, if he dares to take Jeja with him, I'll chop his head off. The Count then shakes his head and removes all of his torturous thoughts and then speaks in his formal and gentle tone. By people, who do you mean? Isu nods and thinks for a while for whom to select. After a thoughtful discussion with himself, Lucas, sir, he'll be enough. Listening to his request, the Count went silent and didn't speak for a while. This made Isu a bit nervous and questions him in a curious and shaky voice. Is something wrong? Noticing the feared and confused look on Isu's face, the Count then speaks up in a comfortable tone. Oh, it's nothing. No asset is more valuable than a person. I will inform him of this in advance. Count then thinks to himself in a kind and considerate tone, Lucas's family has served the Medicis for generations. Therefore, he knows better than anyone else about how the Medici family operates. The Count then looks over at Isu. He then thinks in his genuine tone, giving attention and recognition even to someone who might be considered below their class. Such a fine character. After some time, the Count speaks up in a confident and gentle tone. I'll give you an estate as well. Isu felt a bit uncomfortable and spoke in an uncertain tone. An estate? I do appreciate your thoughts, sir, but isn't it a little too excessive? The Count laughs softly and then speaks up with a kind and considerate tone with a bit of sarcasm. Are you seriously planning on starting from scratch? Baron? Thinking about this, Isu's face goes pale. Noticing this pale and struggling look, the Count smiles warmly and explains, if you have enough money, building a mansion and buying land is no deal. But how do you plan to attract people to live there? Listening to this obvious and important important question, Isu was a bit overwhelmed and felt that he had no idea. He spoke in a hesitant voice. Oh, that. Well, seeing Isu being frozen and not able to answer, the Count then explains in a delightful and confident tone, the land that I'll give you includes the livestock, mansions, and the people living there. Will you still refuse even if I offer this? After listening to this genuine offer and his kindness from the Count, Isu had some doubts creeped in his mind and asked him in a confused tone, "Then may I ask you just one thing? What's the reason for treating me so well?" Seeing the genuine doubtfulness and curiosity, the Count explains in a gentle and reassuring way, "Think of it as an investment, Baron. Anyway, let's plan to look around together soon." Isu nods and agrees to this decision, then leaves the room, leaving the Count all alone in the room. After some time, Isu goes to the kitchen and makes a new dessert. He then places it on the table and calls for Lucas. After Lucas arrives at the living room, Isu then gestures at the dessert and speaks to Lucas. "Here, try this." Confused by this new dessert and cold treat in front of Lucas, he asks in a curious tone, "Is this another ice dessert, sir?" Isu noticed the curiosity and nervous expression. He explains in a gentle manner, "It's called a chocolate shake, made using the leftover gelato from last time." After understanding the explanation, he nods and then turns to Isu and questions him in a shocked manner. "Did you make this for me? Offering such a fancy treat to someone like me?" Seeing the excitement and nervousness on Lucas's face, Isu tries to calm him and replies, "Yes, so please, have a seat and enjoy." Lucas felt a wave of gratitude and happiness rushing to him and thanked Isu for this fabulous and tasty treat. As soon as Lucas sits on the couch, he takes the glass and admires the chocolate shake decorated in this glass. After admiring and expressing his gratitude, he takes a huge sip of this shake. After savoring the drink, Lucas's cheeks turn pink with excitement and enjoyment. He then turns to Isu and replies in a grateful tone, "This is so good, sir." Isu felt a bit overwhelmed by Lucas's gratitude. He collects himself and speaks up in a shaky and nervous tone, "I'm glad you like it. Now, Lucas, I have something to tell you." Lucas was a bit confused, and he asks him in a curious tone while scooping the ice cream, "What is it, sir?" After letting Lucas calm down and enjoy the shake, Isu speaks up in a serious and gentle tone, "Did you hear anything from Count Medisha?" Lucas then settles down the glass and replies in a polite tone, "Oh, I have, sir. About leaving on a trip with you, right?" After listening to Lucas's reply, Isu asks him in a polite tone, "So what do you think?" Isu then thinks to himself in a guilty manner, "I feel kinda bad. It's like luring a child with candy and then taking them away." Lucas then replies after giving some thought on the question and pondered about it, Could you give me some more time to think about it, sir? It's a matter of my life." Isu then replies in a comforting voice, "Oh, sure, of course." After listening to this discussion and conversation between them, Lucas then thinks to himself about his future. "Honestly, I'm not sure if I can depend on him, although the Count is willing to give him a part of his estate." He then shakes his head and strengthens his will. "But my goal is to become the head servant of the Medici family." While being all serious and determined, Lucas started stuffing his mouth with the shake. Seeing this hurried eating of shake, Isu then speaks up in a considerate tone, "Take it easy." Lucas then noticed that he was being improper while enjoying the dessert, which made him blush slightly. He then slows down and places a finished glass down on the table. Lucas then speaks up in a gratitude tone, "Thank you for such a delicious dessert, sir." Isu then replies in a heartwarming, welcoming tone, "Great to see you enjoyed it." After some time passed, Isu then spoke up in a serious tone, "By the way, Lucas." Lucas then replies in a warm and gentle tone, "Yes, sir." Isu then questions after some time, "What's the biggest reason for the Baron's downfall?" Lucas then thinks for a while, after giving it some thought, and then answers in a serious tone, "Well, it's money, of course, sir." This straight answer made Isu slouches from the burden of earning money. He then thinks to himself while being burdened by this impossible task, "Simple answer, nice." Isu then questions Lucas, "Are there any disputes over the estates?" Lucas then replies in a serious tone while explaining, "There's hardly any dispute among the barons as far as I know. Actually, it's more common for vassals to argue among themselves." Isu then replies in a shocked manner while feeling scared for himself, "Then there's a possibility that it could lead to one's downfall." Lucas shakes his head and explains in a gentle and polite tone, "No, sir. The lords can always gather armies with their wealth, so it's impossible." Listening to this harsh words in reality, Isu once again felt the burden. Isu then thinks to himself, "I have about 3,000 gold in my hands at the moment. The tax for retaining my baron title is 1,000 gold." This thought processing alone was enough to make Isu feel down. After some time, Isu continues wondering. If I hire 20 soldiers, it seems like I'll go bankrupt within a year. Ishu then shakes his head and with a determined look thinks, no matter how I look at it, being a merchant in the capital comes first before farming. While staying in a clenching and determined position, he then thinks, but it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the estate. The very next morning, Isu and the gang were ready for their journey to the estate. As soon as Ishu stepped out of his living quarters, both Rose and Heian were waiting for him at his doorstep. Seeing them here standing for him, he asked them in a curious tone, "You two are going to come along?" Rose shows her cute side and replies in a sweet tone. Yes, Heian nods and replies in a cold tone. Yeah. Listening to their obvious answer, Isu then speaks up in a curious tone. I mean, tag along all you want, but what for? Rose then answers in a serious tone. Well, first and foremost, we're bored, and there's an enchanted valley on that land, so we can take a look while we're at it. That place is said to have been inhabited by elves once. This intrigued Heian the most, and turns to Rose while asking her in a curious tone, are there any traces of elves there? Rose listens carefully to Heian and then replies in an uncertain tone, not sure. The only time I've been there was when I was young. All I remember is the gorgeous color of the water. The Count then disturbs the long discussion between three of them with loud claps, and then speaks up in a stern voice. Now that everyone has gathered, let's start our journey. All of them nod and entered the carriage. That was supposed to take all of them to the estate. As they crossed many fields and villages, Isu was stuck in this long and torturous trip as he was getting motion sickness from the movement of the carriage. He then thinks to himself, the atmosphere feels awkward, and it's been a while since I rode a carriage. I feel so nauseous. He then questions himself, how come Jeju doesn't feel anything? She treats it like some amusement park ride. Noticing Ishu being sick and staring at her, Rose turns quickly at him and replies in a boastful voice, do you know how good my stamina is? Ishu was a bit confused. Noticing the confused look and sick looks, she continued explaining in a prideful and boasting tone. This is a piece of cake. At this rate, I can jump over Mount Knots to the capital. Ishu was a bit annoyed by her cheerful and bubbly tone. He replied in an annoyed tone. Okay, good for you. Rose then turns to her father, the Count, and speaks in a very cute and docile manner. With that being said, father, can I come along the next time you go to the capital? The Count wasn't fazed by this cute act and with a stern voice said, no, realizing Rose is in a foul mood, so the Count tried his best to console her. There, now Jeji, cheer up, realizing she wasn't getting any better and remained in a foul mood, so he sighs and replies in a comforting voice, but you take Mark with you. The road is too rough for a child like you. Rose replies in an annoyed tone. This is unfair. I'm much more capable and trustworthy than that useless Clegg. Meanwhile, Clegg, who was minding his own business, felt goosebumps running down his spines. The Count doesn't listen to her, rambling on about how she can handle everything alone, and speaks in a firm tone. A no is a no. End of discussion. Rose tried to interfere and tried to change her father's decision, but his father remained strong in this decision and said strictly, no buts, young lady. Rose then tries her best to convince in a cute voice, but you are the best father in the entire world. Shan looks at this bickering between Rose and her father. She felt a bit empty and sad. She then turns to the window and looked outside to distract herself. Ishu felt a bit sad and pity for her, so he calls out for Heian. Before they both could have a conversation, one of the servants working for the Medici family announced in a loud voice, we've arrived, my lord. After a long, treacherous journey filled with huge obstacles and troubles only for Isu due to his motion sickness, they have reached their location, and the fresh wave of air and the silent surroundings makes it feel like it's a place out of fantasy novels. Isu steps out of the carriage and is hit with a beautiful scenery in front of him. While admiring the structure, he thinks, wow, just look at this place. It's more like a mansion. Count, after stepping down from the carriage, he turns to all of them and speaks in a suggestive manner. Let's stay here for tonight. The Count then turns to one of the servants and then speaks in an authoritative tone. Show the Baron the best room. The servant nods and bows gently before Count, then proceeds to take Isu to one of the luxurious rooms. After entering the room, Isu flops on bed all tired and succumbed to fatigue. Feeling extremely tired and sleepy from the long journey, Isu thinks, if the paved roads are this uncomfortable, I wonder how exhausted I'll be when traveling on unpaved, dirt roads. Whatever, I'll think about it tomorrow. As long as I take motion sickness pills, I'll be fine. After thinking and planning his days, Isu fell asleep and slept till early morning of the next day. The next morning, Isu woke up super early. He yawns and stretches himself while saying, I shouldn't have slept so early yesterday. I woke up way too soon. As soon as he entered the backyard, Isu was a bit taken aback by Heian's presence. He spoke up in a polite and curious manner. Heian, you're up early. Are you out for a walk too? Heian shakes her head in denial and replies in her cold tone, I couldn't sleep well. This was a bit odd, but Isu thought for some reason and spoke. Perhaps it's because your sleeping spot changed. After this short conversation, both Heian and Isu went for a short walk. After walking for a while, Heian gets reminded of her old times and shares it with Isu. My family sometimes went on trips without me. Then, I didn't like being alone in that big house, so I wandered outside all day like this. After listening to this sad past, Isu speaks up with a heavy-hearted voice. Must have been lonely at such a young age. This awkward situation was a bit too heavy between them, and Heian didn't reply to what Isu said. After walking a bit of distance, Heian replies in a stoic and nonchalant voice. Well, it's all in the past. Isu then replies in a soft and questioning tone. Oh, did you know that it's already been 5 months since we traveled together? Listening to this, Heian replies in a gloomy look while her voice sounded nonchalant. Time surely flies. Noticing this would be a good time to tease Heian, Isu speaks up in a sarcastic tone while holding his laughter. Isn't it sad that time passes by so quickly? Isu was expecting a cold and savage reply from Heian, but it was completely opposite to what he was expecting. Heian replies in a gloomy tone. Yes. Seeing her replying in a gloomy tone and admitting it, confused Isu replies in a very confused tone. Oh, while trying to understand her behavior and her speaking manner, Isu thinks to himself while feeling guilty. Wasn't expecting such a straightforward answer. Heian doesn't reply after Isu's awkward reply and remains quiet for some time. Noticing the strange silence between them, Isu speaks up in a comforting voice. As long as you're okay, I'm fine with continuing to travel together. Both Heian and Isu remained quiet for a long time, no one suggesting any movement, but after seeing the sun reaching its pinnacle, Heian speaks up in cold and commanding tone. Let's just go get ready to leave. Isu replies in agreement and starts to head back to his room to change his clothes. After changing his clothes and freshening up, he rushes down to meet the count and servants, waiting for him to show around the estate. After greeting everyone good morning, Isu then enters the carriage and awaits for this long journey around the estate. As the carriage roamed around the estate and juggled around the pavement, Isu felt nauseous and thought in fear and irritation. It feels like riding a tagada. It's taking ages to get there. As Isu was feeling irritated and nauseous, the count calls out for Isu, Baron Bloom. Isu turns to the count and calms his nerves and replies, Oh yes, sir. The count then turns to window and said in a stern voice, We have entered the Aubert estate. As soon as Isu peeked out of the window, he saw barren land and expired wheat, dried leaves waving in the air, and dried land. Seeing this, Isu replies in an amazed tone, It's kinda empty, sir. Suddenly a high-speed stone is thrown by someone, aiming at the carriage. The stone then hits straight on Isu's head, which makes him bleed. Seeing Isu clench his forehead, Rose got worried and spoke up in a worried tone. What's wrong? While trying to see what happened to Isu, Rose was also attacked by the stone attacks. She screams out in pain. Ow, what was that? He started rubbing his forehead and saw Rose getting hit. Rose was shocked and spoke out in terror. Yikes, your forehead is bleeding. The count then turns to Rose and spoke in a shock and terror. Jaja, you are hurt too. This angered count and turns to one of the soldiers and asks in a stern voice, What is going on? The soldier then quickly runs towards the count after examining the situation. A vagrant, my lord. What shall we do with him? The count then orders the soldiers, Bring him to me. The soldiers then bring the guilty guy in front of the count. The guy then speaks up in a frustration and anger. Kill me, sire. I'd rather die in the hands of knights than live like this. I don't want to live any longer in a place where only the Lord is well fed and rich. The count then speaks up in a reassuring tone. I understand what's going on, but that doesn't justify such behavior. Get rid of him. The soldiers nod and replies in an understanding tone. Yes, sir. The soldiers then drags the guilty man away from the carriage. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Isu was wiping his blood off with the sleeves. Seeing this, Heian has a piece of hand towel. Here, take this. Isu was grateful for this. He then replied in a grateful manner. Oh, thanks. While wiping the blood off of his face, Isu speaks up in a nervous and embarrassed manner. Boy, I never knew I would see the day when you show sympathy sympathy towards others. Cheyenne felt a bit bad about this and spoke in a genuine and caring tone while keeping her cold demeanor. I also don't like seeing the people I care about getting hurt. And stop talking as if you've lived for 1,000,000 years. As Isu was continuing to wash his blood off with the handkerchief, Rose was trying to find the perfect moment to tease Heian about this situation. After a while, Rose turns to Heian and asks her in a cute voice, "Where's my handkerchief, Duchess?" Seeing Rose trying to irritate her, Heian speaks up in a cold tone while being irritated with her. "You sound fine to me." Later, both of the ladies calmed down and sat in their respective seats. The Count then turns to Isu with a worried expression and said, "Are you all right, Baron?" Isu then gives a warm smile and genuine appreciation. "Yes, sir." The Count nods and gives a warm smile to Isu. Then he turns to all of the people present in the carriage. After collecting some of his thoughts, the Count then speaks up in a serious tone. This is what happens when you have an incompetent ruler. Listening to this explanation and strict nature of his voice, Isu then thinks for a while before speaking in a confused tone. "Who is the lord of this estate?" After giving it some thought and walking towards the mansion, he speaks up in a stern voice. "He is my second cousin, if I'm correct." After reaching at the mansion, they were greeted by a smiling and rich-looking couples. The man speaks up in a formal and gentle tone with a wide smile. "Welcome, dear Count. Good to see you too, Lady Jeesh. You brought a lot of guests, sirs." The lady who is standing beside the man then speaks up in a worried tone. "Goodness, my lady, how did you get that wound on your forehead? We should treat it before it leaves a scar." Meanwhile, Rose was standing in front of them in an intimidating posture, which makes her look like a predator. After the fake caring from the couples, the Count then gathers air in his lungs and speaks out in a loud voice while being angry. "Silent. I order all of you to pack and get ready to leave. If you obey, then I will at least spare you a cottage in Medici City." Listening to the final decision from the Count and the seriousness, the man then speaks up in a scared and feared tone. "What do you mean, sir? This is my property." The Count raises his voice again in a stern and strict voice. "If you refuse, then I will have no choice but to use force." The man then speaks up in a nervous and scared tone, "But this is all too sudden." The Count then yells in an authoritative tone, "There are only half of the serfs left, and the remaining ones have turned into vagabonds. The farmlands are overrun with weeds, and the houses have turned into ruins. Yet you're here enjoying outrageously luxurious clothes and ornaments. And look at this mansion. Why are there so many glass windows?" After taking a little break from shouting and showing anger, he takes a deep breath and shouts at his maximum volume in anger, "Let me ask this one last time. Are you gonna leave or die right here?" Isu was a bit taken aback and felt shivers run through his spines. He thought, "I suppose he's not here just around the estate." After listening to the Count's warning and last chance, "Very well, we will leave as you wish." The lady then speaks up in a horrifying tone, "Honey." The Count then orders the man to take 2 servants and nothing else. He then announces to the estate, "From today onwards, Alan Medici is banished from the Aubert estate. I'll personally oversee the management of this place until the new owner arrives. So be it." After seeing his cousin and his wife leave, the Count then turns to Isu and keeps his strict tone, because he forgot to switch it back and have a walk with me, Baron Bloom. Isu was a bit scared of this demeanor, and he agreed to it before the Count could shout at him again. As they both walked around the estate, the Count then softened his tone and gave a warm smile to Isu while speaking, "Sorry to present such an unpleasant sight upon your first arrival." Isu then turns to Count and replies in a soft tone, "It's okay, sir. I'm sure there was a reason behind it." The Count gives a warm reply and asked him in a curious manner, "Anyway, how do you like this place?" Isu replies with a warm smile, "I like it very much, sir." The Count nods and gives a warm smile to Isu. Both of them walked around the estate for a while. After walking around for a bit, the Count speaks up in an informative, "If you travel west for 3 days, you'll come across a small port called Ench." Isu was a bit confused to why he was sharing it. He then speaks up in a formal tone while understanding, "I see. So from here, I guess Ench is closer than Fusing." The Count was impressed by Isu's understanding. He then replies in a gentle tone, "Correct. You know that all of Eraman's fisheries belong to the royal family, right?" Isu nods and then replies, "Yes, I heard." The Count gives a knowing nod to Isu, then continues explaining, "The fishermen who work at those fisheries live here in Ench." While the Count explained it carefully, Isu had doubts creeped in his mind. He then thought to himself, But why is he telling me all of this? Come to think of it, the road was divided into two. However, Medici already has active interaction with fusing. Perhaps calling it saturated wouldn't be an overstatement. Then, that means... Isu then thinks for a while before speaking. Do you need me to take charge of the entry region? The Count smirks widely after knowing that. Isu understood what he wanted and the future developments that the Medici family will have due to Isu's help.
The Count Medici remarked that, from what he could see, Medici had already reached full capacity. There were hardly enough lodges left for merchants to stay comfortably. In response, Isu asked whether he was hoping to revive the route from Obert to Ench, considering it lay close to Medici yet remained largely undeveloped. The Count replied that if the area were properly developed and the roads maintained well, travel to and from Medici would take no more than half a day. He then paused and asked whether his earlier words held any interest for him. As Isu reflected on the matter, he found himself thinking that Count Medici was a tycoon beyond imagination. The Count had connections with countless nobles, and yet he spoke of such ventures with ease. At the same time, Isu questioned whether he himself was truly qualified to take part in something so significant, as uncertainty lingered within him. After a moment, he replied with gratitude for the generous offer, though he admitted he lacked sufficient experience and preferred to gain more before proceeding further. The Count responded calmly, stating that he had no intention of rushing him. He added that age had made him somewhat impatient, yet he understood the value of time. He then assured Isu that he could take as long as he needed, even offering him a period of 3 years. Isu then asked whether he might pose a question, curious about what potential the Count saw in him. The Count answered that it was difficult to explain clearly, but there was something about him that felt different from others. Isu felt that the Count was not entirely mistaken, considering his origins from another dimension, though such thoughts remained unspoken. The Count continued, noting that Isu did not originate from Iriman either, which prompted affirmation from him. The Count then recalled that Isu had mentioned both of his parents had passed away, a fact Isu confirmed. The Count observed that this, combined with his lack of ties to noble families, made him an ideal candidate. When one was surrounded by many affiliations, it became easy to be swayed. Isu could not help but feel that the Count appreciated him precisely because he was a commoner. The realization stung slightly, yet he resolved not to rush matters. He intended to settle down gradually and establish himself at his own pace. Later, while riding in the carriage, Jay remarked that she was glad she could make the trip despite the earlier vagrant incident. She had believed she would never be allowed out again and asked whether Isu had noticed how her father had stopped her from going out earlier. She reflected that he would never have permitted her to go alone, and it was only because the Duchess intervened at the right moment that the outing became possible. She excused him, explaining that he had agreed immediately once Heian consented to accompany her. Isu interjected, pointing out that she was not entirely unknown. Knights would follow to guard her, and the distance they were traveling was not far. Jae paused at that, asking whether getting struck by a stone earlier had not been warning enough. Isu replied that he understood her concern. Heian then stepped in, saying it was fine, as she had wanted to visit the place anyway. She added that he had mentioned the journey would take around 30 minutes. Soon after, Isu and the others found themselves standing before the Enchanted Valley. Heian called out to Jae, asking whether she was certain they had arrived at the right location. Jae confirmed it confidently and instructed a knight to cut through the grass to create a path. The guard acknowledged the order, though Heian quickly asked them to wait. She then cast a spell, causing the earth spines to rise and part, forming a clear path ahead. She revealed that they were indeed in the correct place, gesturing toward a massive waterfall in the distance. Isu and Jae stood mesmerized by the sight. As Heian stepped closer to the river, Isu called out for her to wait. Ignoring the warning, she leaped into the water, and as she submerged, a faint glow emerged from her chest. Jae panicked, asking whether they should help her. She shook Isu in worry, insisting that she did not know how to swim and urging him to hurry and save her. Isu replied calmly that Heian was a water mage and doubted she would drown. Moments later, Heian emerged from the river, leaving Jae startled. Jae asked what that had been about, only to notice that Heian appeared taller, with more vitality in her cheeks. She asked Isu whether he noticed it as well. Isu offered her a towel and asked why she had jumped into the water so suddenly. Heian explained that the water felt incredibly refreshing, smiling in a way that shocked both Isu and Jae. They whispered to each other, realizing they had never seen her smile like that before. Heian noticed their murmuring and asked whether they had a problem. Isu denied it, saying they were merely glad she enjoyed herself. Heian dismissed it as silly and suggested they call it a day, as it was getting late. Back at the mansion, Isu threw himself onto the bed, thinking how pleasant it felt as fatigue slowly melted away. Just as he attempted to fall asleep, he sensed she would come over. Almost immediately, a knock sounded at the door, and Heian entered the room. Isu asked what had brought her at such an hour. She replied that there was something she needed to tell him. While Isu could not help but notice again that she had grown taller, Heian asked whether the Count intended to hand over the estate to him. Isu questioned whether that was the reason for her visit, and explained that he planned to go to the city first to earn money. Heian objected firmly, saying that no matter how long it took, he had to take possession of the land. She spoke with certainty, which made Isu think she must have truly liked the puddle earlier. Heian then clarified that it was no ordinary puddle, calling it elf phone. When Isu asked what it was, she explained simply that it was a mana spring. With elf phone, she added, an elf could survive an entire lifetime without ever needing to eat. Heian explained that the sensation she had felt was unlike anything she had experienced before. It was described as energy flowing steadily through her body while her mind grew calm and clear at the same time. As she spoke, she mentioned to Isu that there were only 5 elf fountains in all of Iriumen. Because such places allowed one to draw limitless mana, they were extremely rare. She admitted she needed that elf fountain, which was why she wanted him to claim the land at any cost and secure it with a strong presence. She even added that if someone else were to take it, she would scratch them and snatch it back herself. Isu remarked that her words sounded like a threat. He also reminded her that the Count had already agreed to wait at least 3 years for Isu to settle down properly. He then asked whether it was truly fine for her to reveal something so important, pointing out that to anyone unaware, the place would appear to be nothing more than a beautiful lake. He warned that discovery could change everything. Heian replied, stating that she was only telling Isu because he was someone she trusted. Isu grew confused by her words, unsure how to respond. Heian continued, saying that being around him had brought many good things into her life. After a short pause, Isu remarked lightly that perhaps it was because she was a goddess of luck. Heian fell silent for a moment, recalling the slap she had once received from her father. She then smiled faintly and said he truly was different from others. She added that while swimming in an elf fountain, one could use as much mana as they wished, and she was certain he understood what that meant. Rising to her feet, she said she would return to her room. As she left, Isu thought it might be wiser to keep the truth hidden from others for now. The following day, Isu asked Heian whether she was sure she would be fine staying there alone. Heian assured him she was comfortable and planned to remain a little longer. Jeja suggested that perhaps Heian should stay with her and Isu should go alone to the estate instead, but Heian declined politely and thanked her. Isu nodded and said he would head to Raudoran first and return shortly. He jokingly asked Heian not to cry because she would miss him. She glared at him and told him not to be ridiculous, prompting Isu to clarify that he had only been joking. After bidding her farewell, he left in the carriage. Jay remarked that once they returned, she assumed he would head straight to Iriumania, which sounded a bit sad. Isu replied that if she felt sad, then he was even more so. Jae-hee teased him, saying she might ask the instructors not to issue his certificate, which made Isu groan in protest. She then asked whether he had said it would take 3 years to return to the Albert estate. Isu confirmed that he believed it would take about that long. Jae-hee revealed that she had asked her father to prepare a property title under his name. Isu tried to object, saying she did not need to do that, but Jae-hee explained that having the documents ready would ensure he returned. Isu assured her to trust him, as he will be back. Isu added that it would be nice if she could visit the estate with him someday. Then he casually asked why she and Heian never seemed to get along. Jae-hee chuckled and asked what he meant, pointing out that they were practically best friends. Jeja furiously insisted it was true, explaining that both of them were blunt by nature and spoke their minds freely. They had shared many deep conversations, and there was always more beneath the surface. When they arrived and stepped down from the carriage, Isu asked whether Jesh would also rest in Raudoran. She confirmed she planned to stay for a few days until he finished his affairs. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Hans shouted Isu's name and greeted both him and Jeja, expressing surprise at seeing them there. Hans then asked whether they had come to pick him up, which left Isu confused. Hans explained that his parents had given him permission to join them on their journey, as he was already prepared to return. Isu's confused expression made Hans worry, and he asked whether Isu had forgotten. Hans nearly broke down, but Isu quickly reassured him, saying they would travel together when the time came. Hans brightened and asked whether that was truly the case, and Isu promised him it was. Hans then offered to guide them to the inn. Isu informed him that he could stay at his cottage instead. When Hans asked about Jay, she explained she wanted to spend every possible moment with Maggie while she was there. After parting ways, Isu used the portal to return to Earth. He felt as though 4 months had passed in an instant. As he looked around at the thin layer of dust, he wondered what he should take with him if he truly intended to cross Mount Knot, knowing the journey would be harsh. He decided to set those thoughts aside for the moment, as there was somewhere he needed to visit first. Standing before his parents' resting place, he softly called out to his mother, announcing that he had come. Inwardly, he wondered how they had been. He thought about how his life had been going fairly well in its own way. When they had passed away on his birthday, he had believed he would never be able to celebrate it again. Now, however, with the thought of crossing beyond the portal world, he felt it might finally be alright to acknowledge it and celebrate once more. Isu carefully went over the items he had gathered for the journey. There was an animal encyclopedia and a detailed book on plants, both chosen for reference along the way. He had packed 10 packs of ramen along with energy bars and assorted snacks, a compass, a survival kit, and a gas gun with sufficient ammunition. Everything essential had been placed neatly into his luggage. Lastly, he added down jackets. Since Mount Knots was known for its freezing temperatures, he felt it would be wise for everyone to wear them to stay warm. With the preparations complete, he thought it was time to inform Hans and Jae that their departure was near. Not long after, Isu set out with Hans and Heian to meet Lucas. He asked whether Lucas had decided to join them, to which Lucas responded affirmatively. Hans Hans attempted to greet him with enthusiasm, but Lucas ignored him and continued walking ahead. Isu then asked whether everything had been loaded properly. Lucas confirmed that it had. Isu followed up by asking whether he had said his farewells to his family, and Lucas once again replied that he had. As they prepared to leave, Lucas urged them to hurry and head toward the village. Hayan paused near the carriage, glancing outside. Isu noticed and called out to her, asking whether she was not coming. Hayan replied that she was worried about Jeje. Isu asked whether it was because Jeje had not come to say goodbye. He reassured her, suggesting Jeje likely stayed away because watching them leave would have made her sad. He added that she was probably crying quietly in her room at that very moment. Hayan questioned why there was any reason to feel sad since they were not leaving forever. Isu replied that Jeje was soft-hearted beneath her strong front. Before their departure, the Count and Countess wished them a safe journey and reminded them to be careful. Isu bowed respectfully, thanking them sincerely for everything they had done. Inside the carriage, after days of travel, Isu let out a groan, complaining about how bored he felt. The ride seemed endless, stretching on with no clear sense of progress. He called out to Hayan, asking whether she knew any mage capable of handling portals. Hayan replied that if she knew such a person, she would not still be traveling with them. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Isu glanced outside and asked the guard whether they were stopping there for the day. The guard explained that they usually rested at designated bivouac sites, and the area had already been cleared, with the ground prepared. He excused himself, saying he needed to build the barracks. Hans, clearly excited, asked whether they would be camping there for the night. Isu confirmed it. As they removed their outer layers and gathered to warm themselves, Isu noticed Hayan looked unusually tired and cold. It suddenly occurred to him that he had packed the down jackets. He quickly went to his luggage, called out to Hayan, and handed her one, asking her to try it on. Hayan questioned what it was. Isu explained that it was called a down jacket, a quilted coat filled with duck feathers designed to retain warmth. He then handed jackets to Hans and Lucas as well, asking them to try them on, to which both thanked him. Hans excitedly remarked that the coat blocked out the cold wind completely. Lucas expressed surprise, saying it was the first time he had worn something like it. Hayan asked why Isu always bought her clothes in the same color. Isu replied simply that the color suited her well. Hayan examined the jacket again, commenting that it was warm yet light. She smiled at Isu and thanked him. Isu then called out to Hayan, asking whether she could bring him some water, to which she questioned why. Isu explained that he intended to prepare one of the finest dishes from his hometown. He suggested that everyone lie down and rest while he cooked. He told Hans and Lucas to take a break as well. They hesitated, but Isu insisted. Privately, Isu admitted to himself that he did not want them watching him prepare instant food. He wondered whether a day would ever come when he would tell them the truth about being from another world beyond the portal. He thought Hayan might easily understand the concept of portals. Shaking the thought away, he focused on cooking. The ramen was almost ready. He cracked an egg and added the yolk, noting that it was the one he had brought from the previous village. Hayan soon noticed the aroma and sniffed the air. Isu served the food and asked everyone to gather, announcing that the meal was ready. Hayan stared at the bowl, wondering aloud whether the strands resembled hair. Hans commented that they did look like human hair. Lucas told them not to jump to conclusions, insisting they were not hair. Isu explained patiently that they were noodles, made by kneading flour dough and stretching it into long strands. He asked Hans whether he had seen such things before and added that this was simply the boiled version. He handed Hayan her bowl and called for Hans and Lucas to take theirs as well. Lucas hesitated, remarking that as a servant, he could not possibly dine alongside them. Isu firmly insisted. Hayan commented that it might not taste bad since it was made from the same ingredients as bread. Isu demonstrated how to use the fork to scoop and eat the noodles, slurping them as an example. Watching him eat, Hayan thought to herself that she might need to investigate and burn his attic training certificate someday. Isu encouraged the others to try as well, joking that he would not tell anyone if they made noises while eating. When they followed suit, Isu teased Hayan, pointing out that even she had made noise. He chuckled, remarking that it was shameful. Hayan began forming a spell, clearly irritated, thinking that no one would ever know if she dealt with him then and there. A spear of water took shape in her hand. Hans and Lucas grew terrified at the sight. Isu apologized immediately, promising to stop teasing her. Hans and Lucas grew terrified at the sight. Isu apologized immediately, promising to stop teasing her. Hayan dismissed the spell, letting it dissipate. She said she would let it slide this time, as Isu chuckled softly and commented that she truly needed to learn to control her temper. As the journey continued, Isu felt a sense of relief wash over him. The road ahead finally became paved, making the ride far smoother than before. While observing the surroundings, he casually asked Hayan where she planned to stay once they arrived. Hayan replied calmly that she would need to stay with him until she reclaimed her own mansion. She added that there was still time remaining before their promised date arrived. Isu calculated silently and realized he had roughly 5 months left, which hardly felt like enough time to properly settle into the estate. Hayan then stated, without much hesitation, that once he reclaimed the Obert estate, she intended to live there for the rest of her life. Isu reacted a moment too late, his thoughts spiraling as he wondered whether she truly meant settling down with him at the 4th base. The idea unsettled him, and he found it hard to believe she planned to live alongside him permanently. He quickly forced himself to calm down, reasoning that her intentions were clearly tied to the mana spring rather than anything personal. As they approached the town near the mansion, Isu found himself staring at the lively streets filled with people and merchants. The bustle and noise felt overwhelming, and he was reminded of how different large towns were compared to quiet countryside roads. Heian noticed his reaction and told him to stop behaving like someone from a rural village, remarking that it was embarrassing. Isu replied that he would simply continue acting like a country bumpkin if that was how he felt. Lucas then announced that they had arrived at their destination. Once they settled in, Isu felt the exhaustion from the long carriage ride finally catch up to him. Lucas asked whether he wished to have lunch immediately. Isu agreed and requested that a special meal be ordered for both himself and others. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a message informing him that a guest had come to see him. Lucas asked whether he should inform the visitor that Isu was unavailable. Isu declined, saying he was curious to know who would seek him out at such a time. The visitor entered and greeted him respectfully, introducing himself as the butler of the Krunoman family. He apologized for arriving without notice and explained that his master wished to meet Isu. When Isu asked for further details, the butler admitted he was not aware of the full reason but politely asked whether Isu could spare a moment. Isu reflected briefly, feeling that the Krunoman family was not particularly trustworthy, yet his curiosity outweighed his hesitation. The butler explained that if Isu agreed, his master would meet him at a nearby annex. Isu replied that it would be rude to refuse after the effort taken, prompting the butler to bow deeply and thank him before preparing the carriage. Isu told Lucas that he would return shortly and said Hans and Heian should begin lunch without him. As the carriage reached the destination, Count Kruneman greeted Isu warmly and thanked him for accepting the invitation. Isu responded politely, returning the thanks. The Count invited him to sit and settle down. Isu then asked directly why he had been summoned. The Count replied that there was no need to waste time and proceeded straight to the matter. The Count mentioned the gelato Isu had served during the festival, explaining that his daughter had become so fond of it that she fell ill from craving it constantly. Isu expressed mild surprise, commenting on if that was particularly good. The Count then proposed purchasing the recipe. At that moment, Isu realized the Count had already confirmed him as the creator. He wondered how his involvement had been uncovered. The Count smiled and stated that his family's informants were highly skilled. Isu felt uneasy, thinking about how easily nobles gathered information behind the scenes. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Despite this, he was not ready to give up the recipe without consideration. Isu explained that the proposal concerned him, as he had been planning to conduct business through his estate. The Count interrupted and offered him 20,000 gold. Isu was momentarily stunned, recognizing the sum as the equivalent of an enormous fortune. He paused briefly, realizing this was an opportunity he could not ignore. Isu agreed and reminded the Count that ice would be necessary for preparation. The Count laughed, stating that ice was always required for frozen desserts. He asked once more whether Isu accepted the offer, and Isu confirmed. The Count expressed appreciation for his decisiveness and presented a contract. Isu read through it carefully, taking the chance to apply what he had learned about the Irumanian language. After signing, he hoped silently that he had made the correct choice. The Count suggested they each keep a copy and explained that the gold could be withdrawn from Medici Bank in Irumania, adding that the provided seal granted access to their private vault. Isu accepted it gratefully and offered to demonstrate the preparation process. Later, back at the inn, Isu was in the middle of his meal when Heian suddenly entered and called out to him. She said she had heard about his meeting with Count Kruneman. Isu asked whether that was what troubled her. He explained that the Count had wanted his gelato recipe. Heian immediately asked whether he had simply given it away. Isu denied this, saying he had sold it for a proper price. Heian leaned in and whispered sharply, asking how much. Isu replied just as quietly that it was 20,000 gold. Heian froze in place before slowly straightening up. She remarked that she had thought they were destined to live in some shabby attic. Then, with sudden enthusiasm, she instructed him to search for a mansion with at least 10 rooms. From his point of view, it felt as though he had been the one doing all the work to earn money. Heian responded by calling him cheap and reminded him that their promissory period was almost over. As she looked straight at him, she asked whether they should at least try to remain on good terms once that time ended. Isu attempted to lighten the mood, suggesting they bake some bread together and get along peacefully. Heian replied that she would think about it. Later, at the bank, a servant accompanied Isu to the bank. The receptionist greeted him warmly at the Medici Bank and asked how she could assist him. Isu stated that he wished to withdraw money and presented the necessary certificates. After asking him to wait briefly, the receptionist returned with several boxes. Isu then asked whether he could open a personal vault there. The receptionist confirmed that he could, explaining that opening a vault would involve issuing a personal seal and signing a contract that allowed transactions with others. Isu requested that the entire 20,000 gold be deposited into the vault, and asked for 10 transaction contracts as well. The receptionist instructed him to sign the documents and warned him to keep the contracts safe. While forging a personal seal was extremely difficult, she explained, forged signatures were still possible. Isu acknowledged her warning. As he looked at the certificate afterward, he felt that the amount of money was more than sufficient. For the first time, he felt confident that he could finally purchase his own house. Not long after, he completed the purchase of a large mansion. Heian appeared genuinely surprised when she saw that he had bought a 10-room residence. She remarked that at this rate he would not need any of her help at all. Hans, on the other hand, looked thrilled and asked whether they would be living there from now on. Lucas replied that they would be staying in the annex nearby, as there was some distance between the two buildings. Isu quickly corrected him, saying that both Hans and Lucas would stay in the small room on the first floor instead. That way, they could come immediately whenever he called for them. Hans reacted with excitement and praised Isu for the decision. Isu then suggested that everyone begin unloading and unpacking. He told Lucas that he would need him to visit the labor office the following day, as he estimated they would need around 7 staff members to manage such a large mansion. Lucas agreed and asked whether he should also look for a maid to handle Duchess's tasks. Heian supported the idea, adding that now that she thought about it, she felt a little bad leaving everything to Isu alone. In return, she offered to let him use water magic as much as he wanted. Isu declined, saying there was no need for her to overwork herself and that they could wait until more people moved in. Heian brushed it off, saying she was craving bread instead. Isu confidently replied that he would serve some once they finished unpacking. Isu then called out to Lucas and told both him and Hans to take the rest of the day off. They thanked him, and he encouraged them to take a warm bath, use the fireplace to keep warm, and not worry about firewood. He handed them a box explaining that it contained soap and that there were 2 bars inside, one for each of them. Hans and Lucas remarked that he was extremely generous. Isu felt quietly pleased, realizing that it did not take much effort to be considered a good master here. In moments like these, he felt that the Iriuman Empire truly was a comfortable place to live. Later, alone in his room, Isu found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. The question now was where he should open the portal. He could only move the portal twice in each dimension, and his original plan had been to open it once in the capital and once after acquiring an estate. He reasoned that his own room would be the safest place, hidden from everyone's sight. As he looked around, he concluded that since it was his room, the exact spot did not matter much. He simply chose a quiet corner. When he began casting the portal, he felt satisfied with the timing. It was finally time to recite the spell he had memorized. As he chanted, faint crackling sounds filled the air. Isu watched in fascination as the portal formed, and he stepped through without hesitation. On the other side, he soon found himself wiping the floor and cleaning up, reflecting on how long it had been since he last did chores himself. As he wiped sweat from his brow, he thought about how tiring it already felt. He wondered how he would manage cleaning once he moved into an even bigger house. The idea crossed his mind that he might need to hire a cleaner on this side of the world as well. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts as it was a delivery. Isu reflected that items like these could not be found so easily in the other world. As his mind wandered, he began thinking about the possibility of moving into a larger house here as well. He started checking housing prices in the Songsu area and was shocked to see that 2 billion won could barely buy 700 square feet. The price felt absurdly high. He tried to push the thought aside, deciding he could skip dreams of a Han River view for now. Then another idea struck him. Selling recipes could easily earn him 2 billion won in no time. He wondered what would happen if he sold recipes for dishes like jjajangmyeon or jjimpong. With that kind of income, moving into an apartment overlooking the Han River would not take long at all. Still, he dismissed the thought, telling himself there was no need to rush. He had plenty of time after all. For now, it would be better to focus on exploring opportunities, doing business, and learning more. The delivery arrived, and Isu realized it was the package he had ordered the day before. He found himself impressed once again by how efficient delivery services in Korea were. As he accepted the package, he thought that starting a delivery service in Iriumania might be a brilliant idea. He imagined how popular it would become. As he opened the box and saw the warm pair of slippers inside, he felt that some ideas truly had the potential to change everything. After stepping through the portal, Isu made his way to Heian's room. He knocked lightly on the door and asked whether she was nearby. Heian opened it shortly after and asked what he wanted. In response, Isu presented her with a small box, saying he had brought something for her. Heian immediately tore it open and asked whether it was bread, to which Isu denied it. When she saw what was inside, she looked puzzled at the sight of a pair of shoes. Isu explained that they were meant to keep her feet warm during the cold weather. He asked her to sit down, saying he would help her put them on. As he carefully helped her wear them, he asked what she thought. Heian smiled and said they were warm and pretty. Isu found himself momentarily struck by how beautiful she looked in that moment. Heian noticed his expression and questioned what kind of face he was making. Isu quickly denied anything strange and added that he had bought similar pairs for others as well. Since she liked them, he felt reassured that he had made the right choice. Later, Lucas reported on the results of the hiring process. He explained that they had secured hired one chef, one experienced butler, one handyman, one attendant, one maid, and 2 additional servants, bringing the total staff to 7. Isu commented that he had never imagined hiring people would take so much time and energy, and he complimented Lucas for handling it well. Lucas thanked him and added that now that they had staff, he and Hans should move to the annex. Hans immediately questioned this, but Lucas told him to stop complaining, as it was something they had to do. Isu expressed that he would prefer both of them to stay in the main building. However, Lucas explained that they needed to avoid creating the impression of favoritism. According to proper conduct, only the official butler could stay in the main building. Isu accepted the reasoning and then asked Hans to come along, suggesting they visit the marketplace together. Hans agreed and followed him out. As they walked, Hans asked what they were going there for. Isu replied that he needed ingredients for cooking. He then asked Hans what he wanted to eat, offering to cook it for him. Hans looked surprised and asked whether Isu was seriously asking him. He added that he would eat anything Isu made. Os looked surprised and asked whether Isu was seriously asking him. He added that he would eat anything Isu made. Isu insisted that he name something. Hans hesitated and muttered that Lucas would scold him if he said it. Isu assured him that he would not tell. After some thought, Hans said that nothing specific came to mind, but with the weather growing colder, he felt like having a warm bowl of soup. Isu replied that he already knew the perfect dish for that and asked Hans to follow him. When Hans asked what he planned to make, Isu only said it was a secret. Back in the kitchen, Isu told Hans to leave everything there. Hans commented that Isu had been busy shopping and asked what he had bought. Isu replied that he had purchased pork bones and a pig, explaining that he intended to use them for the next day's meal. Just then the chef greeted them, introducing himself as Seth and saying he was in charge of the kitchen. He told Isu to leave the cooking to him. Isu responded that he would entrust the ingredients to his care and gave him instructions. He asked Seth to drain all the blood from the pork bones and prepare the intestines, explaining that he would give more specific directions later. He added that this dish would be for the following day, so Seth should prepare something else for dinner that night. Seth agreed and suggested that Isu go and rest, assuring him the kitchen was under control. Later, Isu observed the butler, Corky, and felt that he reminded him slightly of Peter. He wondered how capable the man truly was. While soaking in the tub afterward, Isu felt completely refreshed. Corky asked whether he should add more hot water. Isu replied that it was unnecessary, as the temperature was perfect. Corky mentioned that the mansion had been vacant for a long time and would require extensive repairs. Isu told him not to worry about expenses and to renovate everything thoroughly. He also instructed him to install a fireplace in the service quarters. Corky complimented Isu's foresight and added that he had noticed the barn was empty. He suggested raising chickens and cows there. Isu agreed that it was a good idea and said they could proceed once the repairs were finished. He then instructed Corky to call for a skilled glass artisan, a construction worker, and a tailor. Additionally, he said he wanted to build a swordsmanship training ground on one side of the courtyard. Corky acknowledged the requests. Isu further mentioned that he needed someone knowledgeable about market prices in Irumania. Corky replied that hiring someone might not be necessary, as he had notes from his previous work as a butler that contained detailed information on market values. Hearing this, Isu felt reassured, thinking they had hired the right person, which allowed him to rest more easily. Early the next morning, Isu headed toward the kitchen and entered abruptly. Seth looked up and asked what brought him there so early. Isu explained that regarding the pork bones from the previous day, he wanted them placed in a pot and boiled thoroughly, then left to simmer until dinner. He emphasized that they should be stirred occasionally to prevent sticking to the bottom. Seth confirmed he would handle it. Internally, Seth wondered what dish Isu intended to prepare with pork bone broth. Though curious, he focused on following the instructions, knowing his role was to carry out orders rather than question him. Afterward, while Isu stood outside, he called out to Hyen and asked what she was doing in such cold weather. His gaze dropped to her feet, and he pointed out that she was wearing the shoes he had given her. Hyen replied that they were keeping her feet warm, which made the cold easier to bear. Just then, a voice called out for Baron Bloom. Isu turned and recognized the man as Lord Clegg. Clegg greeted him warmly, saying it was good to see him again. He explained that he had heard Isu bought a mansion some time ago and apologized for visiting so late. Isu dismissed the apology, saying there was nothing to be sorry about. Clegg then mentioned that he had brought a belated housewarming gift. Isu welcomed him even more warmly, saying that was all the more reason for him to come in. He added that it had been a while since they last met and remarked that Clegg looked well. Clegg replied that he had never felt happier in his life. Clegg's gaze shifted to Hyen, and he asked why the Duchess was there. He stared at her for a moment, his expression blank and slightly glazed, before adding that he was sure she had her own reasons. Isu moved the conversation along, saying he planned to cook a new recipe that day and asked whether Clegg would like to join and watch. Clegg agreed immediately, saying he would love to. Isu then called out to Hyen and asked if she would like to join them as well. Hyen declined, saying she wanted to step on the fallen leaves a bit longer. Isu reminded her to be careful and not catch a cold. Later, inside the kitchen, Clegg inhaled deeply and commented that the broth smelled delicious. He asked whether it was meant for dinner. Isu invited him to stay and have a bowl with them. He explained that the broth was ready, and all that remained was to chop some leeks and add them in, along with cooked barley rice and steamed pork. With that done, the dish would be complete. Afterward, once the food was ready, it was served neatly into 3 bowls. Isu instructed Seth to take them to the dining room, making it clear that everyone present would eat the same meal. He also told the servants to do the same and have a bowl each. Seth hesitated for a moment and asked whether they were truly allowed to eat the same food as their master. Isu immediately affirmed it, explaining that this dish was his favorite, especially during cold weather, since it warmed the body well. He added that it was a dish from his hometown and said they should treat it as a small celebration of the staff, officially becoming part of his household. In his view, from that day onward, they were no longer strangers but members of the same household. The servants exchanged glances. One of the girls cautiously asked what the dish was, wondering if it was some kind of soup. Another servant guessed it was bone soup with pork meat. Hearing that, one of them frowned and muttered that he did not think he could handle a gamey smell like that. Seth immediately snapped back, saying that what they had eaten before were poorly cleaned intestines and asking how anyone could compare those to this dish. He scolded them for complaining about food they had not even tasted yet, adding that if they were going to act like that, they might as well starve. Lucas stepped in and told them that this was Baron Bloom's own recipe. He asked them to trust him, saying it would definitely be delicious. He added that Isu's culinary skills had already been acknowledged by the Medici family, which made his words carry weight. Hearing that, the hesitant servant finally nodded and agreed to try it. Once the spoons dipped into the bowls and they drank it, surprise spread across their faces. They could not believe that a pork bone broth could taste this good. The soup was savory, rich, and comforting without being overwhelming. One of the servants commented that perhaps he should have brought home the pork bones the butcher usually threw away and tried boiling them himself. Another remarked that the taste was far better than expected and went well with the meat. Seth, who was tasting it carefully, looked genuinely impressed. He wondered aloud where Isu had even gotten the idea to make broth from pork bones. He admitted that the broth could have easily turned greasy, but the addition of leeks balanced it perfectly. Clegg, who had been quietly enjoying his bowl, smiled and praised Isu, calling it a stroke of genius. He said Isu's recipes were truly extraordinary and remarked that he had been impressed once again. Clegg then shifted the conversation toward business. He asked whether Isu had considered sending the recipe to the Inn Association. With such affordable ingredients, the dish could easily yield substantial profit, especially since it would attract vendors looking for low-cost but popular menu items. He asked Isu whether he thought it would sell well. Clegg did not even wait for an answer before saying Isu could take his word for it, as he believed it would be a huge hit. Just then, a faint noise came from Heian. As they glanced toward the source and noticed Heian, Isu commented that it looked like Heian approved of the dish as well, which earned a brief reaction from her. Later, as they sipped tea after the meal, Clegg spoke again and asked why they were not engaging more actively in business or trade. He said that selling water during winter alone could earn a considerable amount of money. Heian replied calmly that a mage needed imperial approval to conduct business. Clegg asked whether the process was complicated. Heian denied it, saying it was not particularly difficult, but added that she had no intention of doing business in the first place. Clegg sighed and said it was a shame to waste such talent. Heian replied that if he needed water for any purpose, they had plenty, and he was free to take whatever amount he required. Clegg asked whether she was sure. Heian said she was only doing this because he was an acquaintance. Hearing this exchange, Isu felt oddly proud, thinking Heian had finally learned how to give to others without hesitation. Clegg then noticed Heian's shoes and asked where she had gotten them from. Heian replied that Baron Bloom had given them to her. Clegg asked whether she would mind if he took a closer look. Heian agreed, but warned him not to bring his face too close. As Clegg examined the shoes, his expression shifted into one of clear surprise. He muttered that he could not believe he had not thought of this earlier and immediately began seeing business potential in the item. He asked whether the inside was made of leather or wool, to which Isu affirmed that it was. Clegg said that when Isu thought of the Medici family, what was the first trade item that came to his mind, to which Isu replied that it was pepper. Clegg corrected him, saying that too is, but just as Isu jumped to say that woolen fabric was his family's main trade item. Clegg nodded, adding that besides wool, leather was also an affordable material. He suggested producing these shoes and selling them to commoners in the middle class. Isu felt this was a perfect opportunity to benefit from personal connections and immediately agreed, calling it an excellent idea. He said he would suggest it to Count Medici the next time they met. Heian added that she would help convince the Count if it came to that, reasoning that 3 people would be more persuasive than 2. Clegg praised her, calling it a remarkable idea from a remarkable duchess. Isu noted internally that Clegg certainly knew how to flatter people. After a while, Clegg glanced at the time and said he should be leaving. Isu asked him to visit again sometime, and Clegg invited Isu to his own home in return, saying he wanted him to try a new recipe he had created, to which Isu agreed. He then called out to Lucas and asked whether he had brought what he requested earlier. Lucas confirmed and handed over a gift meant for Lord Clegg. Isu explained that it was tea made from jujube. When Clegg opened it, he remarked on its pleasant and distinctive aroma and said he should look more into this ingredient. He thanked Isu sincerely for the gift and then took his leave. Isu wished him a safe journey. After Clegg left, Isu remained outside, sipping his tea. He commented that he loved sitting outdoors like this, enjoying warm tea while feeling the cold breeze against his skin. Heian quietly sipped her tea beside him. Isu glanced at her and asked whether she truly had no intention of making money. Heian replied that she did not want to get involved with the imperial family. Isu asked whether it was not just a matter of obtaining simple approval. Heian said it was not as simple as he thought. To get approval, she would have to go to the palace in person, which would expose her to many people. Isu replied that he thought she had decided to be more confident from now on. Heian snapped back, raising her voice and saying that was a completely different issue. She explained that once people found out who she was, they would start bothering her about marriage and trying to find her a groom. She said she did not want that at all. If she were to do business officially, she would first have to marry someone she actually wanted, and then obtain approval from the imperial palace. Otherwise, she would inevitably end up being pushed into marrying a member of the imperial family, which was the very thing she wished to avoid. Isu remarked on the constant hatred directed toward the emperor and the repeated talk of killing him. He questioned why so many mages seemed so tense and hostile toward the imperial family. In response, Heian revealed that it was because they knew their weakness. This statement startled Isu, prompting him to ask what she meant. Heian only replied that she would explain it in due time. Hearing this, Isu felt deep disgust, thinking that forcing people into marriage while exploiting their weaknesses was despicable beyond belief. Heian replied that such a method might work if she truly tried, but the matter was more closely tied to her honor and reputation. If rumors spread that she was already married, it would complicate matters later when she wished to marry someone she genuinely wanted. Isu observed that she did not seem to have any interest in men at first glance, and asked what kind of person she hoped to meet someday. Heian paused for a moment, then said that it was already late and they should end the conversation for the night. After that, they parted ways and retired to their rooms. The next morning, Isu announced that they would be planting something called bamboo along the walking path. Heian responded that if he wanted to plant trees, he might as well have brought saplings instead, adding that with such plants, he would not live long enough to see them fully grown. Isu brushed off her concern, saying that in 5 years they would all be grown. He explained that tall trees required deep roots, and although their growth seemed slow at first, once they reached their 5th year, they could grow more than 20 inches in a single day. Heian replied that even 5 years was too long and asked whether he still had money left. Isu said it was not as if bamboo could be purchased anywhere around here. Heian clarified that this was not why she had asked. With enough money, he could visit the mage secretariat and hire a gardening mage. There, he could find plant mages available for hire. Isu jokingly asked whether there were any discounts for current members. Heian denied it, although she added that being on friendly terms might earn him a slightly cheaper price. Isu sighed and brushed it off. Heian warned him that he should leave quickly unless he wanted another taste of the ice pick. Isu denied any such desire, thanked her for the information, and said he would go right away. Later, while reading through the records, Isu discovered that there were nearly 50 registered mages. He found this number incredible. He also noticed that healing mages charged the highest fees, followed closely by those specializing in protection. Any magic related to survival commanded the highest price. Isu reflected that if magic could be used without limits, it would greatly benefit people, yet at such prices, only the privileged could enjoy its advantages. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He wondered what would happen if he persuaded wandering mages who were not affiliated with the imperial family to stay within the estate and use their magic freely. If that happened, the Albert estate could become immensely powerful, far beyond anyone's reach. However, as quickly as the thought came, Isu also imagined the risks. If those mages were to seize the Mana Spring and incite a rebellion, the situation would become dangerously complicated. Not long after, an elf arrived and greeted Isu politely, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. He introduced himself as Edro of the Gold Sun family. Isu welcomed him and introduced himself as Baron Isu Bloom, noting internally that the elf's use of honorifics suggested he had not yet inherited his title. Edro stated that his travel expenses amounted to 200 gold and asked where his magic services were required. Isu explained that he had planted tree stems along the walking path. After observing the area, Edro remarked that he sensed a great deal of unfamiliar life energy beneath the soil. He assumed it was not flowers, noting that if flowers bloomed in the middle of winter, everything would freeze without a weather mage, which would be disastrous. However, Isu added that there were trees capable of growing well even during winter, so there was no need for concern. Edro asked Isu to step back as he prepared to cast a large spell. A corn-like flower erupted from the ground and the bamboo elongated almost instantly. Isu watched in awe as the forest took shape before his eyes. Edro commented that they were magnificent trees and asked what they were called. Isu replied that they were bamboo trees and were common in his homeland. Edro said they were just as beautiful as the banyan trees, which happened to be his favorite. He then asked whether Isu would be willing to share some seeds with him. He clarified that he was not asking for them for free, and offered to purchase 1,000 gold worth instead, adding that he would also waive the travel fee. Isu, still mesmerized, readily agreed and told him to take as much as he needed. Edro thanked him sincerely. Afterward, Isu stood quietly and gazed at the completed bamboo forest. He felt that now that the forest was finished, he needed someone to walk through it with him. He called out to Lucas and asked whether he could bring Heian over. Lucas affirmed and went to fetch her. When Heian arrived and saw the bamboo trees, she was visibly stunned. She remarked on how marvelous they were and said they were as stunning as the banyan trees. Isu told her that he planned to build a small annex on the opposite side of the forest. Heian commented that it would be lovely to have flowering trees planted around it as well, and the two of them continued to admire the scenery together. Later, an architect approached Isu and asked whether he was instructing them to lay basalt flooring connected to the fireplace. Isu affirmed, explaining that when the outer fireplace was lit, warm air would flow beneath the floor and exit through the chimney. The architect asked whether this meant the floor itself would be heated rather than the air. Isu confirmed this and asked whether he thought it could be done. The architect admitted that he had never seen such an architectural design before. Isu told him not to worry and said he would assist where necessary. He added that an additional 1,000 gold should be included in the budget. Hearing this, the architect became visibly excited and said he would begin preparing for the construction immediately. After constructing a modest yet comfortable cottage, Isu remarked on how impressive it seemed, to which Heian responded that it appeared to be an ordinary house to her, questioning what made it special. Isu replied that she would understand once she stepped inside. As they opened the door, Isu asked Heian to remove her shoes and step inside, prompting her to inquire again what was so different. As soon as she stepped onto the floor, she immediately felt a distinct warmth. Heian noted how the floor felt unusually warm, and Isu explained that it was due to an underfloor heating system, inviting her to sit on the floor with a blanket he placed for her. Opening the windows, he asked for her opinion. Heian remarked that her body felt warm while her face remained cool, and that the sensation was remarkably pleasant. Isu mentioned that, according to what he had heard, aristocrats usually avoided sitting on the floor, yet she seemed unbothered by it. Heian explained that she was accustomed to it, having spent her early years confined in a chamber without a bed. Isu recalled that Heian had said her mother died during childbirth, and she confirmed it. He asked her to remember when he had mentioned losing his parents in an accident, which had occurred on his birthday. Heian expressed surprise, noting that both of their birthdays seemed unsuitable for celebration. Isu inquired about her birth date, and Heian revealed it was around Kwasaluna, the 14th day of February. Isu realized that was Valentine's Day. Heian explained that the day held significance, known as Valentine's Day, as a memorial for their progenitor, the Grand Mage Valentine, who had passed away at the age of 387. She recounted that her mother had been overjoyed at her birth despite the hardships of childbirth, believing her to be a reincarnation of the Grand Mage. Curious, Heian asked Isu when his birthday was, and he replied that it had recently passed, prompting her to groan in mild frustration for not being told earlier. He admitted that he had not found an appropriate moment to mention it. Heian requested that he remember next time so they could celebrate together, to which he smiled, agreeing that they should commemorate each other's birthdays from now on. Heian then shifted the conversation, asking him to bake some bread for her, and he consented without hesitation. Later in the kitchen, Isu realized it had been some time since he had prepared a proper dessert for her, and resolved to make something extra special. He regretted having neglected his promise to bake a loaf of bread for her each week. Seth, who had been assisting him, expressed reluctance, urging Isu to leave the kitchen tasks to him. Isu assured Seth that he enjoyed cooking and preferred to handle certain preparations personally, reassuring him not to worry. He announced his plan to make a pie crust, but Seth insisted on taking over. Isu declined, explaining that this pie would differ slightly from those he was familiar with, and encouraged Seth to observe carefully. He emphasized that the key to a good pie was the rich butter flavor and crispy texture, advising him to mix cold butter with half the flour, season the dough with salt, and gradually incorporate water while kneading. Seth appeared unsettled, asking if ice-cold water was truly necessary. Isu affirmed, explaining that colder water produced a crispier crust. Seth acknowledged Isu's extensive knowledge, and Isu modestly credited experience, mentioning his mother's skill in making breaded cookies and noting that he hoped to replicate them someday. He urged Seth to pay close attention as he prepared the dough. While crafting the dessert, Isu announced that the millefeuille was complete. Seth expressed astonishment, observing that he had never seen it prepared in such a manner. Isu explained that the filling could be varied to produce different flavors, and he intended to select the most attractive one for Heian. He instructed Seth to pack several for Lord Clegg and to share the remainder with the staff, earning Seth's gratitude. After finishing in the kitchen, Isu approached Heian's room and knocked gently. Heian emerged quickly, remarking that it was about time and questioning why it had taken him so long to bake a loaf of bread. She complimented his appearance with her hair tied up and demanded that he hand over the bread. Isu presented the dessert, describing it as millefeuille, but Heian eagerly began eating it, insisting that it was not bread but pastry. Isu confirmed that he had prepared a dessert, as they had already eaten their meal. Observing the pastry, Heian questioned whether she should have more, then slid the remainder back to him, suggesting he eat it instead. Isu was surprised by her gesture. Heian expressed that she had never tasted such a beautiful dessert before, and proposed that he consider opening a dessert shop nearby. Isu inquired about her suggestion, and Heian explained that the Medici family was sponsoring artists and planning an art hall in the area. She added that she occasionally sneaked out, allowing her to stay informed, and believed that a dessert shop near the art hall would be the ideal place to showcase his creations. She praised the bread he made as a work of art, assuring him that the location would be perfect for such a venture. The next day, as Isu prepared to move out, he called for Lucas, remarking that the boy seemed unusually close to Kana these days. Lucas hesitated, clearly caught off guard. Hans intervened, confirming that Isu had noticed correctly, pointing out that they often chatted during break time. Lucas became flustered, insisting that it was not like that and explaining that he was merely teaching her some chores. Isu chuckled, observing that his frustration only made the situation appear more suspicious. At that moment, Kana appeared, asking if they needed anything. Isu denied any request, instead asking what she was doing. Lucas could not help but stare at her while Isu and Hans quietly remarked on how endearing Lucas looked. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. A man introduced himself as Clegg, requesting permission to enter. Lucas informed Isu that Lord Clegg had arrived to see him, prompting Isu to remark that he had finally arrived. Clegg asked the reason for their meeting today. Isu explained that he wished to open a restaurant but had no clue where to start and inquired if Clegg knew anyone who could assist him. Clegg advised that he could ask around, yet for a professional touch, the guild would be the ideal solution. Isu questioned whether guild assistance was truly necessary for opening a store. Clegg explained that the guild possessed valuable connections, allowing materials to be procured at lower costs. Without guild affiliation, Isu would face higher expenses, resulting in increased prices. He warned that guild-affiliated stores could offer the same goods cheaper, potentially driving private businesses to bankruptcy. Clegg further suggested hiring an agent to find suitable guilds or professionals and manage events on Isu's behalf, directing him to the Information Guild for assistance. Isu questioned whether hiring an agent would resolve his problem effectively. Clegg explained that with so many exceptional recipes, handling everything alone could risk leaks and mistakes, making an agent a practical choice. Isu admitted that business management had been on his mind and agreed that hiring an apprentice through an agent seemed prudent, expressing gratitude for Clegg's guidance. Clegg noted their similar ages and titles, prompting Isu to suggest they dispense with formalities, which Clegg readily agreed to. Shortly thereafter, a young woman greeted Isu, introducing herself as Lena, having been recommended by the Information Guild. Isu thanked her for making the journey, and Lena politely requested to be called by her name. Isu explained that he was seeking guild support to open a restaurant, but wanted to review her contract first. He clarified that the contract would remain in effect until terminated by either party, and added that he planned to relocate after 3 years, asking if she could leave Iriamania and accompany him. Lena affirmed that it was natural for her to follow her lord upon departure. Isu inquired whether she had mentioned that her father was a knight banneret. She explained that he had been her swordsmanship instructor. Isu admitted surprise, noting that she differed from the image he had imagined. Lena asked if he expected someone with visible sword scars, explaining that even during training, gloves prevented hand injuries. The precision was possible because practitioners could anticipate every move of their opponents. Isu responded that he would very much like to witness her skills firsthand. In an unexpected moment, Lena appeared suddenly before Isu, pointing a dagger at him. She remarked that his guards had been lenient during the body search due to her gender, emphasizing the advantage of employing women for intelligence gathering or close assistance. Isu felt a sudden shock, nearly leaping from his seat. Lena quickly apologized for startling him and pleaded with him not to reprimand the guards, noting that no one had ever discovered this dagger during a search. She further explained that if contracted, she could execute any task he assigned, but requested that he establish a guild with her as the leader and provide a building once he returned to the estate. Isu assured her that, though her schedule would be demanding, especially since he was new to the estate, he would honor her with all tasks. Lena expressed her eagerness to serve him. Moments later, Lena's expression shifted as she recalled her father shouting for her to work and not refuse customers. She teased that she would not labor until he found her a handsome and wealthy client. Her father interjected, admitting he could not guarantee wealth, but knew of a good-looking baron. Lena immediately insisted that he sign her contract without delay. While in the present, she is confident that matters are progressing smoothly. Isu stated that for the moment, she could come to work whenever summoned. Lena, however, insisted on remaining nearby at all times under the long-term contract. Isu offered her a small room on the first floor to accommodate her presence. Just as they prepared to shake hands, Heian suddenly entered the room. Heian and Lena exchanged glances, each observing the other carefully. Heian remarked that she had heard Isu had hired an agent. Lena appeared flustered upon encountering a mage, questioning her sudden appearance. Isu found the timing ideal and introduced Lena as his new agent, noting that she would reside with them and encouraging both to get along. Lena internally questioned the circumstances, wondering what kind of baron lived under the same roof as a mage, and speculated whether a betrothal was possible. Lena formally introduced herself, expressing that she would be in Heian's care. Heian confirmed her role, stating that she would oversee the agent's activities closely. A sudden chill filled the air, and Isu called for Lena, assigning her a week to gather the requested information and find him an apprentice or master craftsman in leatherworking, to which she agreed. As Lena departed, Isu turned to Heian, questioning her reaction and whether she disliked the new agent. Heian shrugged, noting that they had only just met. Heian inquired why he had hired an agent so suddenly. Isu explained that she had suggested opening a dessert shop, prompting him to consider the guild, and while doing so, hiring an apprentice for moccasin making seemed practical. Heian remarked that employing a female agent was a strategic choice, yet Isu needed to remain cautious. He sought clarification, and Heian emphasized that nothing was more desirable to others than a handsome and wealthy man, warning that they often became targets in any setting. Isu reflected, unsure if her words were a compliment or a warning to stay vigilant. After some days, as a sudden knock sounded at the door, Lena responded that she was outside, to which Isu asked her to come in. Lena explained that it had been snowing throughout the day, leaving her dress thoroughly soaked. Isu observed that she must be feeling quite cold and suggested she sit near the fireplace to warm up, to which Lena expressed her gratitude. Isu then inquired where she had gathered all the information he had requested earlier. Lena replied that the guilds of restaurants shared similar membership requirements and had generally optimistic reports regarding their operations. She had focused on 4 guilds in particular, investigating the forces that supported them behind the scenes, and had carefully compiled all the findings into a well-organized document. Isu expressed genuine surprise, questioning the source of her knowledge. With caution, he asked about her methods, and Lena mentioned that she had already recruited one individual. He possessed the required skills and, as was often the case with people of his disposition, had a backstory suggesting that he could be loyal, especially if treated with a touch of generosity. At that moment, a craftsman bowed politely and introduced himself as Tori, the shoemaker. Isu inquired whether he already knew his name and introduced himself formally as Baron Isu Bloom. He explained that he intended to start a shoe business and required Tori's expertise for the venture. Tori responded that handmade products such as shoes were typically crafted individually by artisans and asked whether Isu planned to sell ready-made items. Isu confirmed that his aim was to produce shoes in various sizes and make them available in stores for purchase. Tori noted that such shoes would likely be aimed at commoners, though nobles might take interest if news of the product spread. He then suggested an employment arrangement, offering to have Tori work for his household for 3 years, starting at 5 gold per year, with the possibility of a raise to 7 gold should his performance prove satisfactory. Isu recalled the Heian obligations of a vassal, understanding that once someone was tied to a household, silence regarding internal matters was expected. He contemplated the potential of securing ownership of his products for 500,000 won, recognizing the substantial profit that could result from the arrangement. The scene later shifted to Inside Earth, where Isu considered what he might cook. He remembered that Heian's birthday was approaching, and he wished to prepare something truly special. After deliberation, he resolved to make lasagna. The scene then moved to the portal world, where Edro called out to Baron Bloom. He asked what had brought him there, to which Isu replied that he was searching for something but immediately commented on the beauty of the surroundings, inquiring whether a weather mage had been employed to maintain such conditions. Isu clarified that he was looking for tomatoes, describing them as the red round fruits that grew on vines. Edro guided him toward the plants, and Isu expressed delight upon seeing them. Edro mentioned that tomatoes were not typically sought-after crops and asked what he intended to do with them. Isu explained that he planned to try making several dishes and asked if he could take 5 home. Edro appeared slightly downcast, though Isu sensed a deeper melancholy beneath the surface. Edro agreed to let Isu take the tomatoes, personally selecting fresh ones for him. He reflected that ornamental plants were often valued over edible ones, yet if the sacrifice of these tomatoes could bring happiness, it was worthwhile, sobbing quietly as Isu considered that he could have simply purchased them at the market. Back in the kitchen, Isu prepared to make lasagna. He instructed Seth to prepare the dough, specifying that 2 pounds of flour and 9 eggs were required, and noted that it should rest until the following day. Suddenly, Heian appeared behind him, asking if he was making bread, causing a shiver to run down Isu's spine. He clarified that it was not bread but lasagna, a type of pasta dish, and asked if she enjoyed pasta. Heian admitted that her preference remained firmly with bread, to which Isu responded that he would eat the dish alone, eliciting a groan of protest. He remarked that many foods in the world could surpass bread in taste, prompting Heian to question whether this would be among them. Isu suggested she decide after tasting it for herself. The next day, Isu retrieved the dough prepared the previous day and rolled it into thin sheets, carefully layering them in a wide glass dish with sauce before baking it, explaining that this was the proper method for making lasagna. He intended to serve it for Hyen's birthday and emphasized the importance of practicing beforehand. The portions made earlier were to be shared among the others, while he instructed them to prepare additional dishes as well, with Seth assuring him that everything was under control. Isu reflected that Valentine's Day was traditionally observed as a day for mages to pay respects to the late Grand Mage, and coincidentally, it was also Hyen's birthday. Later, inside Earth, Isu moved toward a shop where the receptionist asked which items he would want to seek. Isu stated that he wished to see some necklaces, and the receptionist immediately inquired whether it was intended as a gift for his girlfriend. Isu affirmed this half-assedly, though he also wondered if any birthstone necklaces might be available. In response, the receptionist presented one particular necklace and mentioned that if he liked the design, the price would be around 2 million won. She clarified that it belonged to their premium line, which naturally placed it at a higher price point than standard items. Isu reflected that 2 million was not an unreasonable amount and considered it far cheaper than similar pieces in Irumania. However, a sudden thought occurred to him. If he were to sell amethyst here, he could acquire an enormous fortune. This prompted him to speculate about the general price range for precious stones in this world, as curiosity about such matters always accompanied his dealings. After purchasing the necklace, Isu entered the portal world and informed Lena that he wanted her to investigate the prices of precious gems distributed by the Craftsman Guild in Iriuman. Lena replied that she fully understood his request and assured him that the task was already under her control. She compared her knowledge to the way people could discuss housing prices in detail, despite not being able to afford a home themselves. She admitted a personal interest in precious gems, which had led her to study their values extensively. She mentioned that diamonds reserved exclusively for the imperial family cost 50 gold per carat. Amethysts, sapphires, and rubies, she added, were valued at 14 gold per carat, while opals, amber, and topaz fell within a more modest range of 1 to 5 gold per carat. With the pricing details clarified, Lena remarked that it was now necessary to search for a skilled jeweler capable of crafting high-quality pieces. Isu observed that she seemed to anticipate his thoughts, to which Lena replied that she would proceed with the second mission immediately. Isu assured her that he left the responsibility entirely in her hands, confident in her abilities. Following this, Isu turned his attention to baking a cake. Upon entering the kitchen, he assumed that Seth had already mastered the pound cake, and Seth confirmed his proficiency. Isu explained that they would now attempt a Victoria sponge cake, noting that today was Hyen's birthday. He inquired whether Seth had practiced making genoise, to which Seth affirmed, noting that the genoise proved softer and fluffier than pound cake. Isu decided to assign Seth to handle the genoise while he prepared the other components of the cake. He asked about the progress of the surprise party, and Seth confirmed that everything was proceeding according to plan. Isu further questioned whether all the songs for the celebration had been perfected, but Seth remained silent. Isu suggested they focus on completing the cake for the moment, expressing confidence that the musical portion would be managed successfully, and Seth agreed. Once the preparations were completed, Isu and the others announced that everything was ready. He called out for Darcy, who immediately brought Hyen. Hyen was then blindfolded, and she asked how long she would need to keep her eyes covered. Darcy informed her that the time had come to remove the blindfold. As Hyen opened her eyes, Isu and the others greeted her with a chorus of happy birthday, addressing her respectfully as the dear Duchess. Hyen appeared momentarily dazed at the sight of the cake. Isu encouraged her to make a wish and blow out the candle, explaining that it was Kusto Hyen in his hometown. Hyen leaned forward and blew the flame, prompting everyone to clap and cheer. Following this, Isu presented Hyen with a necklace and asked Darcy to help her place it around her neck. Hyen admired the piece, commenting on its beauty, while Lena appeared captivated, noting the numerous amethysts and how harmoniously the two stones complemented one another. Isu then dipped his finger into the cake and playfully touched Hyen's nose, explaining that such gestures were a way of expressing fondness in his homeland. He chuckled quietly at the act. Curiously, Hyen responded by smearing a large portion of cream across his face. Slightly annoyed, Isu instructed Seth to retrieve the remaining cream from the kitchen while asking Hyen to wait. However, Hyen dashed out, prompting Isu to follow her. As she moved outside, Isu cautioned her about catching a cold. Hyen smiled warmly and remarked that it was the happiest day of her life. Finally, Hyen cast her bride spell, Orentis Posterum. Outside, Hans remarked that he had always dreamed of witnessing magic unfold right before his eyes. Isu, observing him, felt concerned, thinking that Hyen seemed to be pushing herself too hard, as she had already cleared the weather entirely in the surrounding area. As Hyen ran outward, she suddenly fell, seemingly stalling Isu. He promptly ordered Darcy to help her back to her bedchamber, instructing that they should eat among themselves for the moment. Meanwhile, the servants curiously asked whether what they were tasting could be called lasagna. Isu responded affirmatively, while other servants admitted that it was their first time trying such a dish. commenting that the cake was incredibly soft and fluffy. Some of them expressed a desire to try it as well. Later, in her chamber, Heian cursed herself quietly, berating her own excitement. She wondered what she had been thinking as she realized Isu might have cast a spell on the necklace. She reached out and touched the necklace, lost in her thoughts. Heian then called out for Darcy, requesting him to find out when Baron Bloom's birthday is. Darcy assured her he would do so. Heian considered asking him to discover the Baron's favorite bread and any specific wishes or desires he might have. However, she quickly decided it would be better to inquire personally. She moved toward Isu, asking for a walk to gain a confused reaction from Isu. Heian questioned whether he was too busy, to which Isu replied that he was not at all preoccupied. She insisted that he hurry and prepare, as she would wait outside, and Isu asked her to grant him 3 seconds to get ready. Once outside the town, Isu noted that it was unusual for Heian to wish to take a walk downtown and wondered aloud what might have prompted her. Heian asked whether he wanted anything, to which Isu questioned why she asked so suddenly. She pressed again, inquiring if he wanted anything or not, while Isu requested that she give him a moment to think. Heian insisted that he consider his answer immediately before they proceeded. Suddenly, a person appeared, snatched Heian's necklace, and ran off. Heian attempted to cast a spell, but it caused her pain as she struggled to control it. Isu observed her, concerned, while Lena immediately dashed after the thief, declaring that she would retrieve it. Isu asked Heian if she was all right, pondering why she had hesitated to use magic fully just moments before. Heian reminded him of a previous conversation in which she had confessed how badly she had wished to kill the Emperor. She recalled that the Emperor possessed an artifact capable of controlling magical powers, which rendered magic ineffective near the Empire. She shivered as she remembered the humiliation they had endured because of it. She screamed in frustration, declaring that it was entirely unfair. Isu consoled her, assuring her not to worry about the necklace, as Lena would undoubtedly recover it. He expressed relief that she had not been harmed. He suggested that it might be best to call it a day and return home. The following day, the Count Medici arrived. Isu and Duchess Heian greeted him, and the Count apologized for his sudden visit, stating that he wished to discuss certain matters. Heian excused herself, heading toward her room. Isu inquired about the purpose of the Count's visit, to which the Count suggested that they speak indoors. The Count reminded Isu of their previous agreement concerning 3 years and explained that he wished to check on his progress, while also seeking his opinions on several issues. Isu affirmed that he too had matters to discuss with the Count regarding business ventures. He called for Lucas to bring him a pair of moccasins. The Count appeared puzzled but observed as Isu presented the shoes. Upon examining them, the Count recognized that they were crafted from horse leather and wool. Isu explained that if the Count approved, he intended to target the middle class with this product. For the noble clientele, he planned to offer a sleeker variation. The Count advised him to go for it, as the main objective was the learning process, whether he succeeded or failed, emphasizing that acquiring knowledge was what mattered most. The Count offered his advice, and Isu expressed gratitude. The Count then requested Isu's guidance in return. The Count presented various spices and other materials, noting that none of these ingredients had found success in Iriman. He asked which items Isu considered to have potential. Isu found the question straightforward and replied that he would choose cacao beans and coffee. He explained that during the Age of Exploration in the 17th century, chocolate had gained popularity among the nobility, while coffee had become a favored beverage of the middle class. The Count inquired further, asking whether Isu believed these choices could establish themselves successfully. Isu clarified that it was only his opinion, leaving the final decision to the Count. He emphasized that especially with coffee, the taste and aroma varied significantly depending on the variety, so it would be prudent to import beans from multiple continents to maintain quality. The Count acknowledged his advice and thanked him, noting that he would take these points into consideration. Isu, untroubled, reflected that coffee and chocolate would likely contribute positively to his dessert business in the future as well. As the Count bid farewell, stating that he would head back immediately, Isu asked him to have a safe journey as he departed. He reflected briefly, realizing that he needed chocolate and coffee, yet more pressing on his mind were the 2 kilograms of loose stones he had brought back from beyond the portal the previous night. Observing the vast collection, Isu calculated that he could potentially earn around 10 billion won from these stones. He knew he would need to carefully plan how to sell them within the portal world. Soon after, Lena knocked on the door and entered, announcing that she had gathered skilled apprentices and jewelers who met the required standards. As the artist was introduced to Isu, he welcomed him warmly and requested that everyone else leave so that he could speak privately with the jeweler, to which they agreed. Isu invited the artist to examine the gemstones they would be working with. The artist, upon seeing them, appeared utterly mesmerized, unable to conceal his astonishment at the sheer beauty of the collection. He asked if he could inquire which jeweler polished these, because the craftsmanship is remarkably exquisite. Isu inquired whether the pieces were truly impressive. The artist admitted that, from what he had heard, he was more adept at general craftsmanship than at polishing and refining gemstones, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Isu assured him that such thoughts were no longer relevant, reminding him that from now on, he would be considered the finest jeweler in the kingdom. He noted that most of the gemstones were already polished, and what remained required a jeweler skilled in crafting the stones into exquisite ornaments. Isu added that if he required any additional gemstones, the butler could be informed, and he would procure them as much as possible. The artist, encouraged, pledged to do his utmost. Isu asked his butler, Corky, to assist him in moving to his room, and Corky readily agreed. Isu reflected that he had already arranged with Steve to sell the jewelry at his store, ensuring that the seller aspect was taken care of. His decision to partner with Steve had not been solely based on connections after visiting Steve's store. He realized that Steve quickly grasped current trends and could adapt effectively. Isu hoped that such favorable circumstances would continue and wondered quietly about Heian's current activities. Later, the scene shifted to the garden, where Heian was spending time with Isu. She complimented the flowers, remarking on their beauty, and Isu agreed, crediting Edro for the arrangement. Heian commented that there was a saying about people who loved flowers possessing a heart of gold. Isu observed that from what he had seen, she did not seem to match that description. Heian questioned whether he was speaking about her, and Isu playfully suggested that she already knew the saying, "A guilty conscience requires no accuser." Heian asked what he meant by that. He advised her to enjoy the flowers at her own pace, stating that he had things to attend to inside. As he dashed indoors, Heian felt something suspicious and called out after him, cursing him. Suddenly, she stumbled, and Isu, sensing something was wrong, glanced back to see her wincing in pain. He rushed toward her, concerned about her well-being. Isu tended to Heian, cautioning her to be more careful. Heian groaned, blaming him for the mishap. Isu questioned how it was his fault, noticing that her palm had been scraped. Heian dismissed it, claiming it was not serious and would heal on its own. Isu insisted that it could leave a scar and instructed her to return inside and ask Darcy to apply ointment to the wound. Heian, surprised by his insistence, agreed. At that moment, the butler arrived to assist further. Later that night, after completing various tasks, Isu inquired if Steve had left, and Corky confirmed that he had. Isu noted that their jewelry would now be available at Steve's store. He asked if there were any additional matters, to which Corky denied, though he admitted being impressed by both the quality and pricing. Isu felt that, with that settled, he could leave the operations in their hands. He questioned whether they had sufficient workers, and Corky assured him that he would report immediately if additional assistance was needed. Corky then mentioned that a letter had arrived for Isu. Opening it, Isu discovered it was from Mint Choco Mache, a gemstone jeweler. Isu noted the unusual name and read that Mint Choco Mache had learned that Baron Isu was seeking a jeweler and was now offering his services. Isu realized that nobody had contacted him first in the past, which served as a reminder to be more cautious when hiring individuals who approached him proactively. He instructed Corky to ask Lena to conduct a background check on this individual, to which Corky agreed. Later, while relaxing in the bath, Lucas asked Isu if he truly intended to open a dessert store. Isu affirmed and inquired about the reason for the question. Lucas admitted that he was aware of how challenging managing a food business could be, especially since Isu's jewelry business had already achieved a solid beginning. Isu questioned whether Lucas was implying that he did not wish to see him overworked, and Lucas confirmed this. Isu explained that the nobles often used expensive, high-quality ingredients, but his motivation for entering the food industry was to demonstrate that even inexpensive ingredients could be transformed into delectable dishes through proper techniques. Lucas acknowledged that he had spoken prematurely without fully understanding Isu's intentions and apologized. Isu reassured him that no apology was necessary, instructing Lucas to continue scrubbing his back, to which Lucas complied. At that moment, Hans entered, asking if he should offer the towel he had prepared. Isu thanked him, but Lucas scolded him, stating that it was his duty to attend to such matters. Hans explained that he only intended to help. Lucas grumbled at him, remarking on the poor timing of his interruption and expressing frustration at how he had barged in while Isu was finishing his bath. Hans defended himself, asking how else he was supposed to deliver Isu's clothes. Isu sighed quietly, observing the chaotic exchange, and wondered if they might consider resolving their disagreements when he was not present, seeing them bicker with each other. Receiving the letter, Lena felt that there did not seem to be anything suspicious about it. The contents appeared ordinary, and nothing inside suggested any form of danger or deception. Inside the guild, the staff member stated that Mint had been registered with their guild for quite some time. Despite having decent skills, Mint worked mainly as a diligent and dependable technician. The guild records reflected steady service, a consistent work history, and no questionable behavior. Even so, after reaching out to the mansion, Lena felt that she should investigate a little further, just in case something had been overlooked. As she opened the door and stepped inside, Heian suddenly sneaked up behind her and called out her name. Lena nearly jumped in surprise, feeling her heart race from the sudden interruption. She turned quickly and remarked that Heian had nearly scared the life out of her by appearing so unexpectedly. Heian calmly stated that she had a question and asked Lena to hear her out. She then explained that she wanted Lena's help with something small but important. When Lena asked what the matter involved, Hayan explained that she wanted to start selling water quietly and without much attention. Lena considered the idea and stated that it should not be too difficult. If the price were lower than usual, there would always be enough buyers. Hayan agreed and said that she would leave everything in Lena's hands. Lena responded that she would start working on it right away and see what arrangements could be made. Later, Hayan suddenly recalled a conversation she had overheard between Count Medici and Isu. If he had been forced to choose between certain goods, Isu would have chosen cacao and coffee beans. As the Count prepared to leave, he noticed Hayan nearby and politely greeted her. Hayan reminded him about the promise he had made during the opening party of the International Marketing Festival. The Count confirmed that he had not forgotten. Hayan then asked him for information about her stepmother in exchange for attending the welcome ceremony. The Count explained that according to his investigation, Hayan's stepmother had purchased a mansion in the capital using her inherited fortune. She had also moved her vessels there and hired 20 mercenaries to manage various affairs. Hayan listened quietly while clenching her fist, silently confirming the information. Her gaze hardened as she processed the details, praying for her just to wait, as she would avenge all of what she had taken. The next day, Hayan called out to Isu and suggested that they go out for a walk together. Isu found the suggestion sudden and asked if something had happened. Hayan replied that they should go to the estate house. Isu asked whether something was wrong, noting that Hayan had seemed tired lately and distant. He also mentioned that she had not been letting him visit the estate and wondered what she had been busy with. Hayan brushed off the concern and asked him to simply follow her and close his eyes when told. While walking towards the area, Hayan instructed him to close his eyes and hurry forward. Isu obeyed and felt surprised when Hayan linked her arm with his. She warned him not to open his eyes no matter what. When they finally stopped, Hayan told him he could open his eyes. Isu was surprised to see a pool of water before him. He wondered if it was a public bath and asked if she had made it herself. Hayan explained that she had built it using the money she had earned and intended it as a gift for him. Since he had been busy recently, she thought he could use some quiet time to relax. Isu smiled and gently squeezed Hayan's cheek, remarking that she had grown up well. Hayan reacted with mild annoyance, saying that he sounded irritating for some reason. Isu thanked her for the gift and said he should go in for a soak. Hayan responded that it was a good idea and stated that she would join him. Isu paused in surprise, realizing what she meant, and asked if she truly intended to come with him. Hayan questioned why she should not, pointing out that many public baths were mixed. She asked if he had a problem with it. Isu replied that he did not, though it felt a little sudden to him. Hayan mentioned calling Darcy to bring bathrobes, which made Isu internally agree that bathrobes were absolutely necessary. Hayan told him to get ready, and Isu did so while reminding himself to stay composed. As he waited, he looked around and noticed that the place reminded him of traditional bathhouses, complete with heated floors and a resting area. He suddenly remembered something important just as Hayan stepped into the bathing area. He called out to her, and she asked what had taken him so long. Isu apologized and said he had gone to get the eggs from the basket. Hayan asked if they were ordinary chicken eggs. Isu denied this and said they were not regular eggs. Hayan commented that they looked normal to her. Isu demonstrated how to hold one properly and gently cracked it on her forehead. Hayan puffed up her muscles and said he was getting too comfortable around her. Isu nervously laughed and said he was not finished yet. He removed the shell, cut the egg in half, and sprinkled salt on it, explaining how it should be eaten. He offered it to her and described it as an Isu Bloom's soft-boiled egg, encouraging her to try it. Hayan felt annoyed and asked whether those were not just regular boiled eggs while she fumed angrily. Isu tried to calm her and explained that they were different and asked her to try them first before judging. Hayan reluctantly agreed and said she would give them a chance. When she finally tasted one, she immediately struck the plate lightly against his head and stated that it was nothing more than a regular hard-boiled egg. Isu reacted with a quiet groan, realizing that his explanation had not helped at all. The following day, Isu served her new dishes and explained that they were financiers and dacoises. Hayan asked again what they were called, noting that the names sounded complicated, but at least they looked like proper desserts compared to boiled eggs. She glanced at the table and asked why there was only bread and no drinks. Isu apologized and said the drinks were coming soon. He called for Lucas and asked him to bring some milk, and Lucas confirmed that he was busy lately and had not been able to bake as often as before. Hayan said she understood and reminded him that he had promised her bread every day, though she could settle for bread once a week. Isu suggested that they go on a picnic the following week, with bread included, of course. Hayan became excited and asked if he truly meant it. Isu confirmed that he did. He thought that her smile made her look cheerful and lively. Hayan reacted with embarrassment but lightly slammed the table, questioning whether that meant she did not look cute when she did not smile. Isu tried to calm her and said she should not take it so seriously. Lucas soon returned with the milk. Isu asked Hayan to try the financier first, She tasted it carefully. He then asked her to drink some milk with it. Hye-in drank the milk in one go. She reacted with surprise and said that it paired perfectly with the dessert. She mentioned that it melted in her mouth like butter and that the dakois tasted delicious as well. Isu felt relieved and glad that she enjoyed it, gently reminding her to eat slowly so she would not choke. He then mentioned that Lena would be arriving soon with a guest and suggested that Hye-in finish the rest of the food in her room. Hye-in asked about the guest and then said that she had already finished eating, so she would stay where she was. Isu wondered inwardly when she had managed to eat everything but agreed anyway. A girl soon arrived and introduced herself politely as Mint Choco Matcha, also saying that she went by Mint. She greeted everyone respectfully and greeted Baron Bloom as well. Isu welcomed her and asked if she would like to see their workshop, and Mint confirmed that Lena had already shown it to her. She said that she had seen their accessories displayed at Streve and had fallen in love with their beautiful designs instantly. Lena asked how she had known that the jewelry came from the Bloom family and observed her carefully. Mint explained that a friend of hers was close to Mr. Streve, so it had been easy for her to find out. Isu thought that Mino and his father, Denise, were not the type to share information so easily and felt slightly uneasy about it. Hye-in muttered under her breath and questioned what was wrong with the girl, thinking that her manner of speaking felt strange and irritating. Isu felt uncomfortable and decided that the meeting should end for the day. He said that they would contact her again if they needed more jewelry. Mint accepted politely and left with Lena. Hye-in commented that one should be careful around such people and that someone like her could not be trusted easily. Isu thought that it might simply be her way of talking. Hye-in stood up and walked away. Isu quietly wondered what was wrong with her and felt that her temper had been unstable lately. Lena asked Isu what his plan was. Isu said that he doubted Streve would have shared his information so casually. Isu added that there were many jewelers in the city and no reason to invite a suspicious person into their home, to which Lena agreed that his reasoning made sense. The scene then shifted to a mansion where Mint called out to His Majesty and said that he was putting too much pressure on her. The Emperor replied that he was only curious and asked how her outing had been. Mint said that it had been the same as usual. The Emperor asked if anyone had stood out to her. Mint briefly thought of Hye-in, but then removed her wig and said that if anyone stood out, it would be herself as Priscilla, asking if he agreed. The Emperor laughed and said that she was right. Priscilla then asked when he would show her the treasure stories he had promised. The Emperor chuckled and said that he had told her many times that they were beyond his reach. Priscilla replied that he was the most powerful man in the Empire and still could not do something as simple as showing her those treasures. The Emperor replied that he would show them to her when the time was right. Priscilla paused and then asked if it was a promise. The Emperor confirmed that it was. Next day, Isu asked Corky where Hye-in was. Corky replied that she was at Edro, the mage's palace. Isu felt surprised that she was there again. He grumbled quietly and wondered what she had been doing lately, noticing that she had been visiting that place as if it were her own home. The thought bothered him, and he wondered whether she was hiding something from him. Meanwhile, Hye-in sat inside the carriage feeling unexpectedly cheerful, unaware of Isu's growing concern as the carriage moved steadily towards the mansion. Hye-in knocked on the door and called out for Lucas, saying that she had a question for him. She asked if the Baron did not seem to take regular baths, as she often noticed a peculiar smell whenever she entered his room. Lucas replied that he doubted that was the case, as he believed the Baron bathed every day and men who lived alone usually carried a certain scent. Hye-in asked if that was really so. Hans then stepped in and agreed, flexing his muscles and saying that his father used to claim the smell was the scent of masculinity, and that only when one carried that scent did one become a true man. Hye-in thought that Isu smelled rather nice when she stood close to him. However, it was only when she entered the Baron's room that the musty scent struck her more strongly. She reasoned that she would not truly know, since she had not been inside many other men's rooms, so she decided to accept the explanation for now. Hye-in then knocked on Isu's door and announced herself. Isu asked what she needed. Hye-in handed him a small present. Isu asked what it was, and Hye-in explained that it was a scented candle made from the flower petals she had received from Edro. Isu asked if that is why she had suddenly begun going there so often and whether she had been upset with him. Hye-in asked why she would be upset. Isu mentioned that she had not replied to him that day and had gone straight upstairs. Hye-in felt cornered and said that it had not been because of him. Isu asked what it had been about, and Hye-in said it was none of his concern and asked him to light the candle instead. Isu agreed and lit it. The candle gave off a gentle glow and a warm, perfumed scent. Isu said that he liked it and found the fragrance pleasant. Hye-in said that she had been thinking of making one for Lena as well. Isu asked whether he had been chosen as a test subject before she gave it away. Hye-in told him to return it if he did not want it. Isu quickly denied that and said he had only been joking. Hye-in then mentioned that she had noticed he had bought another property. Isu confirmed this and said it was because he had hired more people. Hye-in asked whether she could use one of the empty rooms there, and Isu agreed. Hye-in thanked him with a smile. Isu said it was no trouble and added that he was also thinking of building a greenhouse there. Hye-in asked what a greenhouse was. Isu explained that it was a warm structure where plants could be grown even during winter. Hye-in asked whether he could build one without a weather mage. Isu said that he could. Heian mentioned that she had been planning to visit Edro every day during winter to get herbs, and Isu said that traveling in the cold would be difficult, while inwardly this was the sole reason why he wanted to build one. He added that it would probably look quite impressive. Heian suggested that he build 2 in exchange for her building another hot spring, and Isu readily agreed. The next day, Isu and the others prepared to leave. Isu asked whether everyone was ready for the picnic and whether everything had been packed. As they all confirmed, Isu noted that there were fewer people than expected, though he understood that not everyone would want to go on a picnic with their employer. He felt that those who remained would enjoy it more, especially since he had given them time off and even provided allowances. He told everyone to get on board so they could leave. When they reached their destination, Isu admired the scenery. Lucas and Hans invited him to sit on a nearby bench, and Isu invited them to sit as well, saying that the air felt refreshing. Lena then mentioned that the cultural hall the Medici family was building was almost finished. Isu expressed surprise and said that he had been planning to open a bakery nearby once it was completed. He thought that after selling moccasins in autumn and once the hall opened in early winter, it would be a good time to start the bakery. Heian called out to the Baron and asked him to look at something. Isu asked what it was. Heian said it was cucumbers. Isu suggested that if she did not like them, she should remove them. Heian handed them to him and told him to do it for her. Isu complained that she could do it herself since she had hands. Heian denied that she did and swung her arms behind her back. Isu could hardly believe it and asked if she was serious. He sighed and said he would do it, calling her Duchess in mock formality. Lena observed the scene and thought that Duchess Heian had a strangely adorable side. She imagined herself doing the same thing and immediately felt embarrassed, thinking it would be awkward and unpleasant and might even offend the Baron. Isu removed the cucumbers and reminded Heian that the smell still lingered. Heian replied that she should hide her hands more often and asked whether he had brought the financiers, while Lucas scolded Hans and told him to eat one piece at a time. Several days later, back at the mansion, Isu received a report letter. It stated that he had hired 4 shoemakers and 5 jewelers so far, bringing the total number of staff members to 20. The total labor cost had reached 85 million won, while the overall earnings amounted to approximately 4.8 billion won. Isu considered the situation, feeling that the figures were substantial, especially since he had not yet begun selling the moccasins. Reflecting on the initial time lost to establish a presence in the markets, he admitted to himself that the results were not bad at all. Correcting his initial thought, he acknowledged that the outcome was, in fact, a complete success. With the newly constructed workshop and workers' quarters now fully operational, the plan to hire about 10 additional jewelers seemed entirely feasible. This expansion alone promised a potential annual profit from the jewelry division approaching 20 billion won. Suddenly, Isu called out for Corky, instructing him to hire 5 more staff members to handle various chores. The additional hands were necessary to maintain the newly acquired estates and ensure smooth operations. He also assigned Lucas and Darcy the responsibility of overseeing the training of the new staff, to which both readily agreed. Later, as Heian enjoyed her snacks, Isu called her, explaining that the greenhouse was ready and suggesting that they go and inspect it. She complied, following him as they walked. Along the way, Isu mentioned having heard that she had given all the scented candles to the servants, and he asked whether there had been any issue with that. Heian reassured him, saying there was nothing wrong. She simply wished to commend her for the act. She smiled softly, expressing how gratifying it was to help someone, observing that seeing others happy brought her a sense of joy as well. Isu returned her smile, remarking that his Heian had grown into a considerate young woman. Heian felt a subtle warmth in her heart as she reflected on his comment. Although he spoke to everyone in such a manner, there was a certain comfort in hearing the phrase, his Heian, directed at her. Isu then asked if she would accompany him when he visited the Obert, to which Heian confirmed that she would, as Elfan would be present there. Isu smiled brightly at the prospect, commenting that it would be enjoyable to go together. Heian observed that he seemed unusually excited, to which Isu lightly replied that she need not worry. He then asked whether she had decided what to plant in the greenhouse. Heian explained that her first priority was to grow herbs for her candles and proposed establishing a flower garden as well. Isu agreed that it was an excellent idea, suggesting that they position the flower garden opposite the herb garden. They continued their conversation, discussing the layout and types of plants to cultivate. Later in the market, Lucas was taken aback to see shoes on display that caught his attention. Hans approached, questioning what had prompted his surprise. Lucas called him over urgently, prompting Hans to dash across, asking whether all the ingredients needed for the day had been collected. Lucas clarified that the issue was not related to their supplies, directing his attention to the shoes and asking whether they looked like moccasins. Hans affirmed that they did. Lucas remarked that he had assumed Baron Bloom had not yet released them into the market, to which Hans agreed. Lucas entered the shop, questioning the receptionist about the unusual shoes. The receptionist responded defensively, suggesting that if Lucas did not intend to purchase them, he should not concern himself. Lucas explained that he was indeed interested and inquired about their name. The receptionist replied that they were called sheepwool shoes and had been released that year. Lucas asked the price, and upon hearing that they cost 1 gold, he confirmed that he would take them. Returning to the mansion, Lucas ran toward Corky, excitedly presenting the shoes. Corky asked him to lower his voice and inquired about the commotion. Lucas explained that these were sheepwool shoes purchased from the central store earlier, and that they were not moccasins as expected. Corky, feeling the urgency of the situation, suggested that they inform the Baron immediately. When Isu was made aware, he questioned Lucas about the store and the morning purchase. Lucas affirmed the details, noting that the shoes were being sold at a price significantly lower than anticipated. He reasoned that either someone had coincidentally produced similar moccasins or that the design information had been leaked. Isu instructed Lucas to bring Tori over immediately. Tori, assessing the shoes, remarked that while they were not identical, the similarities were too striking to be mere coincidence. He criticized the quality, noting the use of low-grade cowhide leather, mass-produced and poorly cleaned sheep wool, insufficient waterproofing, and substandard finishing. He expressed disbelief that such items were sold for 1 gold, lamenting that they would likely be discarded after the winter. Corky attempted to calm him, while Tori voiced his concern about the reputation of their own shoes. Isu reassured him, emphasizing that their products were of superior quality and would be recognized as such by the public. As they moved outside, Isu noticed Lena arriving and called for her. Lena explained that she had been about to report to him and quickly recounted the situation. Isu requested that she investigate the matter thoroughly, and she promptly set out to do so. Isu instructed Corky to ensure that the moccasins were released into the market first thing the following day, explaining that this would prevent any speculation about the design being stolen. Corky confirmed that he would have the delivery arranged immediately. Isu then sank onto the sofa, reflecting on the unexpected development. He admitted that he had not anticipated such a scenario and worried whether it was merely a coincidence. He contemplated the possibility of intentional interference, identifying a single individual with the motive and means to orchestrate such an act. He had already made a notable appearance in the international market, demonstrating connections with the Medici family, strengthening ties with the Krunoman family, and leveraging these alliances to establish influence in the jewelry market. Among all families, Isu concluded that the Pitt family would likely view him as a troublesome figure, carefully monitoring his movements and potential impact on their own interests. Within the Pitt family manor, it was recorded that sheepwool shoes held approximately 80% of the market share, whereas moccasins accounted for the remaining 20%. When the lady inquired about Baron Isu's reaction to this, the servant reported that the Baron had made an offer to provide complimentary horse fat intended for leather polishing to all customers who purchased a pair of moccasins. The lady immediately instructed him to reduce the price of their sheepwool products, asserting that they would demonstrate who truly held the upper hand in this field and that the Baron would consequently understand his place. Lady Pitt then discussed the matter with her husband, raising a question about the current state of the jewelry business, having heard that it was generating considerable profits. Count Pitt responded that this was precisely the issue. He had gathered the finest jewelers from across the empire, investing heavily in their services. Yet despite all his efforts, none of them appeared capable of matching Bloom's exceptional gem-cutting skills. The lady then questioned who might possibly be acting as his jeweler. Count Pitt replied that according to available information, it seemed that the distribution of the gems was being managed directly by the Baron himself. Count Pitt suggested that it was possible the Baron had a highly skilled jeweler kept in captivity. To this, the lady observed that the Medici and Krunoman families appeared to have forged a strong alliance as a result of the Baron's influence. She proposed that they could use this situation as an opportunity to sever the ties with the Krunomans. Count Pitt denied the possibility, emphasizing that he could not undertake such an action. He reminded her that the Krunoman family ranked as the second most powerful family in the empire, and suggested that it would be more effective to find a justifiable reason that could create a rift between the families. The lady agreed that it was indeed a commendable strategy, but insisted that they must first address the Medici minions who posed obstacles. She smirked, expressing her determination to prevent anyone from gaining an advantage, vowing to do whatever was necessary to ensure that their family remained the most dominant power in the empire. The scene then shifted to Isu as Corky arrived, carrying news from Lena. Isu questioned why Lena had not reported in person, and Corky explained that she was currently occupied with infiltrating the tavern. Isu inquired about the content of her message, and Corky elaborated that 20 stores selling sheepwool shoes were owned by merchants associated with the Namba Tailors Guild. Lena, he explained, Lena was currently gathering intelligence at the tavern, a location frequently visited by the master of the Namba Tailors Guild. Isu asked for clarification about their operations, and Corky explained that they utilized their resources to produce dresses for the Pitt family. The leather used in the production of the sheepwool shoes was supplied by a collateral blood relative of the Locke family, one of the 5 influential families in Iruman that maintained close connections with the Pitt family. Isu reflected that his suspicions were confirmed, noting that they were clearly central figures involved in the sheep-wool shoe trade. However, he recognized a challenge. Without critical evidence to substantiate their claims, the situation remained uncertain. He instructed Corky to send a message to Count Medici, expressing his intention to report these findings to the Count while simultaneously presenting his comprehensive plan. Subsequently, Isu moved to the kitchen, calling out to Seth to confirm whether preparations had been completed. Seth assured him that all arrangements had been made satisfactorily. Isu explained that they would be using cacao beans to produce chocolate, emphasizing that this ingredient was essential and that Seth must learn the recipe thoroughly. He instructed Seth to begin by roasting the cacao beans for 30 minutes before removing the outer skin, noting that the beans would attain a brownish hue when ready. Once roasted, they were to be peeled and then crushed into fine fragments, known as cacao nibs. Seth asked what these ingredients would be used for, and Isu responded that they could be incorporated into simple desserts such as cakes, cookies, and beverages, as well as other confections one could imagine. Isu indicated that he would guide Seth through each step in detail, but suggested that they commence with the simplest recipe first, ensuring that the foundational techniques were mastered before progressing to more complex creations. Afterwards, when the dessert was presented to Heian, she inquired about the dark-looking item. Isu explained that it was called chocolate and encouraged her to take a bite, promising that she would thank him later, as it was something she should be familiar with. He mentioned that Lucas should also remember the chocolate he had tried previously. Lucas confirmed that he had enjoyed it, prompting Isu to tell Heian that this dessert was made using the same ingredient. Though Heian remained slightly suspicious, she chose to trust his word and took a bite. Isu urged her to try it, curious to hear her thoughts. Heian expressed delight, describing the flavor as exquisite and questioning how he had prepared it. Isu then invited the others to taste it as well. Lucas and Seth reacted with equal surprise, remarking that it was entirely different from what they had tasted before and unlike anything they had ever experienced. Isu felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing the dessert as a success. While Heian sipped the accompanying milk, Isu cautioned her that it was hot, advising her to avoid burning her tongue. Heian blushed slightly, commenting on how good it tasted. She then asked why he had prepared the dessert for Lucas first and not for her. Isu advised her to remain patient, promising that she would be informed first the next time he made it, and suggested that she enjoy it for the moment. He also mentioned that the maid would bring some to her room afterwards. The following day, when Isu arrived at the Count Medici's mansion, the Count Medici welcomed him warmly and invited him to take a seat. He inquired about the progress on the moccasin project. Isu affirmed that he had been occupied with numerous tasks but acknowledged that they had encountered several issues from the beginning. Count Medici asked what these problems might be, and Isu explained that, based on his observations and assumptions, central powers seemed to be involved in the situation. The Count chuckled lightly, admitting that he felt somewhat guilty. Isu asked for clarification, and the Count explained that he had assumed Isu would have already noticed the involvement of these central powers, who had been engaged in such activities for a long time. Isu realized that his suspicions were correct, and that the Count had indeed been aware of the situation all along. The Count then reminded Isu that he had previously asked why he had chosen him over other talented staff members. He admitted that there had been numerous candidates, but talent alone had not been sufficient. None of the others could manage the damage control required in situations involving sabotage or interference from powerful families. Isu understood that if the most influential family in Araman had targeted someone, even he might have struggled to respond effectively. Clenching his fist, Isu resolved not to allow them to trample over him, reinforcing his determination to confront any challenges without yielding. The Count mentioned that, in fact, he had been considering inviting Isu. He insisted that Isu attend the opening ceremony of their cultural hall. Isu affirmed that he would be delighted to be present on such an occasion. The Count added that during the event he intended to present their acquaintance to the public. Isu questioned whether such a revelation would be appropriate, and the Count reassured him, asking him to trust his judgment, as this arrangement would ultimately be for Isu's own good. He explained that if others became aware that Isu was a close associate, it would be far more difficult for anyone to threaten his life. Isu's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the situation might be more precarious than he had initially believed. The Count then suggested that, should Isu have the capacity, he consider increasing his troops slightly, having heard about Isu's recent venture into the jewelry business. Isu affirmed that he had indeed undertaken the enterprise, apologizing for not informing the Count beforehand. As a gesture of goodwill, he presented the Count with a small gift. The Count inquired about the nature of the present, and Isu explained that it was a form of token, a necklace to express gratitude. The Count was visibly delighted, remarking on its exquisite craftsmanship. Isu clarified that the gift was in exchange for the Count's assistance in overseeing the Albert estate during his absence. The Count questioned whether this arrangement had not been agreed upon previously, and Isu explained that he had originally offered the gift without expecting anything in return. Now, however, it was his turn to reciprocate, urging the Count to accept this token as a gesture of appreciation. Isu mentioned that there was an additional matter he wished to discuss, which he intended intended to present during their meeting, presenting a box to the Count. The Count asked what it contained, and Isu reminded him that he had previously inquired about which spices would be advantageous for future endeavors. Opening the box, Isu displayed a variety of desserts. The Count, surprised, asked about their nature. Isu explained that the desserts had been prepared using the cacao beans he had mentioned before. The Count noticed the presence of gold powder and questioned it, to which Isu affirmed that he had added it to enhance the luxury of the treats. The Count eagerly tasted one, astonished by how it melted in his mouth. The rich aromas of vanilla beans and cinnamon were immediately apparent, impressing him greatly. Isu then asked for the Count's opinion regarding a potential trade arrangement with the Krunoman family involving the cacao beans. The Count requested that Isu explain his reasoning. Isu outlined the situation. Half of the pepper industry within the empire was controlled by the Pitt family, while the Krunoman family held 30%. He argued that chocolates could generate significant profits within 10 years, and by supplying the cacao beans to the Krunoman family, they could negotiate a reduction in the price of the pepper powder sold by that family. Even without formal contracts, if the major sources of the product set similar prices, all parties could benefit. However, if only the Krunoman family lowered their prices, it could result in a loss for the Pitt family and the Ham family, who were also engaged in this trade. The Count asked whether Isu's intention was to undermine the Pitt family, and Isu admitted that they had treated him poorly in the past. The Count noted that their actions had indeed been considerable and admitted that, while lowering the price of pepper powder alone would not ruin the Pitt family, it was clear that they could not remain passive in such a scenario. The Count pondered over Isu's plan, and Isu expressed a subtle concern that he might be overstepping his bounds. The Count smiled gently, denying this entirely, assuring Isu that his judgment was sound. He concluded by stating that they would meet again soon and that the next discussion would include the Krunoman family as well, hinting at the next phase of their strategic planning. After arriving at the mansion, Lena announced her presence. Isu invited her to come inside. Lena apologized for disturbing him at such a late hour but requested understanding, explaining that she had brought a gift. She then kicked a servant, instructing him to go over to a specific area. Isu questioned what was happening, seeking clarification. Lena spoke up, revealing that the individual in question was the one who had assisted the Namba Guild and had obtained information regarding the moccasins from their estate. The servant attempted to apologize, but Isu inquired whether Tori had been involved in the matter, to which Lena denied any involvement. She insisted that the deed had been carried out entirely by this individual, the Namba Guild, and the Manpower Agency. Isu, noting that she had no opportunity to go out herself, asked how the message had been delivered. Lena explained that the servant had used a dove, adopted from an animal wizard for the purpose. She then asked what should be done with him. Isu remarked that employing a dove obtained from a wizard for criminal purposes was an act that dishonored the wizard. Lena added that if the wizard were to discover this misuse, they would not remain passive. The servant, overcome with fear, cried out, pleading for his life. He insisted that he had no choice, having been threatened by the guild, and emphasized that he had tried his best in his previous service to them. Lena, however, slapped him sharply and instructed him to be quiet while she cursed him inwardly. The servant continued to plead for mercy. Isu, observing the scene, felt conflicted. He did not intend to have him killed, yet he could not bring himself to forgive him either. He reminded the servant that there were consequences for dishonoring others. Isu then ordered that the servant be tied up on the street for a week, with a sign declaring that he was a thief who had stolen the moccasin design from the Bloom family and delivered it to the Namba Guild. Lena affirmed that she would send him to the Wizard Legislative Affairs office following this punishment. She noted that the Namba Guild would likely deal with him beforehand. Isu asked whether Tori should be informed, to which Lena responded that he likely already had an idea. Isu praised her diligence, and Lena humbly replied that she had merely done her duty. Isu suggested that she take some rest as well, and she confirmed that she would once her current task was completed. The following day, Corky reported that the guild had granted their permission. Isu expressed satisfaction, noting that the guild had a strong reputation among bakery guilds and that this development removed any concerns regarding the dessert shop. All that remained was to open the shop officially. Corky then informed Isu that their revenue from jewelry sales for the month totaled 32,530 gold. Isu was taken aback by the figure and calculated that their net profit amounted to approximately 21,000 gold. He inquired whether the advertisement for the variety store had been effective. Corky confirmed that it appeared so, explaining that customers had been satisfied with previous products and seemed willing to pay for even higher-priced items, indicating a level of trust in their quality. Isu felt a wave of delight, reflecting that he was indeed fortunate in financial matters of this world. Afterward, as Isu prepared himself and donned his attire, Corky mentioned that he would arrange the carriage. Isu reassured him that he would be ready soon and that they should depart to meet Count Medici without delay. Upon their arrival, Count Medici greeted Isu and invited him to come inside. Count Krunoman remarked that Isu seemed much healthier and more composed than before, observing that it was a relief to see him in such good form. Count Medici suggested that they proceed directly to the matter at hand, explaining that he had already briefed Count Krunoman on the situation. Count Krunoman then added that he was eager to sample the food item called chocolate, expressing curiosity about its taste. Isu served the dessert to Count Krunoman, who tasted it with careful attention. Isu inquired about his opinion. Count Krunoman observed that the vanilla aroma was prominent, and he believed that ginger had been incorporated to enhance the flavor within. He elaborated that vanilla and ginger were central to the family's spice trade and praised Isu for his meticulous approach to preparation. Isu expressed his gratitude for the compliment, and Count Medici confirmed that he enjoyed it very much. The discussion soon turned to the proposed arrangement regarding the chocolate. Count Medici asked whether Count Krunoman intended to pursue the offer, and he affirmed his interest but cautioned that sustaining the reduced price of the pepper powder until the chocolate became widely recognized throughout the empire would be challenging. Isu assured him that he would manage that aspect personally, intending to make the chocolate popular no matter the effort required. He explained that their Priheian goal was to intimidate the Pitt family, and that even if the profits did not exceed their current earnings, compensating for the losses incurred from lowering the pepper powder prices using the cacao beans would make the venture worthwhile. Isu emphasized that maximizing profits at the start was prudent, and Count Krunoman agreed, noting that such careful planning left the potential for strained relations with other families as a consequence of this plan. Count Krunoman asked whether Isu feared that they would accept his offer without proper consideration, and Isu denied it, though he felt somewhat taken aback. Count Krunoman reassured him, explaining that the Central Powers had begun showing signs of instability and that he anticipated a forthcoming reorganization. Isu acknowledged that he still had much to learn, which accounted for his anxieties. Count Krunoman smiled, remarking that if someone of Baron's age already understood everything, it would have been unfair to those who had lived longer. With that, Count Krunoman bid farewell, and Isu expressed his gratitude for the visit and for the valuable counsel offered. Before departing, Isu called out to Count Medici, inquiring whether he had interest in new business ventures. Count Medici responded that they had already begun such initiatives, prompting Isu to clarify that he was referring to the art hall and mentioned his own plans to open a bakery in conjunction with it. Count Medici nodded, indicating that he had several matters to discuss as well. He first mentioned a request for a jewelry set and revealed that he was finally arranging a marriage for one of his kin. Mark, the youngest son, was to marry the eldest daughter of the Krunoman family. Isu congratulated him, noting that this union effectively signaled a shift in alliances from the Pitt family to the Krunoman family. Count Medici acknowledged Isu's observation, noting that such decisions, when mutually agreed upon, often happened swiftly and advising him not to concern himself with the Pitt family. He also mentioned that the gift budget for the marriage had been set at 50,000 gold, prompting Isu to affirm that they would arrange accordingly. Count Medici then turned the conversation back to the bakery, asking Isu's opinion about opening one within the art hall. Count Medici explained that he had already discussed the idea with Clegg, who had expressed willingness to consider the proposal as long as Isu was involved. He encouraged Isu to inspect the location before finalizing any decisions. Isu stated that he intended to do so, and Count Medici assured him that he could visit the premises at his convenience, having spoken with the manager to facilitate this. Upon returning to the mansion, Isu was greeted by Lucas, who appeared unusually sad. Isu inquired if something had occurred to upset him, but Lucas denied it, questioning the reason for Isu's concern. Isu explained that he had heard from Corky that Kana and Nikki were now dating. He attempted to cheer Lucas, noting that Kana was not the only woman in the world. Lucas countered, remarking that she was the only one he could encounter within the household. Isu conceded that Lucas had a point, recognizing that with only 4 women residing there, the house was overwhelmingly male-dominated. Lucas, with a sorrowful expression, recounted how Kana had once brought him snacks and smiled whenever their eyes met, which had naturally led him to believe she had feelings for him. Isu asked what action he had taken regarding the situation, but Lucas gave no response. With a light-hearted tone, Isu advised him that if he liked someone, he should simply tell him. Lucas asked whether Isu himself had ever been in a relationship, and Isu raised 3 fingers to indicate that he had been involved 3 times. Lucas reacted with astonishment, and Isu teased him, questioning whether he felt jealous. Lucas denied this, explaining that despite dating 3 times, he remained single. Isu felt a sharp pang of stab, realizing that Lucas's honesty had struck a nerve. He suggested, somewhat flustered, that Lucas cease the discussion and prepare for his bath. At that moment, Isu noticed a chill in the room and observed Seth knocking on the door. Seth apologized for the interruption, stating that he had a matter to discuss. Isu, sensing his hesitation, inquired about the topic and why Seth appeared reluctant, noting that it was causing him anxiety. Seth revealed that he wished to participate in the Imperial cooking competition. Isu inquired further about the matter at hand, curious to understand the details. Seth explained that since Isu was not entirely familiar with the Imperial cooking competition, he would provide some context. He began by outlining the benefits of participation, noting that winning the competition would bring both prestige and public recognition, enhancing his reputation. However, he also cautioned that failure could result in unintended consequences, including drawing attention from the imperial family. Isu immediately dismissed the concern, asserting that failure was out of the question in this case. Seth then shared the deeper reason behind his desire to enter the competition. He revealed a scar on his arm, explaining that it was not the result of culinary practice but of harsh treatment from a former instructor. The instructor had subjected him to abuse, punishing even the smallest errors by burning him with a heated frying pan. Isu could not conceal his shock, questioning the kind of instructor who would act in such a manner. Seth continued, explaining that his motivation was to demonstrate personal growth since having met a gentler mentor, someone like Isu, who had inspired him to improve without fear of mistreatment. Isu acknowledged this, affirming that they should proceed with the application for the competition, though he suggested they consider the implications carefully before committing fully. Seth agreed. While Isu recognized his potential, he also wanted to ensure his safety and well-being before letting him take such a significant risk. Meanwhile, as Heian stepped out of the carriage, she inquired about the Baron's whereabouts. Lena explained that he would arrive later due to the opening ceremony and that the Baron had instructed her to have Heian wait at the Bloom coffee shop. Heian nodded, accepting the arrangement. A sudden gust of wind sent a hat flying from a lady's head, which Lena promptly caught. She asked if it belonged to the woman, who confirmed it. Lena handed it back and received thanks in return. Curiously, Lena asked whether they had met before, but the woman shook her head, stating that she did not recall any prior encounter. Priscilla, in disguise, noted that Lena seemed exceptionally perceptive. She reminded herself to avoid revealing her true identity as Mint Choco Mace and maintained a cautious distance while keeping an eye on Heian Silverwood. Priscilla contemplated her next move, considering whether she should persuade Heian to align with her or hand her over to the Emperor, knowing that her decisions would hinge upon Heian's responses. After a brief pause, Priscilla decided to move on quietly. Heian, noticing a subtle tension, asked Lena if something was amiss. Lena dismissed the concern, indicating that they should continue on their way. Once inside the coffee shop, Lena and Heian enjoyed their beverages. Lena complimented the beauty of the surrounding garden, to which Heian replied that the Albert estate, being warmer, must be even more abundant with flowers. Lena, curious about the origins of Heian and the Baron's relationship, asked how their journey together had begun. Heian hesitated briefly before admitting that it had all started with the bread. Lena expressed surprise at the mention, confirming her understanding, and Heian affirmed her statement. Lena reflected that while she knew Heian loved bread, it was unexpected to learn that their connection had originated from such a simple beginning. Suddenly, Isu called from below, waving to them. He then moved upstairs, asking if they had waited long. Heian denied it, prompting Isu to joke about their bread lover having already consumed all the available bread. Heian explained that having 5 breads per day was far preferable to only 1. Isu asked if she was certain that 5 was acceptable, and Heian confirmed. She then admonished him, reminding him that she was older and asking him to refrain from teasing her, which Isu readily agreed to. Isu inquired whether they had explored the cultural hall, and both Heian and Lena admitted that they had not. Isu suggested that they take a look around before returning, emphasizing that it would be worthwhile to see the hall firsthand. Back at the mansion, Isu questioned Corky about the store's performance, confirming that they had earned a total of. Isu then calculated that the daily net profit averaged around 200 gold, to which Corky agreed. Some nobles from the southeast side of the city had complained that the store was too distant for convenient access. Isu acknowledged the concern, noting that the city hall was located on the northwest side and considered establishing another dessert outlet in the southeast portion of the estate. Isu inquired about the reception of the moccasins. Corky reported that the Namba Guild's sheepwool shoes had received unfavorable reviews, with customers referring to them as counterfeit moccasins. Isu expressed satisfaction, feeling that the outcome was deserved. Corky also mentioned that regarding Sir Mark's wedding gift, Count Medici intended to pay by check and had requested a visit to finalize the transaction. Isu reflected that it seemed matters were finally settling down. Corky remarked on the immense progress achieved within a single year, noting the rapid growth and expansion. Isu acknowledged that his frequent use of the portal for research had contributed significantly, resulting in a monthly net profit of 3 billion won. He credited the success to the dedication and hard work of his staff, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. He revealed a carefully prepared box, explaining that it contained what he called a special bonus, a gesture meant to acknowledge the efforts and loyalty of his team and to celebrate the achievements they had attained together. Corky showed visible surprise upon hearing the mention of a bonus. In response, Isu calmly explained that the intention behind it was to express appreciation toward the staff for their consistent effort and dedication throughout the year. He then asked Corky to proceed and open the sacks. As Corky did so and noticed the gold coins inside, he paused for a moment before asking whether he was truly allowed to accept it. Isu affirmed his decision, stating that Corky had earned it through his work and advising him not to worry about the budget, as all the calculations had already been punched. Corky appeared confused by the remark regarding the calculations. Isu clarified his words by explaining that the bonuses were distributed based on contribution. Those who had played major roles over the year would receive an amount equal to their annual income, while others would receive half of that sum. He further instructed Corky to keep this information private for the time being. Corky acknowledged this and carefully stored the sack away. The following day, Isu called for Seth and asked how the preparations for the cooking competition were progressing. Seth replied that everything was in order and that he felt ready. Isu then asked whether the preliminary round was scheduled for the week, to which Seth responded positively. Isu encouraged him to proceed without hesitation, stating that his skills should be sufficient to pass the preliminary stage. He added that Seth should not concern himself with possible interference from the palace, as arrangements would be handled if such a situation arose. Seth dismissed the concern, explaining that such matters were not troubling him. Isu acknowledged this response and clarified that his words were simply meant as encouragement. He advised Seth to focus on his performance and to demonstrate his growth to his former instructor. With that, Isu wished him well. On the day of the cooking competition, several butlers gathered inside the hall as the contestants assembled. Seth stood among them, maintaining his composure. Isu was also present, observing the surrounding. His attention moved across the hall, noting the presence of high-ranking figures. He considered that if the man seated at the center truly was the emperor, then his demeanor appeared calm and composed. Isu also noted that Seth's former instructor must be present somewhere among the judges. As the former instructor glanced toward the contestants and recognized Seth, he scoffed internally, questioning his decision to participate after abandoning his apprenticeship. He assumed that Seth would not receive a single word of praise from him during the competition. The announcer stepped forward and welcomed everyone to the 87th cooking competition of the Aroman Empire. He explained that the competition would consist of 4 courses: soup, seafood, meat, and dessert. The first round would begin with soup, and once the sand timer was turned, the contestants were instructed to start. As Seth began his preparation, Isu observed closely and tried to determine what dish he intended to make. Upon noticing tomato paste among the ingredients, Isu grew concerned. Tomatoes were still regarded as the devil's fruit in the empire, and while he had previously taught Seth how to prepare tomato-based dishes during an earlier cooking session, he had not expected Seth to use such an ingredient in a public competition. Isu watched as Seth continued without hesitation. He recognized the preparation as goulash and acknowledged its flavor potential, though he remained uncertain about how it would be received. Once the time elapsed, the announcer instructed all contestants to plate their soup and present it for evaluation. Seth's former instructor Avieno sampled the dishes one by one. Upon tasting Seth's soup, he acknowledged that it was acceptable, but felt it lacked distinction. The announcer then invited His Majesty to comment on the dishes. The emperor stated that in terms of flavor, the lobster soup had been quite enjoyable. However, he added that the dish that intrigued him the most was a red beef soup. Seth was taken by surprise when the emperor described the soup's tart and spicy balance as pleasant. Avieno recognized that the soup carried unfamiliar layers of taste. When the emperor asked Avieno for his opinion, Avieno stated that the lobster soup had been his personal favorite. Regarding the red soup, he remarked that it carried a familiar yet uncertain taste, and the ingredients seemed questionable. Isu observed this exchange closely, aware of the implications if the use of tomatoes were revealed. The emperor responded calmly, suggesting that the unfamiliar ingredient might not appeal to him anymore. Avieno quickly clarified that his comment was not intended as criticism. The emperor dismissed the concern and instructed them to proceed to the next round. The announcer announced the beginning of the second round, stating that siwa would be used for this course. Seth selected fan shell scallops as his prikahan ingredient. He began by combining white wine and apple vinegar, then added whole pepper and thyme, allowing the mixture to reduce. Afterward, he incorporated butter and stirred it over low heat. The scallops were then cooked using hazelnut butter to enhance the flavor, completing the dish as butter-grilled scallops. When time was called, the contestants presented their seafood dishes. Upon seeing Seth's dish, Avieno initially assumed it would taste ordinary. However, after sampling it, he paused, taken aback by the result. He recognized that the flavor was unusually rich and distinct. He considered the preparation method, wondering whether the butter had been treated beforehand. The technique was unfamiliar to him. He also noted the cost of the scallops, estimating that each piece would cost several gold coins, an expense uncommon for a chef of Seth's standing. This led him to question whether Seth had received financial support or whether the dish was purely a product of ingenuity. The emperor commented that the grilled scallops were particularly interesting, while the judge expressed delight as well. Avieno, meanwhile, prepared himself for the next course, believing that the meat dish would provide an opportunity for critique. As the announcer declared the start of the third round, Seth assessed the situation calmly. The feedback so far had been favorable, and he intended to maintain consistency. For the meat course, he decided on a dry-aged steak topped with foie gras. As Avieno prepared to taste Seth's meat dish, he initially regarded it as an ordinary steak. His attention settled on the yellow portion placed on top, prompting him to question its purpose. However, once he took a proper bite, his assessment changed. The flavor stood out immediately, drawing his focus away from the meat itself. The emperor, observing the reactions around the table, expressed interest and asked what element had caused such a response. It was then explained that the steak alone was not the centerpiece of the dish. The true highlight was the savory component resting on top, and identifying it became a matter of curiosity. Avieno found himself agreeing with His Majesty's assessment, silently acknowledging that the unfamiliar element carried the dish. He questioned what ingredient could possibly produce such a result. The judge then remarked that His Majesty deserved praise for recognizing it so quickly. Speaking from her own experience, she stated that she had never encountered such a flavor before. She added that not only the grilled scallops, but all the dishes presented by this contestant offered techniques and combinations worth learning. Aviano, increasingly irritated by the continued praise, questioned where Seth could have learned such methods. He consoled himself with the thought that once the dessert was served, there would surely be something to criticize. The announcer soon declared the beginning of the final course, the dessert round. As Seth examined the ingredients laid out before him, his attention remained on the dark chocolate. Unseo, watching from a distance, noted that Seth appeared to be whisking meringue while working with chocolate. He wondered whether Seth intended to prepare a souffle. Once the allotted time ended, the announcer instructed all contestants to present their desserts. Seth placed his dish on the table with steady confidence. The emperor observed the dessert and commented that the dark sweet item appeared to be chocolate. Seth confirmed this, explaining that he had learned of chocolate being sold at a shop within the Medici Cultural Hall. Aviano sampled the dessert shortly after. Another judge reacted with visible approval, remarking that even the base of the dessert tasted remarkably well balanced. She speculated that it might be a blend of cheese, egg, and butter. Though she could not confidently name it, she concluded that whatever the composition, it dissolved smoothly on the tongue. The emperor noted that such reactions spoke clearly enough and announced that his vote would go to the contestant named Seth. Aviano followed suit despite his frustration. He reasoned that voting against Seth while everyone else praised him would only reflect poorly on his own judgment. The announcer then stepped forward and formally declared the results of the 87th cooking competition of the Ariman Empire. He announced the winner as Chef Seth of the Bloom Barony. Applause followed the announcement as Seth stepped forward as instructed with happiness. Meanwhile, Ishu considered the implications of this outcome. He questioned whether this victory might create complications, particularly if Seth were offered a position within the imperial household. Seth was soon summoned before the emperor, who asked him to explain the 4 dishes he had prepared during the competition. He was informed that he could omit details regarding any special ingredients if he wished. Seth began by describing the first dish as a beef soup prepared with tomatoes. This explanation caused murmurs to spread through the audience. Seth continued, stating that the soup contained shallots and commonly used root vegetables. He explained that the red color of the tomatoes symbolized the imperial family. By placing root vegetables within the red broth, he intended to represent how the people were protected under His Majesty's rule. Jihu found himself surprised by the explanation, noting Seth knows how to code his words. Aviano, however, struck the table and accused Seth of daring to serve tomatoes to His Majesty. Before the accusation could escalate, the emperor intervened, ordering Aviano to stop. He then addressed Seth, stating that he found it admirable how each dish conveyed a story. He asked who had taught him such methods, expressing genuine interest in meeting this master. Seth replied that his master was indeed the greatest within the empire. This statement caused Aviano to straighten slightly, assuming the remark referred to him. The emperor asked who this master was. Seth answered that the person was present at the event. Aviano lifted his head further, believing recognition was finally at hand after years of instruction. However, Seth continued by dedicating his victory to Baron Bloom. He explained that he had spent 10 difficult years without direction, until Baron Bloom had taken him in and given him an opportunity, while Aviano trembled with frustration, to which Seth scoffed at him. The emperor then stated that he wished to hire Seth as the imperial chef. Seth responded respectfully, saying he was honored by the offer but would have to decline. He explained that his loyalty belonged to Baron Bloom, and that no amount of wealth could replace what had been given to him. Aviano shouted in response, calling Seth disrespectful and accusing him of speaking out of turn before His Majesty. The emperor silenced him once more, remarking that if Aviano applied such energy to his cooking, the results might improve. The announcer then called for applause for the competition's final winner, and the event concluded amid celebration. Afterward, inside the emperor's private chamber, Priscilla asked how the cooking competition had concluded. The emperor replied that the final winner had been Baron Bloom's chef. Priscilla paused at the name and asked whether he had said Baron Bloom. The emperor then asked if she was familiar with him. Priscilla answered that she had intended to gather information on him, but had not yet done so. At that moment, Haxon stepped forward and explained that Baron Bloom was one of Count Medici's closest aides. The emperor acknowledged this and asked whether it was confirmed. Haxon replied that during the opening ceremony of the Medici Cultural Hall, Count Medici had personally introduced the Baron to the assembled guests. Haxon commented that if the chef appeared reluctant to change allegiance, they could attempt to persuade him with wealth. Priscilla rejected the suggestion, stating that there was no reason to provoke those associated with Count Medici. The emperor agreed and said they should observe the situation carefully for the time being. He explained that the 5 prominent families of the Ariman Empire held combined forces far exceeding the strength of the Imperial Guard. Although the mages were bound as artifacts, making organized rebellion difficult, there was still no certainty that the families would support the imperial household in the event of war. Priscilla added that from their perspective, weakening the bonds between those families would be the most favorable outcome. She noted that it would take time for the Medici faction to reach the same level of strength as the central authority. The emperor responded that once both sides achieved equal power, disputes over authority would inevitably intensify. Priscilla remarked that such tension could eventually lead to war. The emperor replied that their role during such a period was to maintain neutrality while quietly strengthening their own forces. He stated that once both sides had exhausted themselves through conflict, the imperial family would move to assert control. He reflected that the 5 families had enjoyed influence for generations, and that previous emperors might have been constrained by them, but he would not be. He further noted that the marriage between Krunoman's daughter and Medici's son was an opportunity granted by fate. At the same time, he acknowledged that the remaining families would attempt to reinforce their unity in response. He concluded that such developments had to be restrained. With that decision made, the emperor called for Hakusen and instructed him to summon Duke Adelia at once. The scene shifted to Hyen, who sat across from Isu while quietly drinking tea. After a brief pause, Isu addressed her and mentioned that the necklace had been found. Hyen confirmed his words, explaining that Lena had managed to retrieve it, although the thief had escaped. She added that the necklace had been discovered in an antique store just before it was about to be sold. Isu responded by suggesting that she should wear it more often, remarking that it suited her well. Hyen questioned the idea, pointing out the risk of losing it again. She stated that she intended to wear it only inside the mansion from now on. Isu replied that it would be a shame not to show it publicly. Hyen sighed lightly and answered that it would be far more regrettable if it were lost again. She then noticed Isu writing on a sheet of paper for quite some time and asked what he was working on. Isu responded with a subtle change in tone, saying that he was considering the release of a limited edition product. Soon after, the chamber filled with quiet discussion regarding the idea. Isu explained that people were naturally drawn to limited editions. Seth commented that the idea sounded promising and asked what kind of limited edition Isu he had in mind. Isu turned the question back to them, inviting suggestions. Hirth then spoke, stating that with the current backlog of reserved orders, along with preparations for the Medici family's wedding gift, managing additional projects would be difficult. He explained that the staff had been working continuously without rest. Isu asked whether the situation was truly that severe. Hirth confirmed it, explaining that all 15 staff members had been working tirelessly. Isu immediately instructed them to reduce the number of reservations accepted. Hirth replied that they had attempted to decline orders, but many clients insisted on being placed on a waiting list, even if it meant waiting for an entire year. He added that the workload might be manageable if work hours were extended. Isu was surprised by the implication and questioned whether that meant overtime. He rejected the idea outright and stated that he would not allow the staff to be overworked. He then proposed recruiting 10 additional workers. Turning to Corky, he asked for his opinion. Corky agreed without hesitation. Isu followed by instructing that prices should also be raised. Corky affirmed, explaining that supplies were barely keeping up with demand. Isu then suggested setting the general store's price range between 6 and 7 gold for all products. Corky agreed but recommended that customized orders priced above 100 gold should be accepted only temporarily. Isu approved the suggestion and ordered Corky to begin recruiting additional workers immediately. Corky acknowledged the command and left to carry it out. With staffing addressed, Isu returned to the topic of the limited edition. He explained that they would create a cookie box made of silver. Hearth pointed out that silver boxes were already common in the market. Isu clarified that this would not be an ordinary silver box. He explained that the lid would be adorned with jewels, while the inside would be filled with carefully prepared cookies. Hearth expressed surprise at the idea, noting that once the cookies were finished, the box could be reused as a jewelry case. Isu affirmed this, stating that such practicality would allow their product to stand apart from others. Customers would receive not only a jeweled box, but also a selection of quality cookies inside. Seth volunteered to handle the creation of the cookies for the box. Isu complimented him and suggested that he also consider developing a cookie gift set. Isu then called for Hearth and instructed him to assign duties to the new staff members once they were recruited. Hearth acknowledged the order as they left to abide by the orders. Left alone, Isu stretched slightly, acknowledging the fatigue that had settled in. He considered that taking a break might be wiser than continuing to expand his business. However, the smooth progression of events continued to draw him forward. He recognized that this phase of growth was the part he found most engaging. His thoughts then shifted to the apartment overlooking the Han River that he had recently purchased. As Isu transitioned to his other world, the delivered packaging was already being unloaded. He expressed brief thanks before stepping closer to the window. The scenery outside caught his attention, stretching outward with a clear view of the dazzling building. He observed the space quietly, finding it difficult to accept that the property now belonged to him. To ensure proper management, he had hired a skilled accountant at a considerable cost to oversee expenses in this world. He considered the placement of the portal, deciding that the walk-in closet would be the most suitable location, given that the safe was kept in the master bedroom. He reflected that if the others were ever able to visit, they would likely be impressed by the place. Yet as he continued to look around, he noted the spaciousness of the apartment. While the size was appealing, it also felt noticeably empty. With that thought, he concluded that the space could benefit from something simple and comforting, such as a warm bowl of soup. As Isu arrived in the fantasy world and entered the kitchen, he stated that they would be preparing fish cakes that day. Seth questioned the idea, prompting Isu to explain that it was a deep-fried dish made from ground fish meat. Seth appeared uncertain and asked whether they truly intended to grind the fish, his expression clearly reflecting concern over using costly seafood in such a manner. Isu did not respond directly to the hesitation, and instead instructed him to bring radish and several vegetables from storage. Isu then directed Seth to prepare an anchovy broth and slice the radish into large pieces before adding it to the pot. He further instructed him to prepare codfish and squid, along with mincing the vegetables before combining them. As the preparations continued, Isu observed the steady rhythm of chopping against the wooden cutting board, noting that such a sound carried a certain calm to it. Once the ingredients were ready, Isu asked Seth to shape the ground fish mixture into thin rectangular pieces and deep fry them in oil. After they were cooked through, Isu indicated that they were ready. He then asked Seth to taste one. Seth followed the instruction and after taking a a bite, acknowledged that it tasted good. Ishu then stated that the next step was to add the fried fish cakes onto skewers and place them into the broth to boil. Seth appeared taken aback by the instruction. Ishu remarked that Seth was likely wondering why they would boil them again when they already tasted fine. He explained that cooking them in the broth would further enhance the overall flavor, particularly the soup itself. As the preparation concluded, Ishu filled 2 cups with the finished dish and stated that he intended to take them to Hyan, while the rest could be shared among the others. Carrying the cups, Ishu approached Hyan and suggested that they take a walk afterward. Hyan asked him to wait briefly so she could finish what she was doing. While waiting, Ishu observed her work and reflected that he had initially thought her interest would fade after a day or two. However, her continued focus suggested a genuine commitment to learning how to make perfume and scented candles. Hyan then asked what he was holding. Ishu replied that it was called fish cake and asked her to try it. Hyan tasted the dish and considered the flavor carefully. She commented that it was tender and enjoyable, adding that the warm soup felt especially comforting. After a short pause, she mentioned that she had something she wanted to tell him. She then stated that she was considering going out on her own the following day. Ishu asked where she planned to go. Hyan replied that she would tell him later. He then asked whether she would be back by dinner. Hyan answered that she probably would. The word caught his attention, prompting him to question what she meant by probably. He asked whether that meant she might not return for the night. Hyan responded that she was not certain yet. Ishu then asked who she was going with. He found it troubling that she had avoided answering directly. Recently, the only person she had spent time with outside the mansion was Edro. The thought lingered, and he wondered why she would hide something if it was not important. He reminded her to make sure she did not stay out too late. Instead of replying directly, Hyan mentioned that she wanted some pound cake. Ishu said he would tell Seth to bake one. Hyan then asked whether Ishu could bake it himself. He questioned why she had suddenly asked him instead. Hyan brushed it off, saying that it was fine if he was busy. Ishu then suggested that Seth bake one just for that day, explaining that he had some matters to handle, to which Hyan agreed. She handed him the empty cups and thanked him, adding that the dish had been very good. Ishu acknowledged her words. As Hyan left, Ishu remained standing, troubled by her refusal to explain where she was going. He pressed his lips together, thinking that he would relax in the Ondel room later that night. Afterwards, watching Hyan leave the mansion, Ishu called for Lena and instructed her to follow Hyan. Lena agreed without hesitation. Jihyun felt some unease over the order, but concluded that something did not seem right. Lena followed Hyan through the streets, quickly realizing that their destination lay outside the commercial district. She questioned where Hyan could be heading, noting that the surroundings were unfamiliar. From a distance, she observed Hyan meeting with Edro. Lena found this unexpected, especially given that the location was connected to Duchess Hyan's stepmother. She recalled that Hyan had previously asked her to investigate the stepmother. The presence of mercenaries added another layer of concern. Lena questioned whether Hyan had come to confront them directly. Unsure of what would happen next, she decided to continue observing. Hyan greeted Edro and thanked him for coming. Edro dismissed the gratitude, stating that there was no need for thanks. He remarked that after hearing Hyan's explanation, he had chosen to come on his own. He assured her that he intended to teach the person involved a proper lesson. Lena, listening from afar, recalled hearing that elves were known to be aggressive when provoked. She wondered whether she was about to witness that reputation firsthand. Hyan told Edro to be careful, to which he acknowledged her words. Shortly after, Hyan summoned a massive structure formed of ice, shaped like an enormous comet. She directed it forward, sending it crashing toward the mansion. The mercenaries took flight immediately. Inside the estate, the soldiers were caught off guard. Shouts rang out as they attempted to identify the threat and gather the remaining troops. Before the defenses could fully respond, an ice golem entered the mansion grounds, while Hyan unleashed her furious spell. Lena observed the scene in disbelief and concluded that the confrontation would not last long. She considered remaining where she was, as there was little she could do to interfere. She also reasoned that Hyan would not be pleased to discover she had been followed. At the same time, Lena questioned why Hyan had chosen to keep this matter hidden from Ishu. She wondered whether Hyan had acted out of concern for him. Hyan instructed the mercenaries to bring the occupants before her. They complied without delay. Soon after, her stepmother and the rest of her family were presented. The stepmother demanded to know who had ordered such a forceful intrusion as Hyan stepped forward. The stepmother raised her voice, accusing Hyan of having the audacity to appear there. She referred to her as a nuisance and claimed she had believed Hyan to be dead. The stepmother's daughter-in-law began to sob, stating that she had no involvement and pleading for the child to be spared. Hyan replied that she would be spared and ordered her to leave. The woman hurried away without looking back. The stepmother glared at Hyan. Hyan stated that she had come to reclaim what belonged to her. The stepmother yelled bitterly and asked since when anything there had ever belonged to her. She claimed that Hyan's father had despised her and continued to loathe her even on his deathbed. She accused Hyan of being the cause of her mother's death. Hyan fixed her gaze on the woman and ordered her to be silent, pointing her ice spear at her throat. Edro asked why Hyan did not simply end it there, but Hyan refused, stating that death would be too simple. She explained that they should suffer in the same way she had suffered. She then instructed Edro to place them into a carriage and abandon them in the middle of Mount Knots. She concluded that only then would they understand regret, wishing they had never been born.